Both, I guess. It was a gradual process. I was attracted to him from the start, but also worried about getting close to him. Eventually, my heart and body won over my rationality. She laughed. Sometimes I wonder how it would feel to be with Nino, I blurted. Leona put down the piece of sushi she was about to push into her mouth and blinked. You haven't been with Nino yet? I flushed. Should I have kept it a secret? Maybe Nino didn't want others to know that he wasn't the monster... No, didn't act like the monster he was. But I needed to talk to someone about it, and Julia was no longer an option because I was now part of the Camorra and she was part of the Famiglia. Truce or not, the families were enemies. Our phone calls had been a difficult task, telling her about my daily life without revealing any important information to her, and I could tell it was the same for her. No, I freaked out on him on our wedding night, and he hasn't tried anything since then. Leona blinked at me. Wow. Really? Really. I told him to seek out other women if he needed to satisfy his needs. Leona shook her head with wide eyes. And it doesn't bother you? The mere thought that Fabiano could touch another woman makes me sick. It didn't in the beginning, but now it does. I tried not to think about it, but when I did, it bothered me a lot. Yes, it does. I actually enjoy spending time with Nino. He is calm and incredibly intelligent. He makes me feel like I'm safe around him. Is that weird? Leona frowned. Well, I feel safer on Fabiano, and most people are terrified of him, so I'm not the right person to ask. I dipped a piece of sushi into the soy sauce and put it in my mouth, chewing slowly to gather my thoughts. I don't know if I should even consider changing our relationship. Talk to him. Tell him you would like to be with him. He probably won't say no. He wouldn't. What if I can't go through with it? What if the memories stop me again? Or what if Nino wants all or nothing? I'm not sure how far I can go just yet. You won't find out if you don't talk to him. If he hasn't pushed you yet, do you think he would do it after you ask him for more? I wasn't sure. But if I got close to Nino, I needed him to stop seeking out other women, and I wasn't sure if he'd agree to that as long as I wasn't giving him what he needed. Why should he do this on my terms? I was nervous all day because of my conversation with Leona, and even music hardly managed to set me at ease this time. My fingers kept stumbling over the notes, so I had to keep starting from scratch. When Nino came home late in the afternoon, looking as beautifully cold as ever, dressed all in black, tall and muscled, and leaned against the piano to listen to me play, I finally gathered my courage. I'd like to go out for dinner. His brows drew together. Of course. Just the two of us, I blurted. He regarded me calmly, his eyes searching my face. I wondered how much of my feelings he could guess and how much of them would always remain a secret to him. Sometimes it came as a relief that he had trouble reading emotions. Tonight? My fingers stopped on the keys. That would be lovely, but can you get a table that quickly? He chuckled, and I let out a small laugh, remembering who I was talking to. Never mind. What would you like to eat? Asian? European? Asian. I haven't eaten much of it yet, except for sushi. Then I'll book a table at the best Szechuan restaurant in town. What do I have to wear? Is there a dress code? Nino's eyes trailed over me. Something red. I blinked. That wasn't the answer I had expected. Why red? I couldn't imagine guests were required to wear a certain color, but this was Las Vegas and anything was possible. Because I think it will go well with your dark hair and honey skin. I want you to stand out, not blend in. I stared down at my arm. Nobody had ever described my skin as honey-colored. A pleasing warmth settled in my chest. I don't have anything in red. Most of my clothes are meant to make me blend in, I said. Nino nodded.
I got that.
He glanced down at his watch.
If we head out now, we can buy you something and still have enough time to return home and get ready, if I book the table at 8.
He didn't wait for my reply. Instead, he picked up his phone, dialed a number, and 2 minutes later, we had a table. Another customer would hear some kind of excuse why they wouldn't be dining at Chengdu tonight.
Come now,
Nino said, holding out his hand. I had to admit that I enjoyed his small touches. My hand in his didn't feel as if it was caging me in or anything close to it. It made me feel safe. I put my palm in his and followed him to his Bugatti Veyron. Where are we going? I asked as we pulled down the driveway.
It's a boutique where Fabiano occasionally buys dresses for Leona. From what he tells me, they have extravagant pieces. I've never been there. They don't sell men's clothing.
I laughed nervously. How much attention am I supposed to draw to us?
As much attention as you deserve, Kiara. You are too beautiful to lurk in the shadows. And as my wife, you will have to get used to the spotlight.
My insides warmed at his compliment. He'd told me that he found me beautiful before, but it still felt wonderful to hear him say it again. The store offered an overwhelming selection of dresses in all colors, and from the moment we entered, the saleswoman hovered around us like a mother hen. She kept throwing Nino nervous glances, obviously eager to please him, but of course his face gave nothing away.
We're looking for dresses in red,
he said, his palm still pressed lightly against my back. Oh, we have a few beautiful pieces in that color. Let me show you. Your wife will look absolutely stunning in them. Nino looked at me with a glint in his eyes.
That she will.
I shivered, and again it wasn't in fear. I wasn't sure what was going on, but my body reacted to Nino in a way that was unsettling and exhilarating at once. We followed the woman back toward a secluded part of the boutique where the changing rooms were. I'll be back in a moment. Would you like something to drink? No, thank you, I said with a smile. Nino nodded his agreement. Then the woman dashed off. He lowered his hand from my back. The saleswoman returned with 3 dresses thrown over her arm. I slipped into the changing room and she handed me the first dress. It was like a second skin and went to my knees, accentuating every curve with a high collar and no sleeves. People would be staring if I wore this, especially men. Nerves fluttered in my stomach as I stepped out. Nino leaned against the wall, arms crossed, looking every bit like a runway model. He straightened the moment he saw me, his gray eyes sliding over my body. It's too sexy, don't you think? I whispered. Nino moved closer.
It's perfect.
He tilted his head.
Don't you want people to see how beautiful you are?
I shifted. I'm not used to it.
You will grow used to it. Don't worry.
I tried on a long dress with a high slit and another one with a low neckline and even lower back, and they, too, would definitely not help me go unnoticed, but the way Nino regarded me in them gave me a strange shiver of delight. In the end, we bought all 3 dresses and even a red jumpsuit. When we were back in the car, I couldn't help but laugh. You are really into red. Nino didn't look away from the street, but the corners of his mouth tipped up in the ghost of a smile.
I don't favor one color over the other, in general, but red is your color, and I like its symbolic value as well.
Red like blood, I said.
Yes, it's always good to unsettle people.
I didn't say that he didn't need me at his side wearing a blood-red dress to unsettle people. Nino was unsettling on his own, and he knew it. 2 hours later, I was dressed in the knee-length, skin-tight dress and matching blood-red heels. I wore my hair down because it made me feel less exposed, and I preferred to have my neck covered. Nino was waiting for me downstairs, leaning against my piano, dressed in all black, as usual. The fitted dress shirt and tight pants fit him like a glove. He wore his hair down for once, but it was slicked back. His eyes followed me as I descended the stairs. I took his outstretched hand, and his thumb found my wrist as he leaned close. For a heartbeat, I was sure he'd kiss me, and my lips parted in a mix of anticipation and nerves, but he leaned toward my ear and whispered,
"Tonight, people will start talking about another Falcone. The lady in red."
I shivered, my eyelashes fluttering at the feel of his warm breath on my ear and his scent filling my nose. Then he pulled back, but didn't release my wrist.
"Ready?"
he asked in a low voice, and for some reason he made it sound as if he wasn't referring to going to dinner. I gave a mute nod, trying to gather my wits about me. Nino led me into the main part of the mansion. Remo was sitting on the sofa, his laptop in front of him. His eyes moved up when we entered, and they locked on me. I didn't move. Nino's grip on my wrist tightened, and his thumb brushed my skin lightly.
"We'll be going for dinner now."
Remo nodded, his lips pulling wide.
"Blood red. Good choice."
They exchanged a look.
"You look good enough to devour,"
he said to me, and my heart rate quadrupled. "Thanks," I barely got out. Nino pulled me outside toward his car.
"Remo is no danger for you, Kiara. Trust me on that. His words are meant to unsettle. It's how he is. But you are mine, and that makes you off limits. Remo would never lay a hand on you. Never."
"You trust him?" I asked as I settled into the passenger seat.
"I trust him absolutely. With my life. With yours."
"Okay," I said, trying to share his confidence that Remo would protect me. He had protected me from Durant on my wedding day, but with Remo there really was no telling what he'd do. Every table in the restaurant was occupied when we arrived, but the manager greeted us personally. He shook Nino's hand and bowed his head slightly before turning to me. I held my hand out with a smile. He hesitated briefly, but after Nino inclined his head, he took it and kissed the back of my hand.
"Your wife is stunning, Mr. Falcone." "She is,"
Nino drawled. People at the surrounding tables were throwing veiled glances at us, and as the manager led us to our table with a stunning view over the Strip, they began whispering. My cheeks felt hot when I sank down into the chair the manager held out for me. Nino seemed completely unfazed by the force of attention. He regarded me over the menu.
"You look flustered."
I laughed. I am. Everyone's talking about us. Nino shrugged.
"Let them talk. I'd be more worried if they didn't."
"Do you never wish to blend in? To walk the streets unnoticed?" Nino lowered the menu, a hard look on his face.
"My brothers and I were in hiding for a while when our family was hunting us down. We fought to get back what was ours. We killed and we bled for our birthright. We tore Las Vegas from the bleeding hands of unworthy men. We fought for the spotlight. We are done hiding."
The waiter brought us our wine at that moment, a blood-red Shiraz. Nino raised his glass with a strange smile. It was so very difficult to read him.
"To a place in the spotlight. No hiding ever again, Kiara."
I clanged my glass against his and took a deep gulp. No hiding ever again. The waiter arrived with the appetizers a second later. Everything was delicious, spicy, and extravagant. Nino was easy to talk to. I could have listened to him answering my questions about Las Vegas history all night. He knew everything. Eventually, more personal questions crossed my mind. Why did your father send you to boarding school in England? Most made men keep their sons close because they want to teach them everything they need to know to become made men themselves. The mentioning of Benedetto Falcone brought an immediate change to Nino's body language. When before he had been relaxed, his shoulders now tensed considerably, and his expression turned colder.
Our father didn't want Remo and me under his roof, and he knew he didn't have to prepare us for becoming Camorrista anymore.
But you were 12 and 14 at the time, and your brothers were even younger. Nino smiled, and I took another deeper gulp of wine because his expression gave me the chills.
Our father knew Remo and I would have killed him if we stayed. Remo killed his first man 3 years before, at 11, and shortly before our father sent us away, I had killed my first man together with Remo. Our father knew he had no way of controlling us, so he sent us away. He knew we wouldn't leave without our brothers, so he sent Adamo and Savio away as well.
That's horrible, I whispered. Nino took a swig of his own wine.
It made us stronger, brought us closer. Regret over the past is wasted time.
I could feel the effects of the wine by now. Red wine was definitely stronger than the occasional glass of champagne or white wine I'd had in the past. Nino tilted his head.
I think you've had enough wine.
I smiled. You think? For some reason, I took another gulp of the red liquid, and Nino shook his head, his mouth twitching.
You will regret this tomorrow morning.
I thought regret is wasted time, I said. His mouth twitched again.
It is, but right now you still have the chance to prevent yourself from regretting anything.
I think it's too late for that, I said. I felt hot and fuzzy. I'd probably have the headache of my lifetime in the morning. Nino waved over the waiter and paid for our dinner. I got up and immediately realized that I was a bit tipsier than I thought, but I straightened my spine, not wanting to appear drunk in public. Nino wrapped an arm around my waist, and I was too grateful for its steadying effect to tense up at the contact. He led me out of the restaurant. "Thank you for the lovely evening," I whispered before I plopped down in the car seat with less grace than intended.
It was surprisingly pleasant,
Nino agreed, and I burst out laughing. I couldn't help it. The wine had loosened my control. Nino raised his eyebrows and closed the door. I leaned against the window, closing my eyes. I woke with my head against something hot and hard. My body stiffened when I realized I was in someone's arms, being carried.
Shh, Kiara. You were safe.
I peered up at Nino's calm face and forced my body to relax in his hold. "Where are we?" I asked groggily. My brain felt foggy.
At home.
It took me an embarrassingly long time to figure out what he meant. Then I recognized our bedroom. He set me down in the center of the room.
Why don't you get ready for bed?
I nodded and immediately regretted the motion. Nino gripped my hip to steady me.
Can you do this?
"Yes," I said quickly because I didn't want Nino to undress me. I wasn't sure how long it took me to get out of my dress and go through my evening routine, but it felt like forever before I finally lay down in bed. Nino joined me shortly after.
Tell me if you're going to be sick.
He touched my forehead with his palm, and I leaned into the touch, but then he dropped his arm. He stretched out on his back beside me, and I scooted closer, reaching for his arm. My fingertips curiously traced the tattoo of a shadowy figure amidst surging flames. When my eyes managed to focus, I realized a name was written in the flames. It was small, and you had to take a closer look to distinguish it from the fire. Remo. You have Remo's name tattooed on your arm. Nino regarded me without a flicker of emotion.
I have Savio's and Damo's names tattooed on my other arm.
Why is he burning?
Because he burned for me,
Nino said quietly. I searched his face, but could tell he wasn't going to tell me more. My fingertips followed the flames down to his wrist. I frowned when I felt something rigid under my fingertips. I turned his arm slightly so I could see his forearm. Under his Camorra tattoo, which was surrounded by flames as well, a long, thin scar ran along his vein. I looked up at him, and he stared right back. I didn't dare ask, because for once, his eyes didn't appear emotionless at all. I stroked the scar lightly. Does it bother you if I touch you like this? I asked in the barest of whispers.
Your touch doesn't bother me, Kiara.
I wished he could touch me like that without my body wrenching me back into the past, without my fears taking control. I wish I could be touched without fear.
Eventually you will. You will kill the part of your uncle I couldn't kill for you.
He sounded absolutely sure, as if it wasn't a matter of if, but when. And because this was Nino Falcone, and maybe because I was drunk, I believed him. Chapter 15. Kiara. Nino stirred beside me, and my eyes peeled open. Just like I had the last few mornings since our dinner, I was snuggled up to him at night and wedged myself under his arm, my head in the crook of his neck, my knees pressed up against his side. His warmth and comforting scent wrapped around me and managed to banish my nightmares. Sorry, I murmured, like I did every morning, because I was fairly sure that the position couldn't be comfortable for Nino, but he never pushed me away. I sat up, freeing his arm.
Your subconscious seeks protection at night, and I can provide it,
he said with a shrug as he stood. The tight briefs did nothing to hide the outline of him. I forced my eyes away from it, my heart thudding faster. He grabbed his swim trunks and went into the bathroom to change, but he didn't close the door. It was only for my benefit that he didn't undress in the bedroom. I had considered telling him that I could deal with his nakedness, but every time I was on the verge of saying those words, my courage left me. Getting up as well, I grabbed my satin dressing gown. It wasn't because it was cold, but because I felt uncomfortable walking around the house in only my nightgown. Nino returned and opened the door for me. Grabbing my book from the nightstand, I followed him in silence down the stairs and out through the French doors. It was already warm outside. I settled on the lounge chair close to the pool and opened my book, but my eyes weren't drawn to the letters on the page. Instead, I watched as Nino stepped up to the edge of the pool and dove in, his muscles flexing as he did. He swam his laps in the pool, and I observed him over my book from my spot on the chair. Eventually, I had to remove my robe because the sun relentlessly beat down on me despite the early hour. Sometimes I felt ridiculous for even bringing a book with me. I hardly ever read a word. My gaze was drawn to the man in the water. The book was like my safety shield because I was too cowardly to admit that I enjoyed seeing Nino, and definitely too terrified of him finding out that I did. After 30 minutes, he swam over to the ladder and climbed out. Water dripped off him and down his sculpted body. My eyes trailed from his muscled shoulders down to his 8-pack and his narrow hips to his muscled thighs. His tight swim trunks hardly hid his body, and I could see the outline of him beneath the wet fabric again. The horrid tattoos, with their flames, agonizing faces, and words of pain and blood that ran from his forearms up over his shoulders down to his pecs and around to his shoulder blades, didn't scare me anymore, like they had done in the beginning. Nino was a piece of art. His movements were unhurried and exact as he rubbed himself dry. I couldn't take my eyes off him. His cool, gray eyes met mine, and I sucked in a sharp breath and quickly looked back down on my book. When his shadow fell over me, I had no choice but to stop pretending I was reading. I hadn't paid attention to my book in a while.
You pretend to read, but you watch me every morning,
he said. There was no judgment in his voice. I wasn't sure what to say. Embarrassment crawled up my neck. I didn't... I began to protest, but upon raising my head, his expression silenced me. He knew I'd been watching him. Of course he'd noticed. This was a man who had been raised to watch his surroundings. Denying it would have been ridiculous.
You can watch. You're my wife,
he said. He tilted his head down, his eyes searching my face, and it felt like he could read my every thought. A few distracting droplets of water trailed down his beautiful face. What millions of male models probably had to practice for years, that cool, otherworldly expression, came naturally to him.
But I wonder why you do it. I thought my body scared you.
It still did. Nino oozed strength. But fear had become a very small part of what I felt when I watched him. There was also that flicker of curiosity in the pit of my stomach and the burst of warmth deep inside of me when he moved in a way that accentuated his muscles. I put down my book on the small side table, not sure how to say what I wanted to say and not sure I should even consider saying it. Some doors should stay closed. But what was holding me back, and would perhaps always hold me back if I let it, was something forced upon me in the past, something I wanted to be freed of. Sometimes I wonder how it would be to be more like husband and wife, I admitted, despite the heat in my cheeks, despite the spike of fear and worry about Nino's reaction. Falcone or not, he had never given me reason to be truly fearful of him.
You mean in a physical sense?
Nino asked in a low voice. There was the hint of something in his tone that I couldn't place, but as usual, his face didn't reveal anything. I nodded, releasing a tense breath. I hadn't thought I'd dare admit it, but Nino was always in control. I didn't have to fear an emotional outburst from him. Sometimes I felt like I didn't have to fear him at all. He put down the towel, allowing me to view the length of him. I followed the invitation and slowly trailed my gaze over every inch of him. He didn't move, but his stare was an insistent presence on my skin.
We could explore the physical options of our relationship, if you like. To be honest, I want you.
He'd told me so before, but it still scared me. I glanced down at my hands, fumbling with the hem of my nightgown. Only one man had ever wanted me, and he'd taken what he wanted without asking. Nino wasn't like that. He could have had me on our wedding night and every night since. There was certainly nobody who could have stopped him, least of all me.
What are you thinking?
He asked. I sighed. I'm scared.
Did I give you reason to be scared?
I looked back up at his attentive face. No, but I'm scared because you want me, and because I want you, but I don't know if I can do it.
We can set limits, and we can go step by step.
He paused, his expression becoming contemplative.
If my physical strength unsettles you, We could try to have me restrained. I don't mind.
My mouth opened in shock. You mean, have you tied up? Images of Nino with silk ties bound to the headboard entered my mind and almost had me laughing out loud. It seemed impossible that a man like him would suggest something like that. Nino nodded.
That way you'd be free to explore without having to fear me.
But then I would have to lead.
Isn't that what you'd prefer, given your past experiences? I have no trouble being dominant, but I doubt you'd react well to it.
I wasn't sure what to do. It seemed like the perfect solution, but it still terrified me, only now for a different reason.
Have you ever reached climax?
He asked quietly, still staring at me with his quiet scrutiny. My eyes widened and I gave a jerky shake of my head. My stomach plunged into an abyss as I remembered how it had felt to have him in me. All I felt was pain and shame. He lightly grazed my shoulder, the touch warm and gentle. How could he always be so warm when his face was so beautifully cold?
I didn't mean when you were raped. I mean later. Did you ever touch yourself and feel good?
I bit my lip, trying to shake off the memories and focus on the present. Not really. I tried to touch myself a few times, but it felt wrong. Nino surprised me when he perched on the edge of the lounge chair, his bare back brushing my naked calves. I didn't pull away, and I had a feeling it was an attempt for him to see if I could stand his closeness.
It would be good if you explored your body and figured out what you like, and conditioned your brain to realize that sexual touch can be very pleasurable.
My face became impossibly hot, even when Nino looked as if we were talking about what we'd have for dinner tonight. I'm not sure my body is capable of finding anything pleasurable, I whispered. Nino angled his body to the side and slowly reached for my ankle. I tensed briefly, more out of confusion than anything else. He paused, his eyes narrowing, and when I relaxed, his fingers brushed my ankle before he cupped my heel. He began to apply light pressure with his fingers as he stroked the underside of my calf and looked into my eyes. His fingers never reached higher than my calf, but the touch seemed to send tingles up my knee, my thigh, and straight to my core. My eyes wandered over to Nino as he stroked me, over his strong arms, his muscled chest, and his ripped stomach. After a while, my breathing picked up, and the tingling increased until I could feel wetness gather between my legs. Startled, I rocked my hips lightly. Nino let go of my calf, his mouth curling at the corner.
I think your body will adjust well to pleasure.
My cheeks heated even more, but more than embarrassment, I felt relief. Nino swallowed once before he murmured,
Now that your body is already aroused, it would make sense for you to explore yourself.
You want me to touch myself?
Yes,
He rasped.
Not here. Somewhere private, where you feel relaxed. I would recommend you focus on your clit at first. Try to rub it lightly with 2 fingers, and if you feel close to release, you can try to dip a bit lower and give your labia some attention. That's a spot many women are very sensitive. Some even favor it over their clit. I don't think you will feel comfortable with a finger inside you yet, but it would add to the overall pleasure.
My center had become warmer and even wetter, hearing his deep voice.
It would also help if you imagine something that arouses you.
You, I burst out, feeling suddenly emboldened. Nino heaved a deep breath, and something in his eyes shifted.
If that helps, yes. Imagine me.
His voice had dropped lower than ever before, and a slight stiffness had taken hold of his upper body. Confused, I was about to ask if I had offended him somehow when I registered the way his swim trunks tinted. I sucked in a breath. A flicker of fear coursed through me, but I was far more curious than afraid.
"I told you I desire you,"
he murmured.
"and if you want to explore physical options, you'll have to get over your fear of my erection."
"I'm not scared," I said, then amended my words because of his no-lying rule. "Mostly." He rose to his feet, and again my eyes were drawn to his groin area.
"Why don't you go into our bedroom and do what I suggested, and find some relief?"
"What about you?"
"I'm going to seek relief as well,"
he said matter-of-factly. "Would you prefer if I sated my sexual drive somewhere else?" I'd said yes on our wedding night. "Where?" I asked. He didn't say anything, only watched me with cold intensity. I stood as well because it made me feel stronger, even if Nino still towered a head over me. "I don't want you to seek out other women anymore." There, I said it, and relief washed over me. It had bothered me for a while, ever since I realized I wanted this marriage to be more than about necessity. I wasn't sure how they handled things here in Las Vegas, if maybe he never meant to be faithful, if he expected to keep sleeping around simply because he could, but it wasn't something I could ever accept if we really moved our relationship to a physical level. Nino regarded me.
"So you want me to seek you out to satisfy my sexual needs?"
His voice held a strange note, and he took a step toward me. There was the hint of curiosity in his eyes. This was him conducting an experiment, I realized. I'd learned to read him much better. I stood my ground and didn't back away. He moved even closer until I could almost feel the heat radiating off his body. He wasn't touching me. "Eventually, yes," I said quietly. "Obviously, I'm not able to do it yet." To be honest, I wasn't sure I'd ever be able to do it, but I wanted to.
"So, until you feel ready, you suggest I get myself off with my own hands?"
I frowned. Was he mocking me, or being serious? It was so hard to tell because he'd said it dryly, without the hint of emotion. Suddenly, I felt foolish for having brought up the matter. This was Las Vegas. He was a Falcone, and despite his consideration toward me so far, he was still a man used to having women, money, and power at his disposal. Why should he give up one for me? I meant nothing to him. I was a pawn in this game for power. I looked away, unable to bear his cold beauty. Turning around, I was about to leave when he stepped in my way. My eyes flew back up to him.
"Answer me, Kiara. Is that what you suggest?"
Sighing, I nodded. "I know how things are. I know your clubs are filled with willing women. But yes, I want you to be faithful to me. I can't explore physical closeness with you as long as you see other women."
"You realize that you can't explore your sexuality with anyone but me?"
"Is that so?" I wasn't sure why I said that. And for once, Nino let his expression become the one most people knew, one of dominance and suppressed violence.
"It is. I won't ever push you past your boundaries, but just because I haven't claimed your body with my cock yet doesn't mean I haven't laid claim on you. You are mine, mine alone, and for as long as I live, no one will touch you but me."
It was the least restrained I'd ever seen him, and it reminded me of the man he really was. I felt overwhelmed and on the verge of taking flight. Nino let out a harsh breath and took a step back from me, then sank down on the chair. I blinked. Was he making himself small on purpose? He was watching me closely.
"Better?"
He asked quietly. in control again. Yes.
I didn't want to scare you.
Didn't we agree on no lies? I asked teasingly. Nino's mouth twitched.
We did, and you are right to some extent. I knew you'd yield to my view of things if I exerted dominance, and given your history, I could foresee how it would make you feel. But it wasn't a conscious decision to scare you.
Okay. His brows pulled together.
When I first suggested satisfying my sexual drive elsewhere, you were relieved.
Back to the topic at hand. Nino never let himself be distracted. I was, but I don't want that anymore. I want us to have a real marriage.
Isn't this a real marriage? It's official, after all.
I shook my head. That's not what I mean. I want a normal marriage. For me, that means being faithful and being intimate only with your partner. It means taking care of each other, showing affection, trying to love each other. The last slipped out because it was something I wanted deep down inside. Nino pushed to his feet again and moved closer.
I can be faithful and I can show you affection.
But you can't love. I know. Nino startled me by cupping my cheeks, his eyes warmer, his expression softer than ever before.
I can simulate emotions very well, Kiara. If it helps you feel more comfortable, I can fake affection and even love.
I peered up at him. Without his words, I would have believed the tenderness on his face to be real. I swallowed hard. Don't pretend to care for me. Don't lie. His expression became one of cold beauty again, and my heart clenched tightly.
I want to take care of you, and even if I can't feel emotions, seeing them on your face, particularly happiness and joy, give me a certain level of satisfaction. I can't give you more than that.
Okay, I whispered, because there was nothing else to say. It had to be enough. I'd expected so much less out of this union, and so much worse. I couldn't hold it against Nino that he couldn't feel.
Would you like to go inside now?
I don't think I'm in the mood for exploring anymore, I said quietly. He tilted his head.
I understand.
Maybe later? I asked quietly.
Of course,
he said.
How about I get dressed and we practice your shooting skills some more?
For him, it was always easy to move on, because no topic ever moved him so much his brain couldn't proceed. But I didn't want to make a bigger deal out of this than it was, so I nodded. He returned 30 minutes later, in black pants and a black shirt, his go-to clothes. I had seen him in similar clothes so often before, and yet the sight got to me today. He looked tall and strong and graceful, and the tattoos on his arms created just the right contrast to his perfectly beautiful face. 2 guns hung from the holster strapped to his chest, but I knew he hid more weapons on his body. I had become a better shot over the course of our last few lessons, but today my concentration was frayed. A few hours later, I sat in our living room and played the song I'd started working on almost 6 weeks ago. It was a song that helped me deal with my marriage with Nino, helped me understand my feelings toward the man. The breeze streamed in through the windows and I breathed deeply. I missed the scent of ocean in the air, but Las Vegas's warmth felt good. I didn't feel constantly cold anymore.
What song is that?
My fingers jerked against the keys and the piano released a low whine in response.
Sorry, I didn't mean to startle you,
Adamo said as he stepped into the room through the open French doors. I relaxed and smiled. It's okay, I startled too easily. He shoved his hands into his pockets and nodded toward the piano.
You can keep playing. I like to listen.
Had he listened to me play before? I settled my fingers lightly on the keys and began where I'd left off when he'd startled me. He moved closer and propped up his elbows on the wing. A bruise bloomed on his left cheekbone and his lip was busted. I didn't think I'd ever seen him without a busted lip. What happened to your face?
My brothers practice fighting with me.
When will you be inducted? He looked down at his bloody knuckles.
In 2 months, August, on my 14th birthday.
But you don't want to? Adamo shrugged.
I'm a Falcone. The Camorra is my destiny.
His brows drew together.
But I don't want to do most of the things expected of me.
Kill people.
That,
He agreed, a dark look passing over his face.
I already did. Kill someone. Shot him. I'm a good shot.
I nodded and stopped playing again.
I don't enjoy killing, and I don't want to torture people or hurt women,
he whispered. Then don't, I said, and realized how stupid I was. Adamo couldn't choose his path, not as others could. He pressed out a laugh.
I have to.
What would you rather do? His eyes lit up.
Race cars.
You can drive a car?
Ramo let me drive his car when I was 11, and I managed to sneak into a few races since then. I crashed 2 of his cars. He was majorly pissed, and now he keeps a closer eye on me, so I can't do it anymore.
Is that why you were sulking around the gardens and listening to me play? I asked with a smile.
I'm supposed to watch you.
I burst out laughing, then quieted at the indignant look on his face. I still found it funny that the youngest Falcone was supposed to be my bodyguard. Sorry.
I'm a good shot and a decent fighter, and it's not like someone is going to attack our mansion. It's the safest place in Vegas.
Because people are terrified of Ramo.
And Nino,
Adamo added, then curled his lips in disgust.
Since he fought his first official cage fight, Savio's even cockier than before. He thinks he's as scary as them, but he's not. Not even close.
Agreed. Nobody does scary as well as Ramo and Nino, I said. Luca had been terrifying, but maybe because I'd known him from a young age, I could deal with his brand of scary better than that of the Falcones.
Yeah,
Adamo murmured, and then became serious, his brown eyes hesitant.
Is Nino nice to you?
I pursed my lips. Nice wasn't really a term I'd use for Nino. He is...
present,
Nino drawled, making me jump, and Adamo as well. I turned toward his voice. He was leaning in the doorway, tall and cold, muscled arms crossed over his chest. For once, he wore a shirt with the sleeves rolled up, revealing his tattoos.
You should be doing homework or work on your knife skills,
Nino said, pushing off the wall and striding toward us. Adamo jutted his chin out, but he didn't protest.
Bye, Kiara,
he muttered before he walked out of the French doors. Nino propped his hip up against the piano, as he always did, and my eyes took in the way his pants accentuated his muscled legs, the way his shirt clung to his torso.
And am I being nice to you?
I nodded, but I couldn't stop looking at him and remembering his suggestion from this morning.
Would you like to go to our bedroom and explore?
He asked calmly. Despite the heat in my cheeks, I nodded. Nino straightened and held out his hand for me to take, and I did, as always. His fingers curled lightly around me, but in a way that suggested I could pull away any time. With a deep breath, I got up from the bench, startling slightly as his thumb pressed against my wrist. Why did he always do that? My eyes trailed over his muscular, inked forearm as I followed him upstairs. The moment we stepped into our bedroom and my eyes landed on our bed, my pulse began racing in my veins. Nino peered down at me.
Fear or arousal? Or both?
What? I asked, confused. He pressed his thumb against my wrist.
Your pulse picked up.
That's why you always touch me there?
It's a good indicator of your mood and helps me figure out your emotions combined with your expression and breathing.
I laughed, then quieted when he led me closer to the bed. Nino raised one eyebrow. Both, I admitted. He sank down on the bed, tugging me along so I'd stand before him.
It would be good if we could manage to reduce one and increase the other.
Which one would you like to increase? I said in the same scientific tone as he had used. His mouth twitched.
Well,
he began in a low voice.
Fear would be easier to increase than arousal, with you being you and me being me. But I prefer difficult tasks. Which do you prefer?
He raised my hand to his lips very slowly, his eyes never leaving my face, and pressed an open-mouthed kiss to my pulse point, then trailed his tongue over it. A small shiver passed down my spine. How was it possible I could feel that all the way between my legs? He regarded me intently.
Fear?
I shook my head, my tongue heavy.
Both?
I considered that and gave a hesitant shake of my head. Nino's eyes became even more intent.
Are you sure?
I wasn't, because he evoked sensations in my body I'd never felt. But the tingling between my legs had increased, and I felt hot and wet down there. No. Nino nodded.
Let's try to change that, okay?
Good Lord, he sounded so sure of himself, as if he just knew he would make it good for me.
Nino. Kiara's pulse rate spiked again. Okay. Releasing her hand, I reached for the top drawer of my nightstand and pulled out the handcuffs I'd stored there. Kiara released a choked laugh. A quick scan of her face told me she was nervous. I don't usually have cuffs in my drawer, I said before she could draw conclusions that would unsettle her. I'd never seen the appeal to restrain myself like that and preferred to dominate in bed, so I never allowed a woman to do it. And the other way around would have made as little sense because I didn't need cuffs to restrain anyone. I put them there after we talked this morning. Kiara bit her lip, but she didn't react in any other way. I can cuff one of my hands to the headboard. What do you say? That would give you a sense of safety, don't you think? I think so, she said hesitantly. Would you like me to undress? She shook her head quickly. No. I regarded her closely. Kiara, we don't have to do this. I want to. I'm just a bit overwhelmed by the situation, that's all. I nodded and moved back on the bed until my back rested against the headboard, and then cuffed my left hand to it. Kiara hadn't moved from her spot. What would you like to do first? She flushed, tugging a strand of hair behind her ear. I don't know. What would you suggest? She was sending out mixed signals. On one hand, she was scared of losing control, but on the other hand, she needed me to take control. How about we start with kissing? Her eyes darted to my lips, the blush on her cheeks darkening as she nodded. She climbed on the bed. I tried to sit as relaxed as possible, my legs crossed at the ankles and my unrestrained arm lying in my lap while I watched her. Her eyes on my face, she moved closer until she was kneeling beside me, her knees pressing up against my hip. I didn't move. She exhaled softly. I've never kissed before. It's not difficult, Kiara. Trust me. She gave me a look I couldn't place. Easy for you to say? How many women have you kissed? I couldn't see how that was of any relevance. 112. I don't kiss every woman I fuck. She choked. You've slept with more than 100 women? Yes. I was a late bloomer in comparison to Remo and Savio. Had my first woman at almost 15. Then I had my first time before you, she said bitterly, swallowing hard and staring down at the bed. I lifted my hand and nudged her chin up to see her expression. You haven't had your first time yet. What you had doesn't count. What we are going to do has absolutely nothing to do with what you experienced. Her eyes watered, and I dropped my hand, unsure if my words had upset her. But she scooted closer and hesitantly brought one hand up to my shoulder. How can you say things that make me feel better when you don't even understand what I feel? I'm stating facts, that's all. She laughed. Facts. Then her eyes lowered to my mouth and she licked her lips. I doubted she noticed, but the sight had an immediate effect on my cock. Are you going to kiss me? I asked her. She nodded but didn't move. Kiara, if you want to be in control, you actually have to take control. She was a woman I'd have pegged as the submissive type in bed, and under normal circumstances I'd have naturally taken the lead. But as long as she was caught in the memories of her rape, that would have ended badly. She finally leaned forward and pressed her lips to mine, eyes closing. I would have preferred for her to keep them open so I had a chance of reading her. Yet, as it was, I had no choice but to trust she'd pull back if something unsettled her. Her lips were very soft, and the pressure was light, almost non-existent, like our kiss on our wedding day. Resisting the urge to pull her closer and show her how good kissing could feel, I let her be in control. After a moment, she pulled back with a frown, her skin reddening. This feels odd because you aren't moving. I wanted to let you be in control. It's okay if you take the initiative and lead because you know what to do and I don't, and it's making me nervous. I regarded her, not exactly sure what she needed me to do. We had me restrained so you'd feel in control. Yes, and that's okay. But I want you to kiss me as you normally would. Normally I lead. She bit her lip again. Nerves. I reached for her wrist and pressed my thumb against it. She huffed out laughter. You can lead. You can lead without being all dominant and rough. I won't be rough with you, Kiara. And if you ever feel like I'm being too dominant, you tell me and I will adapt my behavior, all right? She smiled slightly, but her pulse spiked up anyway. She was very difficult to read. Can we try again? Of course. I'm going to touch your back. Again a spike in her pulse rate. I released her wrist and put my hand on her lower back and began rubbing it lightly with my thumb. Her cheeks were flushed and she was soft under my touch. She leaned slightly forward until her lips almost touched mine. Deciding to see if me taking lead would work, I caught her lips with mine, applying more pressure than she had, and nudged her lips with my tongue. She parted them without hesitation and I dove in. Her taste and the soft warmth of her mouth went straight to my cock. She submitted to the kiss without hesitation, following my lead. She yielded so easily to my demands, so readily. I knew she would continue to do so if we moved forward, and it made me want to do just that, but I reined myself in. I widened my strokes on her back, brushing over her spine. She made a small sound in the back of her throat, tightening her hold on my shoulder. Her other hand pressed up against my chest, grazing my nipple, and I kissed her a bit harder. Moving my free hand up her back, I wanted to cup her head, but the moment I touched her neck and my fingers slid into her dark waves, she jerked back. No, she whispered quickly. I pulled my hand away, seeing the remnants of panic on her face. It wasn't a touch I'd considered problematic, so her reaction surprised me. Your hair? She gave a quick nod. And my neck, she swallowed. My uncle, he held me there. He held me down when he forced me to. She looked at me with despair. I had no trouble reading it on her face, and I didn't have to touch her wrist to know her pulse was racing, because she remembered how her bastard of an uncle had forced her to suck his cock when she was only a child. And once again I wished I had prolonged his torture. He had suffered thoroughly under mine and Ramo's hands, and yet it didn't seem enough. "I understand," I said. She shivered helplessly, and then she just fell forward, catching me by surprise as she pressed her face into the crook of my neck and began shaking. I touched her back and her shaking got worse. Then something wet hit my skin. She was crying. "Kiara." She clung to my shoulders and I wrapped my free arm around her. She pressed even harder into me. I let her cry herself out. Maybe it would help her. Pulling back, she kissed me softly, her eyes probing as if she was searching for something. I returned the kiss, tasting her tears. "I'm sorry," she said after a moment. "For what?" "For becoming emotional." She sighed and closed her eyes briefly. Then she opened them again and nodded toward the cuff. "Where's the key?" "Drawer." She leaned over me and gave me a look at her round, firm butt. My body definitely reacted strongly to her assets. She unlocked the handcuff. "I think I'm going to take a bath." I didn't stop her as she retreated into the bathroom. Instead, I walked out and headed for our gaming room. Ramo was there, sprawled out on the sofa, watching the latest cage fights in Roger's arena. He glanced toward me as I sank down on the armchair, reached for the bottle of bourbon on the table, and poured a glass. Ramo nodded toward my wrist, which had red marks from the metal cuffs. "What happened there? Already getting kinky with your wife?" Kiara's scared of my physical strength, so I cuffed myself to the bed. Ramo leaned back, eyebrows raised. "As if that would stop you." "It wouldn't, but she feels safer, and that's what this is about. She needs to feel comfortable around me." Ramo narrowed his eyes. "So you still haven't fucked her?" I took a sip of the bourbon. We didn't progress beyond kissing, so no. Ramo was quiet for a moment, and that was usually never a good sign. "You have the patience of a saint. Do you want me to call some entertainment over?" I agreed to not seek out other women anymore. Ramo laughed. "Right," and then sobered. "You were being serious?" "I am." "Are you trying to become a straight-laced citizen?" "I have no ambitions in that regard, no." Ramo shook his head. "First Fabiano, now you. Why is everyone becoming pussy-whipped?" "Since I'm not getting any pussy, your term is misleading." "Oh, fuck you, Nino. Don't be a fucking smartass. Do you really think you can make a marriage work? Even if you don't fuck other women, you won't be a caring husband, and you know it." I shrugged. "I know, but for now I'm going to give this a try and see where it takes me." "So this is some kind of scientific experiment for you?" "Maybe." It was something new, something I had no experience with, and couldn't say how I'd deal with it long term. But I was curious, and Kiara wanted this marriage to be real.
Chapter 16. Kiara. I couldn't sleep after the kiss. My mind replayed it. Nino's mouth had been so warm and gentle. It was nothing like I'd imagined, nothing like I'd feared. He managed to surprise me every day and had done so since our wedding night. The door creaked open and someone stepped in. Opening my eyes, I peered through the gap in the blankets. I had them pulled up to my ears because it made me feel safer that way. I left on the light in the bathroom because the dark still held power over me. I could see Nino's tall form in the warm glow. My cheeks heated when his eyes settled on me. I'd fled into the bathroom after our kiss, not because of it, though. I had been embarrassed about breaking down and crying in Nino's arms. I needed time to get a grip on myself. For a man as controlled and emotionless as Nino, being married to me must be a particular difficult task for him. In the beginning, I was sure my marriage to Nino was punishment for my father's actions, but now I was fairly sure he was the one that could have made a better deal.
"It's late,"
He murmured. "I can't sleep." He nodded before he moved into the bathroom and closed the door. Barely any light spilled into the bedroom through the narrow gap beneath the door, but I focused my eyes on it and listened to the sound of running water. After a few minutes, Nino came back out, dressed in briefs. I knew he preferred to sleep naked, and now only wore clothes at night to set me at ease. Even in his own bed, he had to hold back on my account. He turned off the light in the bathroom and approached me in the dark. My pulse quickened when the mattress dipped under his weight, but for much different reasons than it had in the past. What would it be like if I just leaned over and kissed him? No warnings, no handcuffs, only my lips touching his, my body pressed against him. How would it feel to be free and act on my desires? How would it be not to be shackled by the past?
Are you all right?
Nino drawled. How could he know? He hadn't touched my wrist, so my pulse couldn't have given me away. Why do you ask?
Because your breathing changed. That's usually a sign that you're unsettled by something. Is it because of our kiss?
I hesitated, wondering what to say, but opted for the truth. Yes.
You changed your mind about the physical aspects of our marriage.
I wished I knew what he was thinking. He said he wanted me, but maybe my kiss and the teary outburst afterward made him change his mind. No, I enjoyed our kiss, I admitted.
Good.
That wasn't quite the answer I'd hoped for. Had he enjoyed it as well? Did he want to kiss me again?
Would you like to kiss again?
It was sometimes scary how easily he could read me, even in the dark, even without understanding my emotions. The inner workings of Nino's brain were completely inexplicable to me. What do you want? He was quiet.
In terms of kissing, or in general?
In general, I whispered, my stomach tightening with nerves.
Give me your wrist,
he said, and I complied. His thumb pressed against my pulse point, and I had to stifle laughter. It quickly died down when he started to speak in that low, deep voice.
I want you in every regard. I want to kiss you, of course. I want to show you pleasure, Kiara.
My pulse galloped with every word.
I want to give you an orgasm with my mouth and my fingers. I want to taste you everywhere. And I want to sleep with you.
I could tell he had wanted to use a different term, but he chose to soften his words for my benefit. My chest warmed at his consideration. Despite who he was, Nino would always represent safety for me.
I know every spot on your body that will increase your arousal. If you let me, I'll make you come again and again.
I swallowed audibly. My core seemed to liquefy, throbbing with a need I hardly understood. He tapped my wrist.
Fear?
I laughed nervously because right now fear was only a small flicker in the corners of my consciousness. No, I admitted in the softest whisper. Nino waited patiently for me to say more. As my eyes grew used to the dark, I could make out the outline of his strong shoulders. He was facing me, breathing calmly, relaxed. Those words, didn't they affect him?
Arousal?
I gave a nod, not sure if he could see it.
Good,
came a low voice. I shivered. And you?
Are you asking if I'm aroused?
I nodded.
I am,
he said. My pulse really started racing.
Kiara.
Both, I said quickly, because I was equally scared and aroused by his admittance.
What can I do to banish your fear?
Nothing, I said, because deep down I knew it was a battle I had to fight on my own. But I want to try something.
Okay,
He said slowly. Can we kiss without you being restrained?
of course. Now?
Yeah, I said quietly, and scooted a bit closer to him until his warm breath fanned over my face, and the sheer volume of heat radiating from his body told me how big he was, how much taller and stronger. I caught the hint of alcohol on his breath, something smoky and spicy. You smell like bourbon?
I had a glass,
He said.
but you don't have to be concerned. It's not enough to lower my inhibitions. Not even close.
I'm not concerned about that. I leaned closer until his face hovered right in front of me, and then I bridged the remaining distance between us and pressed my lips to his. He waited a couple of seconds before he increased the pressure, and his tongue slipped between my lips, exploring my mouth. His fingertips moved up from my wrist, stroking the soft skin of my forearm, the crook of my elbow, then a little higher before trailing back down. Finally, his thumb pressed against my wrist again. He did it because he needed to read me better, to make sure he noticed when I felt overwhelmed or scared. That realization did a strange thing to my heart. We kissed for a long time, and I started to feel hot between my legs. Nino's kisses were incredible, overwhelming. He led easily without making me feel like I was under his control. His breathing deepened ever so slightly as his mouth slid over mine, and the friction sent a new surge of heat through my core. I squirmed, pressing my thighs together. If Nino noticed, he didn't react, but his grip on my wrist tightened the slightest bit. I put my free hand up against his naked chest and felt his muscles flex beneath my fingertips. His skin was covered with scars, and I began tracing them curiously until I accidentally grazed over his nipple. He groaned into my mouth, jerking slightly, and the motion caused something hard to dig into my thigh. I froze against him. Fear and my own arousal battled within my body. He had told me he was aroused, but feeling it made things more real. He stopped kissing me and took a deep breath.
Tell me how you feel.
I'm okay.
That's not a feeling.
I'm feeling okay, I said again with more force. Only startled.
Maybe we should stop, then.
I didn't want to stop, but maybe Nino was right. Even if my body screamed for more, I wasn't sure if I could actually handle it. I felt overwhelmed again. You're right. He released my wrist and rolled over onto his back, farther away from me. A gaping hole opened in my stomach. I swallowed hard once, then a second time. I knew I told Nino I didn't need him to fake affection, but maybe I was wrong. Nino's head shifted toward me.
You are upset again.
I wasn't sure how he'd noticed this time. Maybe my breathing had changed again. I changed my mind about the simulated affection. I was treading across a dangerous path. Living a lie wasn't something I wanted to do, but with Nino it was all I could have. Maybe simulated affection was better than nothing.
Okay.
He said quietly. He angled his body toward me.
Would you like to fall asleep in my arms?
My throat tightened. I didn't say anything and moved closer to him. He wrapped an arm around my shoulder and pulled me against him. His touch was light, never like a cage, always considerate. Stupid tears gathered in my eyes as I rested my cheek against his strong chest. His heart beat a calm rhythm. Did it ever speed up? Did it ever clench when he looked at me, like mine sometimes did when I looked at him? or like it had when I realized he always touched my wrist to make sure I was all right. When I woke the next morning, Nino was gone. It was already past 9, so I missed watching him do laps in the pool. I went through my morning routine, put on shorts and a simple top, and headed downstairs. I walked through the main part of the house and into the kitchen. After making myself a quick breakfast of porridge, I decided to eat it outside so I could enjoy the beautiful weather. As I headed outside, the sound of a video game drew me into the gaming room. Adamo was in there again, focusing on a car race on the ginormous screen on the wall.
"Hey, Kiara,"
he said, without looking away from the game.
"Fabiano brought Leona over this morning. She's sunbathing in the garden."
"Why didn't anyone tell me?" He gave me a strange look. I smiled at him. "Never mind. Enjoy your game." I hurried out of the French doors and down the small path to the swimming pool and lounge chairs. Just as Adamo had said, Leona was stretched out on one of them, reading a book. Something about the history of the Supreme Court. She glanced up as I approached, smiling, and put the book down on the table beside her. "That doesn't look like light reading," I said, taking a seat on the chair across from her, my bowl of porridge wedged between my thighs. "It's not, but I want to prepare for college. I'm starting in a few months, and I don't want to be completely clueless. What about you? Have you considered going to college?" I frowned. I was raised to become a wife and mother. "To be honest, I've always only wanted to be a mother," I said quietly. "I want a family to take care of. Boisterous kids that fill the house with life and laughter." Maybe it was something I longed for because I never had a family like that. Unconditional love was something only children could offer in our world. "That's okay," Leona said with a smile. Then her brows dipped in thought. "What?" "I'm trying to imagine Nino as a father and Remo as an uncle." She shook her head. "But I just can't. They aren't really the family type. I mean, they're close as brothers, but otherwise, no." I knew what she meant. Nino and his brothers were more than close. They were a unit. It's us against the world. He'd probably want to keep living with them even if we had kids. Boisterous, loud-mouthed kids around Remo? That was definitely something that made me wary. I shrugged. "It's not like we'll have kids anytime soon." I pointed at my porridge. "Would you like some as well? I made more than I can eat." "I already had breakfast with Fabiano." I nodded and ate a spoonful. For some reason, I wasn't hungry anymore. "How are things between you and Nino going?" My cheeks heated as I tried to form a reply. "Better than I thought they would. He is being very considerate." Leona's eyes widened. "Really?" I giggled at her expression. "Really? I mean, it's obviously not easy for him to understand my emotions, but he does his best, and that's all I can ask for." "I admire your strength. To be honest, Nino scares me shitless, almost as much as Remo." I smiled because I understood her so well. "I know, and Remo still does. I don't think that will ever change. There's something so unhinged about him." "Unhinged is a bit of an understatement," Leona said. "The way he rules over Vegas." She sighed. "I'm not married to him. That's a blessing, I suppose." "I really hope he never finds a poor woman he wants to marry." I couldn't imagine Remo settling down for a woman. Perhaps it would just be for the thrill of the conquest, or that satisfaction of breaking her. I shuddered and pushed any thought of him aside. "Your Fabiano isn't any less scary than Nino. You haven't even grown up around men like him, yet you are with him. He is the enforcer." Leona sat up, her expression thoughtful. "I know what he does is, what they all do, is wrong." but I love him. I can't help it. No one has ever been good to me, but he is. Maybe I'm selfish. I put down my bowl of porridge and reached for her hand, squeezing it. You don't have to justify your love. It's something pure and beautiful, and I'm sure everything happens for a reason. Sometimes we just don't understand why. Her blue eyes searched mine. What do you feel for Nino? I wasn't sure. Gratefulness, affection, and sometimes something warmer and deeper that scared me. Falling in love with Nino would be foolish. He can't return my feelings, no matter what they are. Love tends to turn us into fools, Leona said quietly, but she dropped the subject and reclined on the lounge chair. I decided to stretch out as well, even if I wasn't wearing a bathing suit like Leona. Thinking about my situation, I had no intention of becoming that kind of fool. Falling in love with someone without emotions would be a horrible mistake. In the early evening, I was back at the piano, tinkering with my song when Nino walked in. My fingers stumbled over the next few notes. He was dressed in only fight boxers, his skin covered in a fine sheen of sweat that made his tattoos stand out even more. My eyes trailed down his ripped stomach, then followed over to his muscled arms and his strong hands wrapped in white tape. They were red in places. I quickly tore my eyes away. Too late, of course, because Nino regarded me with a knowing expression. Thankfully, he didn't say anything.
Remo's ordering pizza for us now. I'm taking a quick shower, then we can head over.
Sure, I said slowly. I'm not sure Remo likes to have me around all the time when you have dinner. In the past few weeks, they had been increasingly busy planning their attack on the outfit, so I often had dinner with Leona in our wing, or even ate with Adamo, who wasn't involved in the Camorra's dealings yet. Nino had also taken me out to dinner twice. Thankfully, spending evenings with all of the Falcone brothers had been a rare event. Nino tilted his head.
You are my wife. You are family. He can deal.
My eyes lowered to his chest again, wondering how it would feel to explore every inch of his skin with my fingertips. I'd only briefly touched his chest. Something in Nino's expression shifted, and he prowled over to me. There really was no other way to describe his movements. He lowered himself to his haunches beside me, so we were almost at eye level as I sat on the piano bench. My breath caught in my throat when his mouth curled into a smile and his eyes reflected warmth. My God, he was so good at faking affection. Too good. This was going to be my downfall. I knew it, but I could not tell him to stop. The scent of him washed over me, manly sweat and something that was only Nino. My breathing quickened and so did my pulse. Nino reached for my hand, which lay limply on my thigh, and pressed his thumb to my wrist. Then he brought it up to his face and pressed a kiss to my palm, his gray eyes on my face the entire time. And I stared at his face in turn. That beautiful face, always perfectly cold, but now filled with a consciously created warmth. Even though I knew this was a lie that could break me in the end, I leaned forward and kissed him, because with him giving me that tender look, I needed to be closer. He returned the kiss and touched my cheek with his calloused hand. Not wanting him to read what this did to me, I closed my eyes. If I wanted this to work, I needed to either make peace with the truth that Nino was faking emotions for me, or I would have to try to pretend they weren't faked. I knew the latter would be easier, because Nino was so scarily good at simulating. Pushing any thought out of my mind, I allowed myself to drown in Nino's kiss, in his closeness and scent, and my body sprang to life. When Nino pulled away eventually, my cheeks were flushed and I was panting. His thumb was stroking my pulse point lightly, and this small touch traveled through every part of my body. He wasn't only good at simulating emotions, he was good at this as well. Genius and monster.
We can do some more exploring after dinner, if you like.
His voice was deep and raspy. I gave a small nod, not trusting my voice to come out as more than a squeak. Nino kissed my palm again before he stood, giving me a view of the bulge in his fight shorts before he turned and headed upstairs to shower. My eyes followed his muscled, inked back, his narrow hips, and his firm butt. I pressed shaking fingers to the piano keys. Where had I left off? I couldn't remember. Instead, I turned my current emotional state into music. It was fast and erratic, but eventually the melody mellowed out, and my heartbeat calmed. I found my way back to the song I'd been working on before Nino had arrived. With every passing minute, I relaxed further.
You have been working on it for a while now,
he commented. I jumped. As usual, he moved so quietly that I didn't hear him approach. Now he leaned against the wall, hands in his pockets. He was wearing a tight white t-shirt that accentuated his muscles and showed the dark outlines of his tattoos beneath. You recognize the melody? I asked, surprised.
I have good hearing and a good memory.
Is there anything you're not good at? I stood and moved over to him. His own eyes lingered on my bare legs, then moved higher, pausing briefly on my chest before they stopped on my face. Warmth flooded my body. It wasn't the first time I noticed him looking at me like that.
A couple of things,
he said quietly, holding out his hand. I slipped mine into his grasp without a second thought.
Come on. Remo will be intolerable if the pizza gets cold.
Isn't he always? Nino's mouth twitched.
He'll be even more intolerable.
We don't want that. One of these days he'll make a widower out of you. Nino's hand tightened around mine.
You are the safest woman in the city. Trust me.
As we headed into the main part of the mansion, I risked the occasional glance at his face. He didn't exactly look emotionless, more relaxed. He glanced at me.
Everything okay?
I nodded quickly, glad that we'd arrived in the gaming room where Savio and Remo were already waiting on us. As usual, dinner wouldn't take place in the dining room at a proper table, but on the sofa, with pizza cartons strewn haphazardly around the living room table. A fight was playing on the big TV screen. Remo sat on one sofa and Savio on the other. Neither wore shirts. It was hot outside, but I really wished they had chosen to wear more than sweatpants. Unlike Nino, they didn't have any tattoos on their torsos, only the marking of the Camorra on their forearms and Remo's angel on his back. They hadn't begun eating yet.
Where's the kid? He's driving me up the wall,
Remo muttered, then shouted,
Adamo, get your fucking ass down here. Pizza's getting cold.
I had eaten more pizza in my marriage to Nino than in my entire life before him. Nino led me toward Remo's sofa, but thankfully he sank down beside his brother. The sofas were huge, so we didn't even have to sit very close, and yet sitting beside Remo would have been too much. Nino released my hand and grabbed a beer from the selection on the table. I regarded the 5 extra-large pizzas. It was pretty clear which one was mine. Spinach, feta, tomatoes. The only one without any kind of meat. Steps thundered down the stairs, and a moment later Adamo appeared in the living room. Without a greeting, he grabbed a piece of pizza, dropped down beside Savio, and began eating. Remo shook his head, but reached for a piece as well. They all shared pizzas. Of course, none of them touched mine. I gingerly picked up a slice, then looked around for napkins that the delivery service usually packed, but found none. "Do you have napkins?" I asked, but got empty looks back.
"We have some in the bar, I believe,"
Nino said. He was about to get up, but I beat him to it. I turned to head for the bar.
"She's got a nice ass if she doesn't hide it under her clothes,"
Savio commented. I stiffened, but kept moving.
"Careful,"
Nino murmured in a voice that made the little hairs in my neck rise.
"She isn't one of our whores, Savio. She is Nino's, and you better remember it the next time you open your fucking mouth,"
Ramo muttered.
"Fuck, don't get your panties in a bunch,"
Savio said. Relaxing, I found a handful of napkins next to a few dirty whiskey glasses, picked them up and headed back, hoping my cheeks weren't red. Nino's intent gaze traced my face as I sank down beside him. I put the napkins on the table, then placed one on my lap before I grabbed my piece of pizza.
"Savio's sorry, you know? He's just a stupid idiot,"
Adamo said, catching my gaze across the table with a grin. I smiled back.
"Oh, shut up,"
Savio said. I met his gaze. His dark eyes held wariness, but also curiosity. He still regarded me as an intruder. I understood it. And other than Ramo, he showed it openly. It was one of the few things that reminded me that he was 2 years younger than me. Taking another bite of pizza, I was glad when the attention shifted back to the cage fight on the television screen, which I was trying to ignore. I knew Leona had worked there for a while, and I wondered how she could stand the violence.
"Where's Fabiano?"
Adamo asked with a full mouth.
"With Leona,"
Nino said simply. Savio rolled his eyes.
"Pussy whipped."
After my third piece, I was stuffed. More than half my pizza was left. The men had wolfed down every last morsel of their food, of course. "You can eat my pizza if you're still hungry," I suggested. 4 heads turned my way.
"There's nothing dead on it,"
Savio said.
"We can change that in a heartbeat,"
Nino said dryly.
"I'm sure there are a couple of limbs you don't need,"
Ramo added, exchanging a smirk with Nino. Savio snorted.
"If anything's going on that pizza, it's Adamo's dick. He's not using it anyway."
Adamo flushed, glancing at me before scowling at his brother. They probably would have started fighting if I wasn't there. "It's delicious. You don't need to add limbs or other body parts, believe me," I said before it got out of hand. Nino shrugged and grabbed a piece, then took a huge bite and gave a satisfied nod.
"It's edible."
I huffed. Leaning back against the headrest, I curled my legs under me. Nino put his arm on the rest behind me. I scooted a bit closer to him until I was tucked against his side. His gray eyes paused on my face for a moment before he lowered his arm and put his hand on my hip.
"Why don't you eat meat?"
Ramo asked, reclining against the backrest, on his second piece of my vegetarian pizza. He looked fairly relaxed. "I like animals," I said. I didn't want to argue with them about animal cruelty in meat factories because I doubted they would understand. They tortured humans on a daily basis, after all.
"I like them too. Better than most humans,"
Ramo said with a shrug.
"Doesn't mean I don't eat them. I prefer them in sausage form,"
Savio said with a grin, but he too ate a piece of my pizza and stretched out on the sofa, putting his bare feet on Adamo's legs, who in turn wrinkled his nose.
"Great. Now I have to smell your feet all evening."
I couldn't help laughing. Nino gave me a look, but I couldn't read his expression. Ramo, too, had his eyes on me, and for once he didn't look pissed or furious. But he, too, made it difficult for me to gauge his emotions.
"How about we watch this fight now?"
Ramo said after a moment, and turned up the volume. I risked a look at the screen, where a massive man with arms as thick as my thighs was beating up his opponent before throwing him into the cage. I shivered at the rattling of the cage and the drunken cheers of the crowd. Nino reached for my wrist, never taking his eyes off the screen, and I stifled a smile, which died when the giant grabbed his opponent and smashed him down on his knee. The man's back gave a sickening crunch, and he fell to the ground motionless. I flinched violently against Nino, and his arm tightened around me. Is he... I swallowed, my pulse racing. Nino's brows drew together.
Dead,
Ramo said with a shrug. My stomach turned violently.
That was a spectacular move,
Savio commented, stuffing his face with another slice of pizza. How could he eat while a man died? Nino tapped my wrist, drawing my attention to his face.
We can switch to one of the street races.
I caught the look Ramo sent Nino. He disagreed, and he was right. No, if I want to be part of this family, I better get used to watching this. Savio leaned back, a challenge in his eyes.
Then you should come to Rogers Arena in 2 weeks. That's when Nino's got his next fight.
What? I leveled my widened eyes at Nino.
I haven't fought in a while. It's time. That's why we are watching this,
Ramo added.
The huge fucker is his opponent.
I stared at Nino in disbelief. You can't be serious. He broke someone's back.
I will break his neck. That's easier and has the same effect,
Nino drawled. I reached for the beer bottle he still held in his hand that wasn't busy checking my pulse and took a deep gulp. Then I began coughing from the horrible taste. Nino gently pried the bottle from my hand, emptied it with one long sip, and set it back on the table.
Women,
Savio muttered under his breath. I put my head down on Nino's shoulder and focused on his chest as the next fight played out on the screen. When I felt Nino's hand on my ankle, I peered up at him, but his full attention was on the fight. All I could focus on were the small strokes of his fingers against my skin. The brothers began discussing strategies for Nino's next fight as they watched the giant's previous fights. Nino's hand shifted again, sliding up to my outer thigh. I stilled, my breathing hitching in my throat. His warm, rough palm felt surprisingly good, despite its proximity to more problematic areas that held painful memories. He didn't move his hand, only rested it there, and I wasn't even sure if he'd realized it or not because he was in an argument with Ramo about whether it was best to kill fast or let the fight play out for a while to entertain the audience. Eventually, he must have noticed my stillness and lowered his gaze to me. He moved his thumb lightly over my skin, his eyes remaining on my face. Goosebumps flashed across my skin. He leaned down to my ear, whispering, "Fear?" I considered it for a moment, then shook my head. Nervous, definitely yes, but not scared. He nodded, obviously pleased.
If this is turning into a fucking session, warn us, all right?
Savio muttered. Nino narrowed his eyes, expression hardening.
Savio, watch it. What? Now I can't say fucking because she's here?
He sat back up, scowling at me.
No strippers, no whores, and now you don't want me to say fucking?
He looked at Ramo.
Tell him he needs to stop acting like a fucking pussy and show Kiara who's boss. I think she knows who's boss,
Ramo said with a twisted smile.
And you stop bitching. Take a whore into your room if you're eager for pussy.
Savio leaned back with a challenging glint aimed at Nino.
What? No watch it when Ramo says pussy?
Nino rolled his eyes and relaxed again.
With you, there is still hope. Ramo is a lost cause.
Savio chuckled.
Yeah, that's a given.
I don't care if you say fuck, I said. This is your house and you can talk however you like."
"It is our house,"
Nino said firmly.
"and he can say fuck and whatever else he wants as long as he doesn't insult you. You are mine, and I won't have him insult you." "Geez, I didn't insult her. I asked if you were about to fuck. That's a valid question, don't you think?"
Adamo gave me a look, which made me laugh again.
"We aren't about to fuck. Satisfied?"
Nino asked. Savio grinned.
"More satisfied than you, obviously."
Luckily, the conversation returned to fight strategies after that, but Savio's words kept replaying in my mind. Would I ever be able to satisfy Nino? I wasn't even sure I would ever be able to touch him there. When Nino stepped out of the bathroom in only his briefs, I realized how stupid my concerns were. My eyes never seemed to get enough of watching him, but my fingers now itched to touch as well.
"What do you want?"
he asked as he walked toward the bed. "Touch you," I admitted. He stopped right in front of the bed, allowing me to see him in all his muscled glory. I swallowed, getting overwhelmed again.
"Do you want me to keep my briefs on?"
I nodded quickly, because if he got naked, I'd lose my courage.
"Of course."
He nodded toward the nightstand.
"Cuffs?"
"Yes." He grabbed the handcuffs from the nightstand, cuffed his left hand to the bedpost, and stretched out on the bed. I knelt beside him. Nino looked completely at ease as he lay sprawled out on the bed. His eyes trailed over me, taking in every inch.
"You can touch me wherever you want."
"Where do you want me to touch you?" I knew the answer to that question, of course.
"This is about you, Kiara. Touch me where you want."
Gathering my courage, I ran my hands over his chest, then down his abs until my fingertips grazed his waistband. Then I quickly backed up. I kept my eyes on my hands as I explored his muscled chest, but his eyes were on me the entire time. I ran my fingernails lightly over his chest, scraping across his nipples, and he exhaled deeply. I stifled a smile and repeated the motion, then moved lower. Avoiding his briefs, I moved on to his legs, massaging his strong thighs before I returned to his torso once more. A while after my ministrations, he grew hard under his briefs. My hands paused on his abs.
"You are in control,"
he assured me. His voice was deeper than ever before. My uncle had guided my hand last time, forced it down onto his erection, forced me to rub him. I'd hated the feel of him. Swallowing the growing lump in my throat, I pushed any thought of the past aside. I ran my hands back up to his chest, then down again, over his hips and down his thighs, and then on the way up, I brushed over him with my thumbs, barely touching him. He grew harder immediately, and I repeated the motion, then moved back up to his chest. Nino's eyes were keen as he watched me, his breathing deeper and his body taut like a bowstring. His hand came up to stroke my upper arm, a whisper of a touch that sent tingles into every nerve ending.
"I can touch you like that as well, if you want."
"But won't you need both your hands?" He tilted his head.
"It would add to your enjoyment, but if you feel threatened, we should keep me restrained."
"No, let's try it without the cuffs." I leaned over and opened them for him. He lifted up, bringing our faces close. I pressed my mouth against his, and he took the lead as he always did. My eyes fluttered shut as warmth settled in my core from this skillful way his lips and tongue worked me. I moaned softly into his mouth, and he pulled back. I peered up at him questioningly. "I think we can move on now," I said. His mouth twitched in an almost smile, and a hint of warmth reflected in his eyes. Simulated affection, but so good. "What should I do?" I asked uncertainly.
You could lie on your back, and I'll start massaging your legs and arms and see how you like it.
I scooted lower and lay back. Nino knelt beside my legs, giving me a perfect view up his strong body. The overwhelming sense of losing control, or worse, fear, never set in. He reached for my left foot and began massaging my sole with just the right amount of pressure. Then he moved on to my ankle. His touch switched between feather light and more pressure as he worked his fingers up my calf. My core throbbed, and I could feel myself growing wetter under his touch. His gaze followed the trail of his hands.
Can I remove your shorts?
"Sure," I said quietly. He unbuttoned them slowly and pulled them down my legs, his fingers grazing my skin. My heart felt ready to burst out of my rib cage. Nino raised my foot up onto his thighs and stroked my knee, then applied gentle pressure on the skin just above it. I released a soft breath. Watching my face, he grabbed my ankle again and raised it as he bent forward. He pressed a kiss to the inside of my ankle before his tongue tasted the same spot, hot and wet and inexplicably perfect. I shivered and could feel myself grow even more aroused. How could this feel so good? He shifted my leg again and pressed a light kiss to my calf. Finally, his eyes lowered from my face and darted lower. It took me a moment to realize what he was looking at. The way he held my leg, he could see up to my panties that clung to my throbbing, drenched center. He released a long breath, and his expression became more strained. Embarrassment and insecurity filled me, accompanied by a hint of wariness because of my exposed state. Nino met my gaze, and his eyes sent another pleasant shudder down to my core. He looked immensely pleased.
Your body responds perfectly to stimulation,
he murmured.
This is very good. It will make our explorations very pleasurable for you.
So confident, I said with a small, nervous laugh. Nino smirked and kissed my calf again before he sucked the skin into his mouth and nibbled lightly while his other hand trailed up my arm. I shuddered again. This felt impossibly good. He released my skin.
I would like to give your chest some attention.
I paused. My nipples were already painfully straining against my clothes, but I wasn't sure if I was ready to get out of my shirt and bra yet. Nino had seen me like that before, but for some reason I still had trouble bearing myself to him.
You can keep your shirt on, and I'll just push it up a bit. The skin over your ribs and on your belly is very sensitive. If I give it some attention, you might come close to climax without any friction between your legs, which I know you aren't ready for yet.
It was so very scary how easily he could read me. "Okay," I said breathlessly. His strong hands reached for the hem of my shirt and slowly pushed it up. I shivered when his thumbs lightly grazed my skin as he did it. His eyes locked with mine as he lowered himself to his side, his head level with my rib cage. My stomach twisted with nerves, but I wanted this. Nino put his palm against my belly, and my muscles constricted under his touch.
You tell me when you want me to stop.
I nodded. He began moving his thumb, brushing my skin and raising goosebumps all over my body. His eyes trailed from my stomach down to my black lace panties, then over the length of my legs before they focused on my eyes.
You have a beautiful body,
he said appreciatively. I flushed. Thank you. He moved his hand over my belly and dipped his fingertips under the waistband of my panties. When I tensed, he pulled back. He didn't go near my panties after that, and instead stroked my belly. I held my breath when he lowered his head and pressed a kiss to the skin. How could he be this good at gentleness? Nino was a patient man. Whenever I flinched, he stopped, only to try something else. Soft kisses and touches. His lips took a long time on the sensitive skin over my ribs, kissing and nibbling. My nipples strained against the fabric of my bra, and Nino regarded them as he kissed the spot where the fabric was bunched. His gray eyes rose to meet mine.
Would you like to have me restrained again?
For a moment, I was so caught up in the sensations he had summoned that I wasn't sure what he was talking about, but I nodded anyway. He got off the bed and came back with the handcuffs. Then he cuffed one of his hands to the headboard as he leaned his back against it. I pulled my shirt over my head before my brain could get in the way.
If you lean over, I can kiss your breasts, if you like.
So calm, controlled, and clinical, but with an underlying tension in his silky voice that betrayed his arousal. I flushed and reached behind myself to unhook my bra. My hands shook too much. Nino regarded me calmly.
I can use my free hand to unclasp it. It's my left, so it may take a bit longer.
I moved closer, and he reached up and unclasped my bra after a couple of seconds. Then he dropped his hand again and rested it on his ripped stomach. I lowered my bra. He had seen me naked on our wedding night, but I was still uncomfortable with his calm scrutiny. I had no way of knowing if he approved of what he saw.
Scoot up,
he said. I did and knelt beside him. He reached up slowly and touched my shoulder, his palm warm against my skin. He applied the lightest pressure until I leaned down, bringing my breast toward his face. He parted his lips and closed them around my nipple in a delicious cocoon of heat and wetness. I gasped from the sensation and had to support myself against his chest, bringing my breast closer to his face. His eyes seemed to see right through me and knew exactly what I desired as his tongue began to circle my nipple. It was incredible, overwhelming, and so good. He settled back and began to leisurely suck at my nipple, tugging, swirling, nibbling until I was sopping wet. I had never been aroused like this, but Nino's mouth and his intense gaze caused unexpected sensations. I pressed my legs together, feeling like I was going to implode if I didn't find some relief soon. Nino's eyes were drawn to the movement, but he kept up his ministrations. I couldn't look away from his face, from the desire in his eyes, and the way he lavished my breast. He released my nipple with a wet sound and exhaled. My cheeks burned. He lifted his hand off his stomach and moved it to my leg, then rested it lightly on my knee. I stilled, but my core sprang to life, needy and desperate. I didn't know it could be like this. He lay still, too, gray eyes tracing my face.
You can lead my hand, if you want.
What? I whispered, my brain barely functioning.
If you would like to have me touch you and give you pleasure, you can lead my hand.
But I wouldn't even know what to do. You are the one who does.
I do, and my touch will be very pleasurable. But you are still tense.
My brows drew together at his confidence. You are a bit full of yourself. He tilted his head with the hint of amusement.
I'm only good at estimating my own talents, and I'm good at giving pleasure.
And inflicting pain, I added.
That too, but that's not something you have to worry about.
His thumb stroked my knee lightly.
Why don't you let me suck your nipple again? You seem to enjoy that.
I nodded and leaned forward. He latched onto my nipple and I instantly moaned.
"Now your other breast,"
he murmured when I could barely hold myself up above him. I shifted and he circled his tongue over my nipple, then sucked it into his mouth while his hand came up to knead my other breast. My center began to pulsate, lightly at first, and then a shudder passed over me, spreading out from between my legs. Nino sucked my nipple a bit harder. I gasped and felt more wetness pool between my legs as my center throbbed. I froze above Nino, and he released my nipple. "What happened?" I asked, stunned.
"I think you might have had an orgasm. It wasn't a strong one, but my sucking of your nipple was enough to stimulate your pussy without friction."
Heat rose into my cheeks. "Oh, wow." Nino's eyes were intent as they trailed over my chest, then lower.
"If I touch your pussy, it will intensify tenfold. Trust me."
I regarded him, and my gaze darted down to the hard outline of him beneath his briefs. Not giving myself a moment to worry, I reached for him and cupped him through the material. He let out a sharp exhale and twitched against my palm. I scooted down, despite my racing pulse. Nino was handcuffed to the headboard. It was safe for me. I was done allowing the past to hold me down. I was done being a prisoner of Durant's. He was dead. Nino had tortured and killed him for me. Now it was my turn to kill the man's memory. Fingers shaking, I hooked them under Nino's waistband and pulled his briefs down. His stomach rippled with tension, but he made no sound. I didn't dare look up at his face for fear of losing my courage. I had seen Nino naked before, but I'd never risked more than fleeting glances. This time, I allowed myself to watch his erection as I brought my palms down on his thighs. There was no reason for me to be afraid of Nino's nakedness. And I wasn't disgusted by his body, not even his erection, like I had been of Durant's. Nino was beautiful all over, even with the scars and the tattoos. Or maybe because of them. They were part of him, and I couldn't imagine how he would look without them. My eyes lingered on his erection. He was long and thick and circumcised. A brief moment of panic burst through me at the idea of having him inside of me, remembering the pain from long ago, but I pushed it aside. I curled my fingers around the base, and Nino released a low breath, but he kept very still. I was in control of this. Nobody forced me to do this. I wanted it. My choice. I began moving my hand slowly, up and down, focusing on the present, on my breathing, on Nino's low exhales, on the silkiness of him in my palm. He was tense under my touch, and when I finally dared to look up, his eyes burned into me with desire. I shuddered, my movements faltering for a moment, but then I tightened my grip and sped up. This time I kept my eyes on his face, needing to see him, needing to see what I did to him. Nino never looked away as I rubbed him harder and faster, his breathing turning into pants. My own breathing turned labored as I watched him, watched his beautiful face. His free hand gripped the edge of the mattress as his expression twisted and his thigh muscles contorted under my hand.
"If you keep it up, I'm going to come,"
he rasped. I didn't stop. I needed to continue. My lips parted when Nino's eyes closed. His hips thrust upwards, and he came with a shudder. Nothing was more beautiful than Nino's perfectly cold face, alight with passion. My gaze flitted down to my hand as he came over my fingers. Stilling, my breathing lodged in my chest. He twitched twice, and then Nino, too, stilled. It became very quiet around us, except for the pounding of my heart in my ears.
Nino. Kiara stared down at her hand wrapped around my softening cock with my cum all over it. She was tense, and her expression was impossible for me to read. I sat up, unlocked the handcuff, and gently pried her hand off me. Then I stood and tugged her along. She followed me without a word into the bathroom, where I turned the water on in the sink and held her hand under it, washing my cum off. I could only assume it had triggered memories from the past. Her brows drew together, and finally she raised her eyes to mine. "Why did you do that?" I regarded her, trying to read her expression, but it was only puzzled, not upset. I dried her hand, then curled my fingers around her wrist. Her pulse was fast, but not as fast as it was when she was scared. "I assumed you were upset because I came over your hand." "I wasn't," she said quietly. I tilted my head. "Then why did you tense? You looked upset." "I was stunned and relieved," she said slowly, "because I was worried I couldn't do it, that it would remind me too much of what he did. But it didn't. I wasn't disgusted." "That's good," I murmured. I hadn't expected her to touch me today, but she must have felt safe with me being restrained. She smiled up at me, and I returned the smile. Her expression softened further. She pressed up against me, and my hands automatically wrapped around her hips. "Let me touch your pussy, Kiara. I want to make you feel good. I want to make you come hard." A blush spread on her cheeks. There was still uncertainty on her face. "My fingers won't bring pain, only pleasure. Trust me." "I do," she said quietly. I led her back into the bedroom, and Kiara lay down on the bed, watching me with a small, tense smile. I knelt beside her. "I will massage your legs and work my way up. For now, you'll keep your panties on, okay?" She nodded. As I put my palms on her thighs, her skin tightened under the touch. "You just say stop when you want me to stop," I told her firmly, meeting her gaze. "Okay," she said. I began kneading her outer thigh, and after a moment she relaxed, but I didn't move on. Eventually I widened my movements, my fingertips stroking the soft inner side of her thighs where the small scar was. Kiara's breathing deepened. I brushed my palm higher, finally reaching her panty-covered mound. She sucked in a breath, and I glanced up at her and found her watching me. "Do you want me to stop?" She gave a quick shake of her head, and I smiled. "Good." I ran my palm over her panties again, and she rocked her hips lightly. This time, as I brushed my hand over her, I slid my middle finger over the little dip, brushing her folds and clit. She arched up with a surprised little moan, and I repeated the motion. Her panties stuck to her wet flesh, giving me a perfect view of her slit. Slowing my hand as I ran it over her, I made sure the pad of my finger rested against her nub. I kept my palm pressed against her pussy. Her heat and wetness was tantalizing against my skin. Her heady scent teased my nose and made me want to bury my face in her lap and lick up her arousal. I moved my fingertip lightly over her clit, and Kiara moaned, then flushed, biting her lip. I repeated the motion. "Don't quiet yourself. Let me hear you. That way I know you enjoy what I'm doing." Though her soaked panties were a fucking good indicator as well. Lightly rocking the heel of my palm against her, my finger brushed her clit. Eventually she moved her hips against me, her hands fisting the sheets. Her eyes lowered to my groin area. I knew she'd find me hard. "Come for me, Kiara," I ordered. She moaned again, almost helplessly, her body beginning to shake under my touch. I sped up my finger. "Nino," she gasped. Oh God." Her eyes widened, and then her hips bucked, and she cried out as she shuddered violently. I slowed my strokes, enjoying the way her panties clung to her with arousal. My cock ached for another release, for her pussy, her taste and warmth. She was so fucking wet. It would have been so very pleasurable if I'd fucked her now, but her fear still prevented it. Lifting my finger, I kept up the pressure of my palm against her center, knowing it would prolong her orgasm. She watched me with parted lips, her curls a wild mess around her head. "Thank you," she whispered. "For giving you an orgasm?" I asked, with a hint of amusement. I climbed back up to her and stretched out beside her. She moved closer, and I wrapped my arm around her. "For never going beyond what I can take," she said quietly. "For showing me that being touched there doesn't have to be painful." She put her head down on my chest, and my body relaxed at the feel of her warmth.
Chapter 17. Kiara. I was a nervous wreck. This was the first time I'd be returning to Baltimore since marrying Nino, after the bloody sheets scandal. Julia's description of the aftermath of that day was probably softened for my sake. I'd be the center of attention. People would whisper behind my back. They would judge me for actions that weren't even my own. Nino stepped up to me.
"We should head out now. The plane ride takes almost 5 hours, and we need to be at your uncle's house around 7 p.m.
I nodded, and my stomach tightened even more.
"Where's your dress?"
he asked. I pointed toward the dark blue, modest dress hanging on the door. It was one of the dresses Aunt Egidia had bought for me a couple of years back. It was the safe choice. Nino shook his head once. He walked into our walk-in closet and emerged a few minutes later with the long red silk dress I bought a few weeks ago. My eyes widened. If I wear that, people will be staring even more. Nino tilted his head.
"You are a Falcone, my wife, and you won't try to hide. You will hold your head high and show them that they are beneath you. Show them how beautiful you are. Let them stare."
I blinked and nodded mutely. He made it sound so easy. Remo, Nino, and I took the private jet to Baltimore. Savio, Adamo, and Fabiano stayed in Vegas since this was more of a family matter, it being my uncle's 70th birthday. Remo, as the Capo of the Camorra, was invited as a guest of honor, though I assumed that my aunt and uncle weren't too enthused about having him under their roof. We would be staying in a hotel this time, because Julia and Cassio, as well as my other step-siblings, were already spending the night at my aunt and uncle's house. And, of course, because pretty much every member of the Famiglia had grown even more wary of Nino and Remo since they killed Durant on my wedding night. Sometimes I wondered if something was wrong with me, because I didn't feel guilty for what happened to him. I didn't see his corpse, but from the reactions of everyone who had, I knew it was bad. I regarded Nino and Remo over the top of my book. They were discussing an upcoming meeting with Luca. We arrived later than expected at our hotel, so I had to hurry getting ready. When I was dressed in the red dress with a slit going all the way up to my upper thigh, combined with the low-cut neckline, I couldn't tear my eyes from the mirror. My dark hair fell in waves down my back and shoulders, and I put on lipstick in the same blood-red color as my dress. Lady in red. Nino came up behind me with a pleased look.
"You will be the center of attention, Kiara, as you should be. You are a sight to behold. Blood red is your color."
I huffed out a laugh. People will think of the bloody sheets, no doubt. Nino put his hands on my hips, and without thinking about it, I leaned back against him, relishing in the feel of his strong body pressed up against my back.
"Let them remember the sheets. It's what will happen to anyone who dares to touch you."
I shivered at the expression on his face. So cold and cruel. So beautiful. Nino in his black tux and blood-red bow tie was a breathtaking sight on his own, but together we looked perfect, like we were meant to be together. It was a ridiculous thought, a romantic notion I would never utter aloud because Nino wouldn't understand.
"Come now, we don't want to be late,"
he murmured, but his eyes traveled over my neckline once more, and the desire in his expression tightened my core. Remo was already waiting in the lobby of the hotel when Nino and I arrived. Remo, too, was dressed in a tuxedo, but he wore a black bow tie. I'd never seen him this dressed up, not even at my wedding. His eyes took their time assessing me. Then he smirked.
"I bet a few people will be hit with unpleasant memories when they see your dress."
I wrung my hands as the rented limousine dropped us off in front of my old home. Nino wrapped his arm around my waist, his hand resting possessively on my hip. I took a deep breath.
"Hold your head high,"
Nino reminded me quietly. Remo looked at us curiously.
"Don't let any of those fuckers put you down because your father was a traitor. Don't let them put you down for any other shit either. You are a Falcone now. If one of them doesn't show respect, tell me or Nino and we'll handle them."
"Thanks," I said with a small smile. Remo gave a quick nod. I wasn't quite as terrified of him as I had been before, and he tried not to scare me too much. Maybe we'd come to an understanding eventually. The door to the mansion swung open. Aunt Egidia and Uncle Felix came into view. Their eyes widened when they settled on me. Nino squeezed my hip, and I raised my head, forcing a smile. Kiara Falcone. Someone new, not the girl who hid in the corners. When we arrived in front of them, there was a moment of awkward silence. Then I said quickly, "Happy birthday, Uncle Felix." I kissed his cheek, and his expression softened.
"Thank you, Kiara. You look incredible."
"You do," Aunt Egidia agreed. "What a strong color." I gave her a quick hug as well, then stepped back so Nino and Remo could greet her and my uncle. Nino handed the expensive limited edition scotch to my uncle, who visibly relaxed. It became apparent very quickly that neither Egidia nor Felix enjoyed being around Nino and Remo. We followed them inside. The house had been decorated with fresh flowers, and the living room was filled with guests, and so was the garden. A buffet had been set up in the adjoining dining room, and waiters walked around with trays loaded with champagne and appetizers. The moment Nino and I entered the room, all eyes turned to us, and most people didn't manage to hide their surprise seeing me dressed like this. Julia motioned for me to join her and Cassio. I glanced at Nino, who released my waist.
"Remo and I will go talk to Luca. Why don't you head over to your stepsister?"
I nodded and quickly made my way over to her. She wrapped me in a tight embrace, then pulled back and scanned my outfit, a proud expression on her face. "Finally, you're showing off your curves. You look absolutely stunning." I smiled, then nodded at Cassio. He made no move to touch me. He had always been careful not to do so unless absolutely necessary. Julia and I had never discussed this, but I was fairly sure she had talked to him about what happened to me years ago. He was her husband, so it was only natural to share intimate details.
"How are things in Las Vegas?"
he asked, but from the tension in his expression, I could tell that Julia must have given him a hard time because she'd been worrying about me. I gripped my stepsister's hand and squeezed. "I'm doing well. You don't have to worry anymore." Her eyes darted over to Nino, who was listening to something Luca had to say. "You can tell me if something's wrong, Kiara. We can help you." I laughed. "Julia, I don't need your help. I'm now a Falcone. I'm well protected." She regarded me with surprise, then exchanged a look with her husband. Wow, what did they do to you? I glanced toward Nino, and as if he could feel my eyes on him, he turned, meeting my gaze. My lips pulled into a smile. He taught me my worth. Julia touched my bare shoulder, her lips parting. You like him? I couldn't look away from Nino. I like him, I said quietly, and my body warmed at my admittance. Deep down, I realized that perhaps I did more than just like him. Julia grabbed my hand and led me outside into a secluded part of the garden. Kiara, how is this possible? What? I thought you'd be happy that I feel at home in Las Vegas. That my marriage to Nino isn't hell, as I'd originally feared. I am happy for you. It's just so hard to believe that the Falcones treat you right. I shrugged. It is like you said. Some men don't bring violence home with them. Nino is one of them. He knows how strong he is, how powerful. He doesn't have to humiliate me to feel powerful. The first real smile spread over Julia's face, and she hugged me again. I'm so happy for you. People kept staring when we returned to the party, but they kept their distance. In the past, it had been because they didn't want to be associated with a traitor. Now it seemed as if they were scared. Eventually, I found myself back at Nino's side, his hand a reassuring presence on my hip.
You're doing good,
he murmured. His praise filled me with pride. I felt relieved when we returned to our hotel later that night. Even after less than 2 months, Las Vegas already felt more like a home than Baltimore ever had, and I longed to be back where people didn't judge me for my past. A couple of days later, I woke with Nino when he got up for his swim. I decided to stay in bed for once and grab a couple of hours of additional sleep. Nino surprised me when he sat down and leaned in close, mouth near my ear.
Tonight, I want to explore every inch of your body with my mouth,
he said, and heat rose to my cheeks.
It'll be more intense than anything we've done so far. I'm very good at it.
All I could do in response was nod, stunned into silence, but my body exploded with heat. Nino got up, his swim trunks tenting, and turned to leave. I closed my eyes, trying to imagine his mouth between my legs, wondering how it would feel. Restless and hot, I clamped my thighs together. My fingers found their way between my legs, and I stroked myself the way Nino had told me to, imagining his deep, low voice, his hands, his mouth. And I came with a small shudder, but it wasn't enough. Not even close. Slipping out of bed, I opted for a long shower to clear my mind. That evening, I prepared dinner for the first time. I wasn't sure if the men would appreciate it, considering it was meatless, but the 3-cheese lasagna sounded delicious, and as it cooked in the oven, its enticing scent gave me hope that I actually managed to create something edible. I went in search of the men, but found only one, Ramo, who was kicking the punching bag as if it had personally insulted him. It was his favorite pastime. He tossed a look my way, but didn't immediately stop his assault. Where's Nino?
Shower.
Kick.
He worked out with Adamo today.
Kick. Punch, punch, kick. I cooked for us. Ramo paused, his dark eyes narrowing.
For you and Nino?
For all of us, I said quietly, shifting nervously under his harsh glare. He moved closer despite my rising tension. Grabbing a towel thrown over the sofa, he stopped in front of me.
No running or flinching today?
I pursed my lips. I never ran from you.
You did when I fucked the whore on the pool table.
Steps sounded a moment later, and Nino appeared at my side, lightly touching my back.
That is an unsettling sight. Your wife cooked for us,
Remo said. Nino glanced down at me. He smelled of his spicy shower gel. A few wet strands hung down his forehead and temples. Adamo took me grocery shopping today. I thought it would be nice to have a home-cooked meal for once. My eyes darted to his mouth, trying to imagine how it would feel, but I came up short. My imagination wasn't very good.
I assume no animal was harmed,
Remo muttered. Nino sent his brother a warning look. It is vegetarian, yes, but your cholesterol levels will get their fill. Don't worry. It's layered with mozzarella, pecorino, and taleggio cheese.
About 3 pounds of cheese,
Adamo added as he sauntered down the steps, his wet hair tousled.
Do you need my help?
Nino asked. You could carry it over here. The pan is heavy. Nino followed me into the kitchen, his warm palm pressed up against my back. It needs 5 more minutes, I told him after another peek inside the oven, avoiding looking at his face because that led to me looking at his mouth and that led to more distracting thoughts. Nino regarded me quietly. He cupped my face and brushed his thumb over my cheekbone.
You were nervous.
I licked my lips, my eyes drawn up to his mouth, then a bit higher. He moved closer and kissed me, slow and hot, and with a promise of more. His tongue was almost playful as it circled mine, teasing but still dominant. Flustered, I pulled back. It was the first time Nino had initiated a kiss, the first time we'd been intimate outside of our bedroom.
That's what I'll do tonight,
he murmured, then added in an even lower voice.
Between your legs.
I shivered. Nino was less careful around me. It was exciting and terrifying, and I didn't want it any other way. He pulled back, gray eyes evaluating my face. He reached for my wrist, brushing his thumb across the sensitive skin before he kissed it.
Remember, there's nothing for you to fear when you are in bed with me.
I nodded. My dry throat made swallowing difficult. I think the lasagna is done. Nino took out the large pan and carried it into the gaming room. I carried plates, napkins, and cutlery. Savio, Adamo, and Remo had already taken their usual seat. For a moment, I considered asking them to have dinner in the dining room, but then decided against it.
That smells good,
Adamo said as he leaned over the lasagna the moment Nino set it down on a wooden trivet.
Are you sure she didn't poison the food?
Savio asked with a grin, but he was already loading up his plate with lasagna. Nino put his hand on my knee as he sat down beside me.
Kiara and I have plans for tonight, so I don't think she will poison me just yet. Am I right?
Heat blasted my cheeks.
TMI, Nino,
Adamo muttered.
TLI, if you ask me,
Savio said with a grin.
It was more fun when you still shared your fuck adventures with us, Nino. Now I only get to hear Remo's twisted shit.
I was sure my head would explode with embarrassment any minute.
If you don't want to hear my twisted shit, I'll share it with only Nino and Fabiano in the future.
I don't think anyone wants to hear it, I said. Remo leaned back, regarding me with a sinister smile on his face.
Not everyone's cut out for shitty vanilla sex, so sue me. And if I remember right, Nino and Fabiano enjoyed the rougher side of things too, before your women castrated you.
I chanced to look at Nino, but his face didn't give anything away. The lasagna was delicious, and the men dug in as if it were their last meal. As usual, they taunted each other and argued. It always gave me a strange sense of belonging when they acted like family around me. After dinner, Nino and I retreated to our wing. When Nino closed the door to our bedroom, I peered up at him curiously. What did Ramo mean with the rougher side of things? Nino shook his head.
It doesn't mean what you think it means.
You don't know what I think, I said quietly. Maybe you were a genius, but you aren't a mind reader. Nino wrapped his fingers around my wrist and tugged me closer. Then he leaned down.
I don't have to be a mind reader to recognize the look on your face, Kiara.
I sighed. So, you never... My voice shook.
Never,
he said firmly, and relief filled me. His thumb stroked my wrist.
How about we explore some more now?
I gave a mute nod, excitement coursing through my body. Nino led me toward the bed.
If you want me to go down on you, it would be wise not to have me restrained. Unless you feel comfortable sitting on my face.
My eyes flew open in shock. No, I finally managed. Definitely not. Nino's lips twitched at the corners.
That's what I thought.
My cheeks were hot as I rolled my eyes. Stepping closer, I stood on my tiptoes and curled my hand around Nino's neck. He lowered his head at once, claiming my mouth and wrapping an arm around my back. I lost myself in his kiss until he began to lower us to the bed. I felt this soft mattress beneath me as Nino hovered over me. He pulled away, his eyes tracing my face.
Fear?
He asked quietly, holding his body above me. It was ridiculous to be scared because it was Nino, but how Durant had felt hovering over me always returned to my mind, even if I didn't want the memories to hold me back. Nino lowered himself to the bed beside me, and I quickly returned to kissing him. He complied without hesitation and, as usual, took lead. I surrendered to his expert tongue, feeling my center heat. His hand stroked my side, then slipped below my shirt, touching skin and creating goosebumps. His fingers reached higher, then brushed over my lace bra. My nipples puckered under the touch, and I moaned into Nino's mouth. His hand cupped my breasts and kneaded lightly at first, then his touch grew firmer. Gathering my courage, I reached for Nino, needing to feel him. My hands slid over his muscled chest, down to his ripped stomach until I reached the hem of his shirt. I tugged at it. Nino pulled away from my mouth, sat up, and yanked his shirt over his head. My eyes took in his torso, the muscles, the scars, the tattoos, and as usual, my body filled with thousands of butterflies. Before he had even lain back down, my hands were already roaming over his chest. He propped himself up to allow me to explore. His eyes were on my face, but my eyes remained on my fingers as they stroked his pecs, then grazed his nipples. He exhaled, and I repeated the motion, loving that I could break through Nino's cold demeanor with such a small touch. It felt empowering, exhilarating.
How about we get rid of your shirt as well?
Nino murmured, hands reaching for the hem of my shirt. I raised myself up so he could pull it over my head. His eyes traveled over my body, lingering on my breasts, and then his lips returned to mine as his fingers tugged at my nipple through the lace. He helped me out of my bra. Fingers and lips caressed my breasts, shoulders, and stomach as he left a burning need in their wake. Despite my body's need, I froze when Nino reached for my panties. So far, he'd touched me through the fabric. It gave me the illusion of safety. I lifted my hips, and Nino took me up on my invitation, but his eyes remained on my face as he laid me bare to his eyes. His palm stroked my thigh, then slowly up it, moving over this small patch of dark hair between my legs. I held my breath when his thumb touched my slick nub for the first time without a barrier. Arching up, I moaned. His finger nimbly stroked my folds, but he never dipped between them. I wasn't sure how good he was at reading me. If he understood that having his fingers so close to my entrance scratched the surface of painful memories. Nino moved to the end of the bed and eased my ankles apart. I knew what he was about to do and tried to make my body relax. He stretched out between my thighs, his tattooed biceps flexing as he parted me wide. My center clenched, followed by my thighs when he lowered his gaze to my center.
Fear?
He asked quietly, intently. I wasn't afraid of that. He had never done that to me. Nerves, I admitted.
Of what?
His breath ghosted over my wet heat, and I trembled with anticipation, nerves, and need. It was hard to explain. I don't know. He leaned forward.
This is going to be good for you, Kiara. Try to focus on my tongue and my lips. Don't think about anything else.
His breath fanned over my clit, and then his tongue slid over me lightly, dipping between my folds before it fluttered over my nub. I whimpered from the sensation.
Good,
Nino asked against me, his voice deep and calm. I nodded, my fingers digging into the bedsheets. Nino's tongue did a small flutter again, and my muscles finally loosened. He eased my thighs farther apart with his shoulders and dragged his tongue down to my opening. I tensed briefly, and he moved back up quickly. Again, his tongue fluttered over my clit, then over my folds before he dipped lower and repeated the same motion over my entrance. Intense pleasure coursed through me, and this time my body didn't tense. Nino's tongue flicked lightly over my opening, then he twirled it around and increased the pressure, easing the tip into me. I released a surprised gasp. He let out a low hum, which sounded like approval, and my eyes darted down to watch him. His gaze rested on my folds as he circled my opening with his tongue. He seemed to enjoy it, and that realization banished the last of my nerves. He flicked his tongue over my clit again, with light nudges and twirls, and then I could feel something building. Tension tightened deep in my core, mounting with every lick and flick, until I shattered. I cried out, shuddering through my release. Nino groaned against me, moving lower, and lapped at my entrance with slow strokes. My eyes widened as my walls clenched again under his ministrations.
Ride it out,
he ordered in a low voice. He began to use firm licks to heighten my pleasure again. It was incredible. Impossible. This felt better than anything ever had. Nino, I whimpered as he worked me with gentle care. This feels so good.
Good,
he rasped against my folds, and I trembled at the sound.
I want you to come again for me, Kiara. Can you do this for me?
Yes, I gasped out, and he flicked his tongue along my clit before he focused his attention on my entrance. He pressed his mouth firmly against me, and his tongue entered me again. His tongue felt so good inside of me as he moved it slowly. His thumb found my clit, and he rubbed the same soft circles. I bucked my hips restlessly, overwhelmed with the wondrous sensations. It was building even quicker this time, my flesh oversensitive but still eager for more. My hand flew down to Nino's head, gripping his hair, and then I came even harder. Nino's fingers stroked my folds.
I'd like to put my finger in you.
I met his gaze. His expression was calm, self-assured. I swallowed. He dipped one finger between my lips.
Say something. Tell me to stop if you don't want this.
I'm worried it'll hurt like last time.
It won't,
Nino said firmly, with certainty. The tip of his finger moved a bit lower. I tensed, remembering the pain from long ago, the feeling of breaking, of helplessness. Nino regarded me, his finger lightly tracing my opening, but he didn't push in. He reached up with his other hand and stroked my lower belly.
Try to loosen up, Kiara. You are very wet, and my finger will be very pleasurable against your sensitive walls if you allow it.
I tried to relax, but my body clamped down with fear from the past. Nino kept stroking my opening and folds.
Let me help you,
he murmured. He startled me when his hand fluttered up from my stomach to the ticklish spot over my ribs. I gasped out in laughter and twitched. Then Nino slipped his finger into me. He immediately stopped the tickling. Oh, I breathed out and stilled. It didn't hurt at all. Slowly, his eyes found my face. He began moving his finger, and I moaned at the sensation. Why did you tickle me? I asked thickly as Nino kept thrusting inside me with his finger. He rubbed my clit lightly.
I distracted your body. Your brain had assumed my finger against your opening was a threat because you expected pain. So I went and posed another threat your synapses had to focus on. Usually it works best with actual pain, but tickling is effective too because the body reacts in a similar way.
I shook my head. You are good at this. His lips twitched and his gray eyes questioned me.
I've studied the workings of the body for a long time, especially its reactions to pleasure and pain.
I didn't doubt it. I moaned as he did something with his finger inside of me, a light rotation. He repeated the motion and rubbed his thumb lightly over my clit.
Do you like this?
How could he even ask? Yes, I managed to get out. His lips took the place of his thumb over my clit as his fingers slid in and out slowly.
Come again for me,
he said in that silky, dominant tone, and I fell apart under the combined sensation of his finger and his mouth. My entire body burst with waves of pleasure. I trembled for a long time, trying to catch my breath. Nino pulled his finger out and then shocked me by lifting it to his lips and putting it into his mouth.
I enjoy your taste, Kiara,
he said in a more textured voice as he knelt between my legs. My eyes were drawn to his pants. He was hard, aroused because he'd had his mouth on me. I sat up, reached for his briefs. I want to give back. Nino slipped out of them, then knelt on the bed again. I was in front of him and reached for him. He groaned. I moved slowly, then leaned forward, and he met me halfway. His lips claimed mine and tasted like me. We kissed as I pumped my hands up and down, his eyes boring into me with more than cold scrutiny. Our kiss turned desperate, uncoordinated. Nino tensed in my grip. I watched the small twitches of his muscles, the sharp pull of his mouth, listened to his quick pants, and it felt right. Chapter 18. Kiara. Leona gave me a look. Are you nervous too? I laughed. Nervous doesn't even begin to cover it. I don't think I'll be any good at fighting. I paused. But why are you nervous? I thought you've practiced with Fabiano before. A few times, yes, but we've always been alone. Now there will be people watching. I nodded. I wished Nino had chosen to practice alone with me, but I knew he had a lot on his plate because of his upcoming fight against that giant man. When we stepped out into the training hall, my eyes had trouble taking it all in. The chandelier dangling from the ceiling, the red and gold wallpaper, the broken roulette tables, the beautiful, dirty, seashell-shaped windows. It was so typically Falcone to choose something as flashy as an abandoned casino building for their fighting gym. The men had already gathered around the boxing ring. They were only in fight shorts, and my heart thundered faster at the sight of all that muscle and scars. Even Adamo was muscular for an almost 14-year-old. "Thank God, not the cage," Leona muttered, and I gave her a questioning look. She smiled. "Fabiano always insists we work out in the cage, and it honestly gives me the creeps." My eyes wandered over to the cage, and I had to agree. I was already nervous as it was. Nino touched my hip when I arrived beside him.
"Leona will go first because she already has some practice."
Trying to hide my relief, I nodded. Fabiano parted the ropes for Leona, who climbed in with a nervous look toward the Falcone brothers. "Are you all going to watch?"
"No,"
Nino said.
"I'm going to attack you."
Leona's eyes widened. "What? I thought Fabiano would train with me." Fabiano shook his head.
"Not this time. Being faced with an opponent that makes you nervous is closer to reality."
Nino swung himself over the rope and faced Leona, his arms hanging down at his sides in a relaxed way.
"Watch closely, Kiara,"
he said. I nodded. Nino lunged at Leona, and I noticed Fabiano's body rocking forward slightly. Leona let out a surprised cry when Nino's hand clamped down her wrist. He jerked her toward him, and then she was already on her back. He knelt between her legs.
"Leona,"
Fabiano hissed.
"remember what I taught you."
Leona began struggling, but Nino pressed her wrists into the ground above her head, lowering himself, parting her legs further with his muscular thighs. Remo made a buzzer noise.
"There's no way for you to escape now. You acted too late. Now he's got you exactly where he wants you."
I shivered. He would have to open his pants. That might give her an opening to attack him with her free hand, I said. Everyone looked at me, and I swallowed but stood my ground. Nino grabbed both of Leona's wrists in one of his, despite her wriggling, and showed me his free hand.
"Free to open my pants."
Nino straightened and pulled Leona to her feet.
"Why did you act so late?"
Fabiano asked with a frown. I was startled, and, to be honest, Nino scares me, she said indignantly.
"Then let's hope your assailant announces his attack ahead of time and doesn't scare you,"
Remo muttered. Obviously losing interest, Savio and Adamo moved into the cage and began sparring with each other, but Savio definitely had the upper hand and didn't take it easy on his younger brother, judging by the force of his kicks and punches. No wonder Adamo was always beat up.
"Again,"
Fabiano said. Nino grabbed Leona's arm, but this time she acted instantaneously. She brought her hand up to claw at his face, but he blocked it with his elbow, at the same time dodging her kick aimed at his groin with his hip. Then he threw her down. They ended in the same position as before, and Leona huffed.
"Better,"
Nino said with a nod, pushing off her and pulling her to her feet. I still ended up on the ground.
"Your attacker won't be Nino,"
Fabiano said.
"He probably won't be half as fast or strong or skilled."
They did 2 more drills until Leona's face was bright red and covered in sweat. Nino looked like he'd just finished a nice, slow morning walk. I stifled a smile, and when he met my eyes, the corners of his mouth twitched. My body filled with warmth, as it so often did in Nino's presence.
"Your turn,"
he said, and parted the ropes for me. Gulping, I climbed inside the ring, and Leona quickly scrambled out, whispering, "Good luck." Fabiano immediately wrapped his arm around her waist possessively. Remo shook his head and jumped up on the edge of the ring, then swung himself inside. I stared at Nino, my pulse hammering in my veins. "You will train with me, right?" My voice trembled. Nino regarded my face, then shook his head.
"I want you to face your fears." They might immobilize you during a real fight.
I started shaking as I looked at Ramo, who stood with his arms crossed over his chest, watching me with dark amusement. I shook my head. No, I can't. I backed into the rope. Please, Nino. Nino exchanged a look with his brother, who rolled his eyes.
I can take over,
Fabiano suggested. My head swiveled toward him. He terrified me too, but not nearly as much as Ramo.
Then do it,
Ramo growled, but he walked toward me, his dark eyes hard.
As long as you don't face your fears, you will be weak. He will keep power over you as long as you let him. If you ever stop being a coward, come to me, and I will show you how to fight an opponent set on hurting you.
He jumped over the rope and walked toward Adamo and Savio to join them in the cage. Nino touched my waist, his eyebrows pulled together.
Don't mind him.
Do you agree with him? I asked quietly. Nino nodded.
Ramo would be the best option if you wanted to simulate an attack. I can be as scary as Ramo if you want me to be,
Fabiano said with a shrug. No, I said quickly. Thanks. Fabiano was scary enough with his assessing blue eyes.
You saw what Leona did,
Nino began.
Of course, her past doesn't harbor the same demons, so you will have to fight two enemies, Fabiano and your memories. I can tell you how to do the first, but the latter is your fight.
He motioned for me to get closer to Fabiano.
You are smaller and weaker, so you will have to make every hit count. Aim where it hurts the most, his balls.
Nino pointed at Fabiano's groin area, who cocked an eyebrow.
Solar plexus.
He pointed at the area below the ribs.
Under his chin, eyes, nose.
He gestured toward Fabiano's face.
Here, let me show you,
Nino said, and positioned himself in front of Fabiano, whose lips widened into a smile. Nino brought his knee up sideways toward Fabiano's groin without making contact. Then he curled his hand into a fist and pretended to punch Fabiano's stomach twice. Then he pushed the heel of his hand up toward Fabiano's nose.
You can also scratch or bite, but don't waste too much time. You will tire eventually.
Nino stepped back and gave Fabiano a nod. Fabiano came at me at once, and I seized. Everything happened so fast, and suddenly I was on my back and he was between my legs. Panic choked me. I let out a terrified sob, clenching my eyes shut, and began to shake.
Fuck,
someone said. Then another cold and compelling voice spoke above me. This voice had brought me back before.
Kiara, open your eyes.
And I did, looking up into cool, gray eyes. Nino.
Don't allow the past to control you. You are safe. Nothing will happen to you. I am here.
I swallowed and gave a small nod. Fabiano had sat back on his haunches, regarding me with a deep frown. I closed my legs, embarrassed. Sorry.
You don't have to be sorry,
he said with a shrug, but his eyes were a bit softer than before. Nino helped me to my feet.
Again.
His eyes held mine, and I gave a small nod. He turned to Fabiano.
This time, straddle her legs only.
Fabiano nodded.
Ready?
Yes, I said, and he reached for my arm, and again I found myself on my back with Fabiano straddling my thighs. Panic clawed its way out of my chest, and I tried to fight it, but I couldn't. My vision turned black. Fabiano shoved off me, and I sucked in a deep breath. Nino knelt beside me, touching my shoulder.
I don't think it's working,
Fabiano said.
She's too scared.
Nino nodded, but he kept his eyes on me and his warm palm on my shoulder.
You can leave. I will take it from here.
Fabiano gave me a tight smile. Then he climbed out of the ring. I'm sorry, I said, embarrassed that I'd broken down like this, even though this had been fake, even though Fabiano hadn't meant to hurt me.
I underestimated your fear of men. With me, you've been relaxed.
That's because I trust you, I whispered. His brows pulled together, and he didn't say anything.
That's why I wanted you to fight Remo or Fabiano. You were wary of them. It would make the fight more real.
I know, but it's too much right now. Can't you train with me?
Of course, but I will go hard on you, Kiara. It makes no sense to stay within your comfort zone. You won't improve if you feel safe.
My stomach clenched with nerves as Nino pulled me to my feet. Nino had a point, and I wanted to show him that I wasn't weak. And more than that, I wanted to show myself that I could beat my past once and for all. I'd allowed it to control my life for too long.
Step closer.
As I did, he grabbed my wrists, and I tensed in preparation for his attack, but he put my palms up on his shoulders.
Use this to gain momentum and now jerk your knee up as hard as you can.
I hesitated.
Do it,
he ordered, and I did. Nino blocked my knee with his thigh so I wouldn't connect with his groin. I jumped from the impact, a dull pain spreading through my knee and upper thigh. Sorry.
Don't apologize. You were supposed to hurt me. Again, and harder this time.
I jerked my knee up again and rammed his thigh. He gave a curt nod.
Better. Still too hesitant. Now make a fist.
I lowered my hands and curled them into fists.
Hit my stomach.
I punched him, but even I could tell that I was holding back. Nino grabbed my hand and curled my fist even tighter. Then he touched it to the spot where he wanted me to aim.
Here, and hard.
I punched him again, and his mouth tightened. I wasn't sure if it was because I'd actually managed to hurt him, or if he was still not satisfied with my performance. Probably the latter.
Now open your hand and bring the heel of your hand up to my nose.
I did as he instructed, and he changed the angle of my hand slightly.
Like this. If you use enough force, you can break your opponent's nose.
You, perhaps. He shook his head.
You can. Trust me. If I use that move with full force, I can kill my opponent by shoving his bones up into his brain, not just break his nose.
My face scrunched up in disgust.
Now let's move on to actual defense. I will attack you, throw you on the ground, and force myself between your legs, and you will try to stop me with everything you have. Don't hold back, Kiara. You can't hurt me.
Okay, I said. I wiped my hands on my pants because they were sweaty from nerves. Nino regarded me calmly, but then something in his expression shifted, becoming calculating and predatory, and I knew he was about to pounce. Despite that knowledge, I yelped when he grabbed me by the hips. After a second of freezing, I brought my knee up, but he dodged it with his thigh and pressed me to the ground with his body. Then he was over me, kneeling between my legs, his pelvis pressed to mine. My wrists were pinned above my head, and no amount of struggling made him budge. My breathing turned ragged as panic swirled in the pit of my stomach. Not as bad as before, but it was definitely there.
Fight it,
Nino ordered sharply. I knew what he meant, but it was so very hard to fight my own mind. I focused on his cool, gray eyes. They had now freed me from my panic twice, and they did again. Slowly, my terror waned and my breathing slowed. Nino shook his head as he released my wrist, but he stayed on top of me.
It's good that you find comfort in my eyes, Kiara, but it won't help you if you ever get attacked.
I closed my eyes. Maybe we just have to accept that I will never be able to defend myself, and that the next time someone like my uncle comes around, he can take whatever he wants from me. Nino's lips brushed my ear, making my eyes shoot open in surprise.
You will learn to defend yourself, and I swear nobody will ever hurt you again. Nobody will ever get close.
He pulled back, and his expression set my heart aflame with silly emotions. For a moment, neither of us moved, and I touched my palms to his muscled chest. My breathing quickened for another reason. For the first time in my life, I was comfortable with a man being on top of me, with him between my legs. Nino finally broke the moment, pushing himself off me, and held a hand out for me. I took it and let him pull me to my feet, but my body still tingled from his closeness.
Again,
he said, and the tension in his voice overpowered the fluttering in my belly.
Nino. After working out and we came home, Kiara kept throwing glances my way, but the moment I returned them, she looked away. I couldn't read her mood. She seemed nervous. I went into the shower after she was done, but kept the door open as usual. Kiara never came in. My nakedness still made her nervous, and it wasn't only from fear. Ramo had been right. She needed to learn to fight someone who scared her, and that person wasn't me. Kiara had come to trust me, and I hadn't expected it. Of course, I had treated her in a way that made me hope for her to be able to relax in my presence. Her cowering fear wasn't something I could tolerate in a wife. I needed someone who could stand up to me, and Kiara was getting there. We still had a ways to go, but unlike my brother, I was patient. Leaning back against the shower stall, I turned the water to cold so my cock didn't get any ideas. I had a feeling Kiara wouldn't be ready for more exploring today. The fight with Fabiano had unsettled her, and if I was being honest, it had been difficult for me to stand back and watch him touch her, hold her, kneel between her legs. It was something I had never experienced before. I couldn't place an emotion on what I was feeling. When I entered the bedroom after my shower, Kiara was propped up against the headboard, wearing a thin silk nightgown that did little to hide her nipples. Her lean legs were crossed at the ankles, a place where Kiara was beautifully sensitive. Her eyes darted up from the book she was holding and did a quick scan over my naked chest, lingering on my briefs, before she returned her gaze to the book. But she wasn't able to focus on what she was reading. Drying my hair, I walked over to where she pretended to read. "What is wrong? Did I do something to make you nervous? Is it because of the training today? I have to make sure you learn to defend yourself. Going easy on you won't have the desired effect." I thought we had settled into some sort of understanding. I wouldn't budge on the subject of self-defense. Kiara was well protected. As a Falcone, her last name carried fear through the streets in Las Vegas. Everyone knew she was mine. Everyone knew Falcone protected what was ours, and our revenge was cruel and merciless. She was as safe as a woman in our world could be. However, I couldn't see why we shouldn't guarantee the highest level of safety by making Kiara a difficult target. Her gun skills had improved, but she needed to learn to defend herself without the aid of weapons. She blushed and set down her book, then finally looked up at me. Her eyes trailed over my torso and down to my briefs, then quickly back up to my face. I narrowed my eyes, trying to gauge her mood. She was nervous. I dropped the towel I'd used to rub my hair dry and sank down on the bed beside her. "If you don't tell me what bothers you, I can't change my behavior." "You did nothing," she said quietly. Again her eyes did a quick scan of my upper body, dipping lower, then jerked back up to my face. This wasn't her being upset over today's events, I realized. I was fairly sure she was aroused, but as usual I allowed her to make the first move. I want to sleep with you." My body reacted at once, blood shooting straight into my cock. But I didn't act on the impulse. I turned toward Kiara, angled my body closer, my arm supporting myself beside her leg, and she scooted forward, dropping her book on the ground. Her lips pressed against mine, and her tongue slipped in. I fought the urge to press her down into the mattress, to cover her with my body and grind myself against her pliable body. I wanted to sink myself into her fucking tight channel, wanted to feel her around my cock and lose myself. There was no denying it. "Would you like me restrained?" I asked between kisses. Her brown eyes held mine and she gave a small shake of her head. "I trust you. I'm not scared of your strength anymore. I ran my knuckles down her arm. Trust, it was a fragile thing, I knew. I'd only ever trusted my brothers, but I was starting to trust her, too. I will make this good for you, Kiara. She exhaled and a hint of anxiety tightened her lips. It won't be like last time, right? Her voice shook and her eyes looked at me as if she knew I'd keep the past at bay. And fuck, I wanted to do this for her. Wanted to show her that what she had gone through wasn't something she would ever relive again. I traced her breasts through her top. It will be nothing like that. I kissed her chin down to her throat and collarbone, breathing in her sweet scent, relishing the feel of her silk-soft skin against my lips. There won't be pain or fear. You will be in control. Her fingers found the back of my head and she pushed me down. I complied, brushing her strap off her shoulder and laying her breast bare. I closed my mouth around her erect nipple and sucked it into my mouth, enjoying the way it puckered under my ministrations. She gasped, goosebumps rippling over her skin. My hand cupped her other breast, massaging gently before my thumb found her nipple and swiped over it, eliciting a moan from her. I swiped again as I circled her other nipple with my tongue. She began shifting restlessly beside me as she knelt on the bed. "Nino," she whispered, "please." "Please what?" I asked in a raspy voice. I was painfully hard in my briefs, but I tried to shove my need to the back burner. "I need to come." "Do you want my mouth?" She gave a jerky nod. "Then lie down." She scooted back and lay down. I climbed on the bed, then hooked my fingers in her panties, and when she didn't tense, I pulled them down. She lifted her butt to make it easier for me. Slowly I eased a knee between her legs, watching her face. There was a second of resistance before she opened up for me. Putting my second knee between her legs, I brushed her thighs lightly and eased her legs farther apart. The sight of her glistening folds sent a ripple of desire through my body straight into my cock. Patience was a virtue, but at this moment being patient felt like an insurmountable task. Taking a deep breath, I stretched out between her thighs as she watched me with need, lips parted, eyes wide and trusting. She was already very aroused from my ministrations to her nipples, aroused enough for sex, but I wanted her to be relaxed from several orgasms before I entered her. I kissed her thigh, working my way higher to where she wanted my mouth. I breathed over her folds, causing her legs to tremble with need. I kissed her pubic bone, then her folds, before I took a long lick, tasting her, not caring that it made my cock even harder. Her taste was like a fucking catalyst of my own lust. Kiara breathed deeply, almost relieved. I established a rhythm of light flutters over her clit and slow circles over her opening until she was writhing and panting. When she was making small, desperate rocking motions with her hips, I pressed my tongue up against her clit firmly, and she fell apart with a cry. Her hand came down on my head, holding me in place as I focused on her entrance, dipping my tongue in, burying my face all the way in her perfect lap. I stroked her thigh, then moved my hand closer to her pussy and brushed my fingers over her wet flesh. Tracing my index finger along her slit, I waited a few moments, but she didn't tense, and so I slipped one finger into her. My cock jerked, knowing that soon I'd be buried in her wet heat. I began fucking her with my fingers slowly as I circled her clit, and that sight lit me on fire. I imagined this came close to feeling emotions, this burning, all-consuming need. Better than the feel of her arousal was the breathless moan falling from Kiara's mouth, the softness of her thighs telling me she enjoyed this without any reservations because she trusted me to be good to her. I raised my eyes to watch her. My finger was engulfed by her wetness, and she was fisting the bedsheets, making desperate little moans in her throat. I pulled back a couple of inches. "How is it, Kiara?" My voice was tight and deep, on edge, but Kiara didn't seem bothered by it. A strange warmth settled in my chest, one I couldn't place. "Good," she whispered, then gasped as I curled my finger inside of her, pressing my pad lightly against her G-spot. "Good?" "So good, Nino, so good." She sounded as if this was a fucking miracle, as if it was a revelation I had offered her, and something strangely possessive filled my chest. Kiara was mine. "Good," I murmured against her wet flesh before I closed my mouth over her clit again and brushed her G-spot. She came again, arching up, clawing at the sheets, gasping and moaning, and I softened my ministrations, allowing her to ride this out. I knew I needed to test her readiness with another finger, but warning her about it posed the risk that she'd tense again. However, she needed to feel in control. "I want to put a second finger in you." A moment of hesitation. "Okay." "Try to relax, or I will tickle you again," I warned as I slid my finger in and out slowly. She laughed, and I eased my second finger into her. She tightened in surprise, and I didn't move, letting her realize that no pain would follow. She was too wet for that. "Good?" "Okay," she said. "Then let's try to make it good." I moved up her body, keeping my fingers inside of her, and closed my mouth over her nipple. I teased it for a while before I began moving my fingers in a slow rhythm. Kiara's walls hugged them tightly, and I couldn't wait to feel them around my cock. After a few seconds, Kiara met my thrusts with her pelvis, and I sucked her nipple harder. I released her nub to ask how it was, but Kiara was faster. "Good, Nino, please don't stop." I returned my mouth to her waiting nipple, lightly nibbling, and soon Kiara arched under me, crying out her release. I eased my fingers out of her, which were coated in her juices, and that sight almost undid me. Her eyes fluttered open, her gaze unfocused, lips pulled into a small, satisfied smile. "Your body is ready," I rasped, teetering on the edge of control. I'd rarely allowed myself to lose control, and tonight would definitely not be the day. "I'm ready," she said softly, eyes searching my face. I smiled at her, knowing she needed it to be set at ease. I pushed myself up and off Kiara. "I think it's best for you to be on top." "I'm not sure I can do this. Can you be on top?" I nodded, but given her nerves as soon as she realized my physical power, being on top seemed a bad choice. In the boxing ring today she had handled it well, but it was different than submitting to someone in a bed. I got out of my briefs. I was already painfully hard, but I knew I needed to go slow for Kiara. Never in my life did I have to hold back for someone. I took whatever pleasure women could offer me, and they could offer plenty. But Kiara was my wife, and I wanted to treat her right, treat her like a wife was supposed to be treated. Kiara wasn't a whore or debtor. She was my wife, a Falcone, my responsibility. She watched me with nerves and trust. I wasn't sure why the realization that she trusted me pleased me as much as it did. Only my brothers trusted me, and now Kiara, even though her past had taught her that the people she trusted ended up hurting her. I climbed back on the bed and Kiara smiled, but her lips trembled as she did so. I wanted to be in her. "We don't have to do this," I told her, even if the words flowed painfully from my lips. "No," she said immediately, touching my chest. Her fingers were shaking. I brought her palm to my mouth and kissed it. She relaxed slightly, reacting well to tenderness, as usual. I enjoyed being gentle with Kiara because the way she responded gave me a great deal of satisfaction. It was a new experience that I hadn't thought possible. I moved over her slowly, and she opened her legs for me so I could kneel between them. Supporting myself in my arms, I looked down at my wife. I could already see that she was getting overwhelmed by my presence. Her breathing had quickened and her lashes were fluttering nervously. I wished there was a way for her to realize that this had nothing to do with the rape of her past. Her being on top of me still seemed like the best solution to the problem. I hovered over her, not moving. You will feel even more out of control if I enter you. My weight will press you into the mattress and you will have to yield to the pressure I apply. There really is no helping it. I rasped, trying to ignore the way my cock jerked as I grazed the inside of her thigh. A slight shift of my hips and one thrust was all it would take to sate the burning desire in my veins. Why do you want this position? I asked quietly. Because I want you to take lead, and I want to be close to you when we have sex with each other. Even when you sit on top of me, I can hold you in my arms. I can easily lead even when you ride me. Her cheeks flushed at the word ride. I pushed myself off her and sat back against the headrest. Move on top, I ordered, deciding to take the decision off her hands. Kiara got to her knees, biting her lower lip in uncertainty. I softened my expression and brushed her unruly curls away from her face. She leaned into the touch at once. I stroked her cheek with my thumb, then ran my fingers down her throat and over her arm. She let out a small breath. Ready? I asked in a forced, calm voice. Kiara nodded and moved closer to me. I grabbed her waist and helped her settle on my lower abdomen. I exhaled when her arousal pressed up against my abs. Her body was so fucking ready. Wrapping my arm around her back, I pulled her toward me, my lips claiming hers in an unrestrained kiss. Kiara returned the kiss eagerly and rubbed her wet pussy over my pelvis, unconsciously slipping down. I stifled a growl. I just wanted to bury myself in her, but I held back for her, let her feel comfortable on top of me. When she finally leaned back and looked at me for help, I said, "Lift up a bit and scoot back." She did until she straddled my thighs. I curled my hand around my shaft. She swallowed thickly. "It will be good. I will take care of you, Kiara." She nodded with a small smile as she gripped my shoulders and positioned herself above my cock. Slowly her palms slid down until they pressed against my chest, and her sopping, wet entrance brushed my tip. I restrained a groan, not wanting to startle or scare her. My balls tightened, my muscles clenching. Fuck. I couldn't remember the last time I'd wanted someone as much as I wanted Kiara right this moment. "It might sting a little, but you are very aroused, Kiara." I knew I'd find no resistance if I plunged into her. Her body was ready for claiming, but her expression displayed apprehension. I was better at reading her emotions now. "Help," she whispered, her dark brown eyes trusting, and my heart picked up its pace for some inexplicable reason. I pressed my heels into the mattress for leverage and grasped her hips to hold her in place. "I'm going to shift my hips now and enter you," I warned. "I will go very slow so your body can adapt. Tell me if you need me to stop." Pushing up slightly, my tip slipped in, and I suppressed a groan as her walls fisted me tightly. Her lips fell open, brows pulling together. She leaned forward, bringing our faces even closer so her sweet breath ghosted over my face. Her wide eyes held mine. "Pain?" I asked, my voice harder, rougher than I wanted it to be. With how wet she was, I couldn't imagine she felt pain, but she was also very tight, a delicious combination for my cock, and one that made me want to plunge hard and deep into her. "No," she said. "Stretched." I waited, even if my body screamed for me to buck my hips and impale her on my length. Her eyes held so many emotions. I had no way of grasping a single one. How must it feel to have that kind of chaos inside your body? She moved her pelvis, and I took that as permission to lift my hips. I slid deeper into her tight heat encasing me perfectly, and she closed her eyes. "Kiara," I forced out. "I need to see your eyes." I had trouble reading her facial expression without seeing the look in her eyes. Her lids fluttered open. "Sorry." I stroked her sides, and she licked her lips. "You can go deeper." And I did. This time, I didn't stop. As I raised my hips, I held her down until her pussy pressed against my pelvis. I lowered myself to the mattress and took her with me. She became still on top of me as I filled her completely. Fuck. This felt as close to perfection as I could imagine. She breathed out and her fingers flexed against my skin. I swallowed. Never before had someone felt as good around my cock. My body screamed to move, to seek the pleasure her tightness could offer. She clung to me, completely motionless. "Okay?" I asked in a low voice. Kiara exhaled again. "It feels good." Tears filled her eyes, and I became as still as she was. Why the tears? She leaned forward to kiss me and shifted my cock inside of her. I moaned against her mouth, and she gave a small shudder. Her lips brushed mine, and I took her up on the invitation, tasting her mouth. Kissing had always seemed a necessary evil many women required during intercourse, but with Kiara it spiked my own arousal. Slowly she pulled back, eyes dark and teary. "I feel like I'm finally free of him." I stroked her back gently, trying to understand. I had killed him as brutally as I was capable of, and yet this act of tenderness finally destroyed the demons of her past, the memories of his actions. I tightened my hold on her, bringing our bodies flush together, my back pressed against the headboard. For once, I didn't know what to say, and it was an unsettling experience. I began moving, rotating my hips slowly, gently, and she gasped. She looked into my eyes and brushed her lips over mine. Trust, tenderness, and so many more emotions I didn't understand. I'd never truly resented my incapability to feel, but in this moment I did. "It feels so good, Nino." I angled my hips the same way, and Kiara's lids fluttered, but she didn't close her eyes. It was as if she needed to see me, so I returned her gaze. Her lips parted for a soft moan. It was a perfect sound, more perfect than any melody Kiara had ever created on her piano, and she had created some of the most beautiful melodies I'd ever heard. Brushing my thumb over her clit, it moved easily over her heated flesh, coated with her juices. My other hand cupped her breast, my thumb flicking over her hardened nub. She cried out and clenched around me. My eyes rolled back as I fought for control. I wanted to go harder, faster. Fuck! I forced the urge down and focused on my wife as she rocked her hips, almost helplessly, trying to find more pleasure but uncertain of her moves. I let her discover the motion she loved as I kept slowly thrusting upward. Every time her eyes widened or her lips parted, my fucking heart clenched. I wasn't sure what was wrong with me. It wasn't a physical response I'd ever encountered during sex. I flicked my thumb over her clit faster and sped up my thrusts. Kiara's walls clamped tightly around my cock, her nails digging into my skin. She rocked faster, barely meeting my thrusts. It was uncoordinated and unpracticed, and yet the best thing I'd ever watched. The fucking best thing I'd ever felt. Her eyes grew wide, body tightening as she came with a loud moan, and finally I let loose, slamming harder into her and hoping she could take it, but too far gone to ask, until my release hit me like a tidal wave. My head fell back against the headboard and I spent myself inside her. The fucking tightness in my chest remained. She fell forward and clung to me, her face buried in my neck, her lips leaving kiss after kiss against my sweaty skin. I ran my hands over her back and arms, but stayed away from her neck. That was still a spot she was nervous about. She softened under my touch, breathing deeply. "I love you," she whispered, and we both stiffened at the same time. Her breathing hitched against my throat. Love?
Chapter 19. Kiara. I love you. Nino grew tense beneath me, and I stiffened in turn. I closed my eyes. I couldn't believe I uttered those words. I hadn't considered saying them because I knew Nino couldn't say them back. Love. For him, it was something unfathomable, illogical, impossible. He simulated affection for me. Every act of tenderness, every smile and soft expression was a conscious effort. I swallowed. The words had slipped out without my intention because I'd been so relieved and happy and grateful. I had never told someone I loved them, not even my mother, and no one had ever said it to me. Nino had been nothing but patient and gentle with me, and it wasn't something I'd expected. Not in my wildest dreams, not from a man like him, and not from a Falcone. I felt safe with him. But saying the words I'd barely dared to admit to myself had been a mistake. I knew it deep down. Gathering my courage, I pulled back and sat up. Nino was still inside of me, but he was starting to go soft. I was afraid of looking into his face and seeing him stare blankly at me. It was impossible for him to understand why I had said these 3 words. When I raised my eyes, Nino looked like he was trying to comprehend what had just happened. His brows drew together, his gray eyes piercing me to the very core, as if he was trying to see into my heart and soul, laying me bare, when I had already bared myself to him by admitting to my foolishness. Embarrassment washed over me, and a deep longing that seemed to tear at the seams of my heart filled my chest. I began to pull away, but Nino wouldn't let me. His arms tightened around me.
"No,"
he said firmly.
"Don't run."
Had it been that obvious on my face that I wanted to run away, even if there was no way for me to run from my emotions? He cupped my cheek and kissed me, his expression softening.
"You are overwhelmed and relieved because we had sex. It's okay. Don't be embarrassed."
Deep down, I knew this act of kindness as well was a conscious effort. He made his facial muscles go soft because he knew I wanted it, because he knew I needed it. "I meant what I said," I whispered, because I was done running. Nino was right. All my life I'd run from memories, from my family, from men. I was done running. And even if Nino couldn't understand my feelings, that didn't change the fact that I had them. Nino regarded me, his eyes almost expressive for once.
"Kiara,"
he began in a low voice. "I know," I said quickly, my throat tightening. "I know you can't return the emotion. I know you don't feel anything for me, and it's okay. You are trying to be a good man, even though it's not in your nature. You are treating me right. You are simulating affection for me, and that's all right. It's more than I expected when we married, and it's enough." His gaze became searching, and again I got the feeling that he was trying to peer straight into my heart. Maybe he succeeded because he asked quietly,
Are you sure?
No, it had been a big fat lie. The idea that Nino could never feel for me what I felt for him filled me with despair. But he had been upfront about his disposition from the very start. I couldn't hold it against him. I wouldn't. Does it matter? You can't change who you are. You can't make yourself feel. So even if it bothered me, that wouldn't change a thing. I prefer not to fret over things I can't change.
That is a logical choice. But you aren't the logical type, Kiara.
I kissed him fiercely, my lips lingering against his as I looked into his gray eyes. As soon as I did, they softened again. Simulated affection. He was so horrifyingly good at it.
I can try to simulate love,
he murmured, and my heart jerked violently.
It's not difficult. Humans have a certain way they act around each other when they are in love.
I was torn between wanting to agree, because if Nino was as good at simulated love as he was at everything else, he could make me believe his emotions were real. I could allow myself to believe a lie. I knew it. But what happened in the moments when I realized the truth, when he forgot to show emotion? These moments would tear me apart if I allowed myself to believe his love could actually be real.
Kiara,
he said quietly, softly, and even that timbre in his voice was fake, and yet my heart surged with warmth upon hearing it. I shook my head, my lips brushing against his because we were still so close. Don't simulate love. Everything else I can deal with, but not love. If you ever tell me you love me, it has to be because you really do love me. Nino's arms tightened around me, and a flicker of wariness filled his expression. He knew it was never going to happen. Nino loving me was an impossibility. Could you love someone who didn't have emotions? Someone who analyzed love as if it were a mathematical problem? It wasn't a question that needed answering. I knew the answer. I loved Nino, even if he could never love me back. I had fallen asleep in Nino's arms, and as usual, when I woke the next morning, I was curled into him just like every morning, but today felt different. Light streamed in through the gap in the curtains, and I sighed, my fingers tracing along Nino's stomach.
How do you feel?
His voice startled me, even though I'd known he was awake. He always woke before me. I didn't lift my head and pressed my cheek tightly against his chest. Good. Nino's hand stroked my arm.
No lies.
I'm not lying, I said, and finally looked up into his calm face. It wasn't exactly cold. Yesterday, I finally freed myself of him, and you helped me do it. That's all that matters. Nino's fingers moved to my spine, then slowly trailed higher, brushing my neck, and I stilled, waiting for the flicker of panic. There was a moment of unease, more because I waited for the panic and memories to surface than because of Nino's touch. He eased his fingers into my curls, cupping the back of my head, and I smiled. See? I told the truth. His eyes narrowed slightly, but I wasn't sure why. He looked almost confused, which was strange for Nino. I propped myself up on his chest and kissed him, and he readily returned the kiss and soon pulled me on top of him, his erection digging into my thigh. He pulled me down until the tip brushed against my opening, but he didn't slip in. Instead, he kissed me, and his hands massaged my ass cheeks. I allowed myself to drown in the taste of his lips, allowed the strokes of his rough fingertips to steal the last of my tiredness. He pulled back slightly, his expression tense with desire.
I want you.
I kissed him harder, answering him with my body and not with words. His fingers moved between my legs, slipping between my folds, and he exhaled.
So wet,
he murmured. I bit my lip when 2 of his fingers pushed into me. The sensation spread from my core into every nerve ending, and I arched up, allowing him to push deeper into me. How could I have ever thought this wouldn't be good? Nino managed to make everything good for me. He watched me with toe-curling intensity as I rocked my hips against his fingers. My pleasure was mounting, and I could feel myself getting closer. Nino pulled his fingers out before I could find my release, and I huffed in protest, squirming on top of him for some friction against his pelvis.
"You'll get it,"
he growled, and I shivered hearing his voice. He gripped my hips and pulled me down until finally his tips slipped into me, and I moaned at the sensation. He pushed his hips up, sliding all the way in, and I shuddered through my release, desperately clinging to him as my walls clenched around his length. I buried my face against his throat as he rocked his hips, driving himself into me again and again. No pain, no fear, no memories. Only Nino's warmth and the pleasure only he could bring me. Clinging to his shoulders, I looked into his eyes, and in my mind, 3 words repeated themselves over and over again. I love you. I love you. I love you. Neither of us broke eye contact as Nino slammed into me over and over again, and when his thumb flicked over my clit, I threw my head back as pleasure coursed through me. Nino growled against my throat, his tongue swiping over my pulse point. Then he bit down lightly as he released into me. Listening to his pounding heart, I relaxed. Love, a game for fools. I wasn't sure where I'd read the phrase, but I knew it was true. That night, Nino had his first fight since we got married. I was more nervous than he was, which wasn't really all that difficult, but still, I was really nervous. I put on the elegant red cocktail dress that I had bought with Nino. It wasn't as luxurious as the other dresses, but it accentuated my curves in a way I had never allowed before. I had always been worried that displaying my body would make people blame me for what happened, that it would make them see that I wasn't the epitome of purity I was supposed to be. But I wanted to be rid of that thinking as well. Nino had already left an hour ago so he could prepare for his fight, and I was supposed to ride with Savio. In the last few weeks, he had avoided me, probably because he resented me for the whore ban in the communal space in the house. When I walked toward the main part of the house, I found Savio lounging on the sofa, texting someone on his phone. He had a strange smile on his face as he stared at his screen, but he quickly shoved his phone into his pocket when he noticed me and straightened. His dark eyes scanned me from head to toe, and despite him being 2 years younger than me at only 17, he managed to make me nervous with his attention.
"You look hot in red,"
he said, surprising me. "Thanks," I said hesitantly, not sure how to handle his compliment. He nodded and came toward me. Savio was almost as tall as Nino and held himself with complete confidence. I tensed when he stopped beside me.
"You don't have to get all tense because I'm close,"
he said.
"You are family. I'm here to protect you."
I raised my eyebrows. "So far, you haven't seemed too happy having me around." He shrugged.
"It's annoying that I can't fuck girls where I want now that you're here. I have to go to my part of the house. I really like to fuck on the pool table."
I grimaced. "Okay, I'm glad you and Remo both fancy the table." He smiled, and it transformed his face, making him more approachable. He was more controlled than Remo in some regards, but nowhere near as calm as Nino, and he was way cockier than both of them.
"Come on, I don't want to be late for the fight. Nino's going to rip that asshole a new one."
Savio led me toward his Ferrari. He drove like a madman, and I clutched the seat as if that would save me if he crashed the car. Apparently, Adamo wasn't the only one who enjoyed racing. I definitely wasn't a speed junkie. When Savio and I entered Roger's arena, a shiver passed through my spine. The place was crowded with people. Every table and booth was occupied, and many people stood against the wall. The scent of blood, beer, and sweat hung in the air, and the neon tubes attached to the mesh wire on the bare concrete walls emitted an eerie glow. My eyes scanned the words they formed. Honor, pain, blood, victory, strength. The bar was cast in the same red glow, and the women behind it worked in overdrive to serve the customers quickly. Looking down at myself, I realized how well the blood red of my dress fit the occasion. Savio nodded toward a red leather booth close to the cage, where Fabiano and Leona were sitting.
Come on, let's go over to them.
In passing, we greeted his friends and their fathers and a few people I didn't know but who obviously knew who I was. Arriving at the booth, Leona gave me an encouraging smile. It'll be okay. Nino is undefeated in the cage. Fabiano nodded.
He's brain and muscle. That's too much for most opponents.
I gave them both a grateful smile as I slipped into the booth across from them. I know, but I'm really not looking forward to seeing Nino getting hurt. Savio snorted.
Don't worry, my brother is invincible.
Nobody was, not even Nino, even if his emotionless mask made everyone believe it. Nino was human. He could fail. He could get hurt. Leona regarded me curiously, and I wondered if my feelings for Nino were obvious to people around me. I hoped I could hide them, because how foolish would I appear if people realized I'd come to love someone incapable of emotion?
I'll be back in a few minutes. I need to talk to Diego,
he said. His friend was giving him signs. Savio walked off without another word, and a waitress with long black hair and pink lipstick appeared at our booth. She gave Leona a tense smile, ignoring Fabiano, and finally turned to me with a wary expression. What would you like to drink, Mrs. Falcone? That name still made me pause. Do you have wine? The waitress pursed her lips. This is a fight bar. We have liquor or beer.
Careful, Cheryl,
Fabiano said in a low voice that sent a shiver through my body. His blue eyes held a clear warning as he regarded the waitress.
You better remember who she is.
Leona touched his arm, which was propped up on the table, but Fabiano didn't take his eyes off the woman. Enforcer. It was easy to forget what that meant. I felt bad for her and quickly said, Then a beer. I needed something alcoholic to calm my nerves, and hard liquor was out of the question. I didn't have the necessary tolerance for it.
And one for me,
Ramo said as he appeared close behind Cheryl. She tensed and stepped aside to let him pass. I'll bring it over in a moment, she said, then rushed off. To my surprise, Ramo slipped into my booth. As usual, my body tightened with unease at his closeness. He gave me a challenging look, but didn't come close enough so we'd touch.
Still?
He asked with a twisted smile. He didn't have to elaborate. I knew what he meant, and I didn't think I'd stop being wary of him anytime soon. He hadn't given me reason to do so, but something about Ramo just screamed danger, and I wasn't the only one who felt that way. Leona rolled her eyes when Ramo turned to Fabiano.
I saw that,
he said under his breath. I stifled a laugh. Sometimes, very rarely, I managed to get past my fear of Ramo. In those moments, I almost understood why Nino thought so highly of his brother. Two men in fight shorts entered the cage. My brows furrowed. I thought Nino's fight was next.
The biggest fight is always last,
Fabiano explained.
There are 2 fights before Nino's. Whoever wins might end up fighting me or perhaps Savio next.
Why do you do this? Why do you keep fighting? It's not like people don't fear you enough.
If you get comfortable, you get weak. That happens to many people in positions of power. It's good to prove to people and to yourself that you are still someone to fear,"
Ramo said, his dark eyes passionate and fierce. The referee gave the signal. At once, the two men barreled toward each other and collided with grunts. I winced as I watched their kicks and punches. Cheryl returned with our beers, and I took a deep gulp despite my aversion to the taste. One of the men flew against the cage and blood spurted out of his mouth. I covered my own with my hand. Oh, God. Ramo cocked an eyebrow.
"This is nothing."
"Maybe for you," I muttered.
"You'll get used to the sight."
He nodded toward Leona.
"She did?"
"I still don't enjoy it," Leona said. "Especially if Fabiano's in the cage. It's horrible, seeing him getting hurt." She shuddered.
"I'm not getting hurt,"
Fabiano said firmly.
"I always win."
Savio returned and sank down beside Ramo.
"Because you've never fought against me. I've fought against you and I kicked your ass,"
Fabiano muttered.
"That was more than a year ago."
The crowd burst into applause, and my eyes darted toward the cage where one man lay unmoving on the floor while the others stood above him with raised hands. My heart beat in my throat when the referee finally announced Nino's fight. His opponent, a man the size of a giant, was already waiting in the cage when Nino stepped out of the changing room. The crowd regarded Nino with respect and fear as he walked through the aisle they'd made for him. His eyes were directed straight ahead at the cage with an expression of cold determination, yet something was different about him. For once, the emotionless mask seemed almost forced, as if he had to make it appear that way. Or maybe my own nerves had me imagining things. Nino climbed into the cage under the roaring applause of the crowd. In his fight shorts and with his gruesome tattoos, he was an intimidating sight. The moment Nino had entered the room, Ramo, Savio, and Fabiano had changed their behavior. Their expressions showed no hint of doubt or worry, only pride and the grim knowledge that Nino would win. I knew Nino was a good fighter, but his opponent was several inches taller and much wider than Nino. My husband didn't seem impressed by the man in front of him, and the moment the ref got out of the cage and closed the door, he switched into predator mode. His entire body became taut, his eyes cautious as they regarded their opponent. The man was the first to attack. I tensed when he barreled toward Nino, who jumped to the side and landed a hard kick in the man's side. Ramo cheered loudly, and Savio and Fabiano applauded, but I could not move. Nino seemed off. I couldn't quite pinpoint what it was. His opponent got him good in the first few minutes of the fight. Nino was thrown against the cage and landed on the floor hard. I jerked violently, clamping my hand over my mouth to stop a scream as tears formed in my eyes. Ramo tensed, leaning forward as if he were on the verge of jumping up. I sucked in a deep breath, trying not to cry. Ramo looked, scanning my expression and eyes.
"Don't lose it. This is public."
I blinked. "What if he loses?" I whispered. "What if he dies?" Ramo narrowed his eyes in anger, but there was something else there. Worry.
"Nino won't lose and he definitely won't fucking die. Understood?"
I gave a nod, and to my relief, Nino was already back on his feet. For a moment, he didn't move, only regarded the man who was taunting him. Then his eyes moved toward me for a second, and my body exploded with emotions. He turned back to his opponent, and as if a switch was turned, Nino dropped the analytic calm. I had never seen that look on his face. He lunged at the other man and attacked viciously. He looked unhinged, hungry for blood and death, and he kicked and punched his opponent over and over again, not stopping even as the man dropped to the ground. It was a deeply unsettling sight.
What's gotten into him?
Savio muttered. Ramo didn't take his eyes off the cage, but his mouth thinned.
I don't know.
Nino thrust his fist down on the unconscious man one more time. Then he staggered to his feet, covered in blood, gray eyes alight with fury. Even scarier was how quickly the emotion was replaced with his usual calm. What had just happened? Nino left the cage before the judge declared him the winner and stalked toward the changing rooms under the applause of the crowd. I jumped to my feet. "Let me out," I said. Ramo stood as well and gripped my arm. I tensed but didn't pull away because people were watching and I knew how to keep up appearances.
I don't think this is a good time for you to go to Nino. I will handle him.
"Nino won't hurt me," I said quietly. Ramo tilted his head.
Are you sure about that?
His voice held a challenge. I gave a resolute nod. "Absolutely. Let me go to him." Ramo smiled coldly and motioned for Savio to make room. They both stepped out of the booth so I could leave before sitting back down. Ramo held my gaze.
I've never seen Nino like this, but if you think you can handle him, be my guest.
Straightening my spine, I moved through the crowd, who backed away from me as if I was contagious. Some people gave me pitying looks. Others regarded me as if I was someone to be scared of. Kiara Falcone. I heard their hushed whispers. I was glad when I reached the changing room and stepped inside. Nino wasn't in front of the lockers, but I heard the shower running and walked around the corner until I caught sight of him in the last stall. He was braced against the tiles, head hanging low as water poured down his body. His head turned, and the look in his gray eyes sent a stab of worry through me. "Are you all right?" I asked breathlessly. Nino straightened in all his naked glory, covered in cuts and bruises. Magnificent.
Come closer,
he said in a strange voice. I moved toward him but stopped in front of the shower. Nino stared down at me as if I was a problem he wanted to solve. His expression was intense, on the verge of angry, which didn't make sense considering this was Nino. He didn't feel anger. He didn't feel anything. He curled his fingers around my wrist and pulled me toward him, his eyes not once breaking their staring. "Nino," I protested, "my clothes." But he didn't hear me. His lips claimed my mouth, stopping me from saying any more. He pressed into me, his tall frame caging me in. His hand brushed my thigh, pushing up my dress, shoving aside my panties. He slipped a finger into me, his mouth still soft yet dominant, and I arched back against the tiled wall. He followed, not allowing me to escape his overwhelming presence as his free hand cupped my breast through my wet dress. I wasn't sure what had gotten into him. His touch and kisses were overwhelming, but my body reacted with a tidal wave of arousal as he slid his finger in and out of me. He nipped at my lower lip, then licked water off it and claimed my mouth again, possessive, unrelenting, desperate. But how was it possible? His thumb swiped over my clit as he moved his finger faster. "Nino," I gasped out. "What?" Again he interrupted me with an almost harsh kiss. I blinked up, confused and turned on and a bit unsettled, but not enough to stop. He added another finger and I grasped his shoulders to steady me. He hooked one of my legs over his hip, opening me up so he could slam his fingers deeper into me. I rocked against his hand, clinging to him as his mouth ravaged mine, all the while his eyes never looking away from mine as if he was trying to devour me, as if he needed me. He flicked his thumb over my clit again, and I cried against his lips when my orgasm rocked through me. Stars burst in my vision, an almost blinding pleasure. My fingers dug deeper into Nino's skin. I stared at him, open-mouthed, panting. He slowed his thrusts, then eased his fingers out, He released me, but moved even closer until he filled all of my vision and breathed harshly as he stared down at me. He was hard, digging into my stomach, but he made no move to take things further, and it confused me. Like his expression confused me. "Nino?" I reached for his chest, trailing my fingers over it, then moving lower. He didn't take his eyes off me, but when I curled my fingers around his shaft, his hand came down on them and he leaned forward, his mouth brushing my ear.
"If I fuck you now, it's going to be against this wall. It's going to be hard and fast and nothing like last time. Nothing like you want. Nothing like you need."
I shivered at the underlying threat in his voice. I gazed up into his eyes, and again they shifted between anger and absolute calm. I didn't understand any of it. Had the fight unchained him that much? Remo and Savio had been stunned by his behavior, so it wasn't something that happened with every fight. "You won't hurt me." He took a deep breath, chest heaving, and closed his eyes. My dress clung to my body and my feet swam in my heels, but I stayed where I was, close to Nino, as he battled whatever demons the fight had summoned. His breathing slowed, and his hand around mine loosened until he finally released me completely. I kept my fingers around his erection and lightly brushed my thumb over the silky tip. Nino's eyes jerked open, but this time he didn't stop me. I moved my hand slowly up and down, not hard and fast, trying to give him comfort and not let this be his outlet for the violence brooding in his body. He braced himself, placing his hands on both sides of my head, and regarded me through half-closed eyes. He rocked his hips in rhythm with my pumps, and eventually some of the tension slipped away. His breathing deepened as I rubbed him, and when I used my second hand to cup his balls, he let out a low breath and pumped even faster. I wanted to comfort him, wanted to show him that I was there for him. Nino lowered his head, and I tilted mine back to meet his mouth for a kiss. It was gentle, unhurried, and deliciously slow. No anger or violence, only beautiful sensuality. My own body responded to the kiss and the feel of Nino coming undone under my touch. His moves became less controlled and his kiss more passionate, and then his body tightened and he groaned against my mouth. He jerked in my hand, his eyes closing. I kept stroking, and for a long time he stayed still, his forehead lightly pressed up against mine, his chest heaving. I released him, and the water washed away every trace of our juices. Nino opened his eyes again, and his expression was back to the familiar calm. I was torn between missing the more unhinged version of him, the one he'd never shown before, and being relieved that Nino hadn't lost it completely. He straightened, robbing me of his heat. He turned the water off, his eyes trailing the length of me.
"You can't walk out of the changing room in wet clothes,"
he said matter-of-factly. I searched his face for a hint of something, but he returned my gaze steadily, eerily. He stepped out of the shower and grabbed 2 towels.
"It's probably for the best if you undress and dry yourself. I will get dressed and see if I can organize clothes for you."
Nodding mutely, I took the towel, wrapping it around my curls to stop them from dripping all over the place. I peeled my soaking dress off my body. Despite his words, Nino didn't leave or move to get dressed. Instead, he watched me remove my dress, then my underwear. "Nino, are you all right? You've been off since the fight."
"I'm fine,"
he murmured, then finally dried himself off and got dressed.
"I'll be back in a few minutes."
"What if someone comes in?" I asked, a hint of worry creeping into my voice. Nino shook his head.
"Nobody will dare to come in. Trust me. I won't be gone long."
He disappeared, and I wrapped another towel around myself, staring down at the red heap at my feet. What had gotten into Nino? As promised, he returned a few minutes later with jeans and a plain black t-shirt.
Roger's waitresses keep spare clothes, in case they spill something.
I took the clothes and put them on. They were a bit too big on me, but at least they smelled clean and were dry. I cringed, thinking about what people would say if I came out in different clothes than before.
Something is bothering you,
Nino said, coming a bit closer, his brows drawn together. I'm worried what people will think of me. He gripped my waist and pulled me toward him.
They will think that you gave your husband a prize for winning.
My cheeks grew hot. Yeah, that.
And?
He asked quietly, this strange look still in his eyes. He nibbled my throat, then my ear.
You are my wife.
My lashes fluttered and I released a strangled breath. I was already getting aroused again. He picked my dress up from the ground, wrung it out, and put it into his bag before taking my hand. I took my slippery heels in my free hand and followed Nino out of the changing room, barefoot. Most people had left the bar by now, but everyone who was still there stared at us. It took all of my self-control not to duck my head under the force of their scrutiny. Nino's presence helped. He appeared completely unfazed, of course. When we arrived at the booth with his brothers and Fabiano and Leona, they all regarded us strangely. My face heated, knowing what they were thinking. Ramo's evaluating gaze was especially hard to bear. His eyes narrowed as they moved between his brother and me.
I take it you fucked his strange behavior right out of him?
My mouth fell open. I didn't... Nino squeezed my hand.
Let's go home. I'm done with this day.
Ramo nodded, then exchanged another look with Fabiano and Savio. They were as puzzled by Nino's strange behavior as I was. Chapter 20. Kiara. Nino didn't say anything on our drive home. I kept glancing at him, but his eyes were closed. There was a cut over his cheekbone, and the skin around it was swelling. At least it wasn't bleeding. Ramo watched us occasionally through the rearview mirror as he drove his car, but he didn't say anything. When we walked into the mansion, Nino headed straight toward our wing. Ramo gripped my wrist before I could follow. I flinched, but he didn't release me.
Will you stop this shit?
He growled. I forced myself to meet his angry gaze.
Keep an eye on my brother. I don't know what's gotten into him. Usually he would analyze the fight like a fucking computer program right after. That he's like this is a fucking bad sign.
Has he ever been like this? I asked. Something in Ramo's eyes shifted, as if he was remembering something. He loosened his grip.
Just keep a fucking eye on him.
I turned and continued toward our wing of the mansion, then upstairs into the bedroom. Nino was perched on the edge of the bed, arms propped up on his legs as he stared down at the ground. He was completely naked. I approached him, but he didn't move. Slowly, I raked my finger through his still damp hair, and finally he raised his eyes to meet mine.
I want you,
he said quietly. Leaning forward, I kissed him, my fingernails scratching his scalp, making him shudder and release a low breath. He tugged at my jeans and pushed them down my legs. I wasn't wearing panties. He leaned forward and kissed my hip bones, biting down lightly and making me jump. Then he soothed the spot with his tongue. Slowly, he trailed his tongue down from my hip bones to my upper thigh, and then between my legs. I gasped when he slipped his tongue between my folds. I was already aroused, but the feel of his mouth against my heated flesh increased it even further. Nino hooked a palm under my knee and lifted my leg, propping it up on the bed and opening me for him. Watching him through half-closed eyes, his lips moved over my folds and his tongue slid along my crease, tasting me. His eyes met mine, and I couldn't look away, despite the embarrassment heating my cheeks. Never taking his gaze off me, he ran the tip of his tongue up and down before he circled my clit. "Nino," I gasped, parting my legs wider, needing to feel more of his mouth on me. He buried his face in my lap, his mouth closing over my folds as his tongue worked me. His hands cupped my ass, and he massaged my cheeks, pushing me even harder against his face. I couldn't hold back anymore, starting to shake and rocking my hips almost desperately as I held onto Nino's shoulders. My moans spurred him on, and he licked and nibbled greedily until I was sure I'd come again. But then he pulled away, his face glistening with my arousal. His eyes were alight with desire. I quickly pulled my shirt over my head, then bit my lip. "How?" I asked quietly. He curled a hand over my hip and tugged me toward the bed. I climbed on top of the mattress.
"Lie down on your side,"
Nino instructed in a low voice. Surprised, I stretched out, my back facing Nino. He lay down behind me and pressed up against my body, his erection digging into my butt. I tensed. His mouth grazed my ear.
"Trust me, I'm not going to do anal, Kiara."
I felt foolish, but nodded. Nino slid one arm under me, then lifted my upper leg with his other and moved it slightly back so my foot rested on his strong calf. Then he pressed his pelvis against my butt, and I felt his tip nudge my opening. He changed the angle slightly and slowly slid in. I arched back against him. He didn't go as deep in this position, but I loved the feel of his chest against my back, his hot mouth against my shoulder and neck, his arms around me from behind. His movements were slow, but his tip seemed to rub my clit from the inside, and when he trailed his hand down between my legs, I released a low moan.
"This position okay for you?"
He rasped against my ear as his next stroke hit me even deeper. "Yes," I gasped. Nino's closeness, his warm embrace, his soft kisses along my shoulder blade, they made this perfect. Nino cupped my breasts, fingers tweaking my nipple as his other hand worked nimbly between my legs. He slammed into me over and over again, slow, precise strokes that curled my toes and made my eyes roll back with pleasure. It was beautiful and breathtaking, and I let myself fall completely. I trusted Nino without reservation to guide me over the edge, to take care of me, and he did. I tightened as my release hit me, and I cried out Nino's name. He rasped mine into my ear, the word almost desperate as he spilled inside me moments after my orgasm. He didn't pull back, holding me closely against his body, still buried deep inside of me. He eased out of me, and I turned in his embrace. I lightly traced the skin around the cut in his cheekbone, then the blooming bruises over his ribs. He tensed under my touch. "Sorry," I breathed. "Are you in a lot of pain? Clearly, I have nothing better to do than to rub myself against you when you're bruised." He tangled his hand in my curls, regarding me with an unreadable expression.
"I was the one who initiated sex, Kiara. I wanted you.
He trailed off, brows pulling together.
"I've survived many fights. I'll be healed in a few days."
I didn't say anything, only snuggled against Nino's chest, careful not to apply pressure to his ribs. I kissed his shoulder blade, and uttered in my head the words I'd never say aloud again. "I love you." A low noise I couldn't place tore me from sleep. Even with Nino beside me, I was a light sleeper, quick to wake from the slightest noise. I stared into the dark, and there it was again, a throaty sound full of dark despair. What was that? A wave of fear shot through me when a familiar tone caught my attention. Nino? Was that Nino? The sound stirred memories within me, but I pushed them aside and rolled over. In the dark, I couldn't make out more than the outline of Nino's back, but the bed was shaking from the force of his body tremors. "Nino?" I whispered, but my voice was so hesitant and quiet I could barely hear it. My first instinct was that it had to be a seizure, something physical, because it seemed impossible that emotions forced these sounds out of Nino. These throaty inhales, not moans, not gasps, but something in between, were full of emotion. I didn't understand. Slowly, I sat up, unsure if I should wake him, completely at a loss what to do. Nino was always in control. He was control. Reaching over to my bedside, I turned on the light, needing to see him and at the same time terrified of it. Nino was lying on his side, shaking, one hand curled around the edge of the bed, clutching it tightly. His brows formed one hard line, and his forehead was covered in sweat. My fingers shook as I reached for him. My God, what was going on with him? The second my fingertips brushed his shoulder, his eyes flew open, and the look in them made me recoil. Nino lunged for the knife on his bedside table, clutching it in his hand as he staggered out of bed. His gaze pinged around the room, then settled on me, the way I was pressed up against the headboard in confusion and fear. His legs gave out. Pressing the knife to his chest, he bent forward, braced against the ground with one arm, heaving deep breaths. "Nino?" I whispered, crawling to the edge of the bed. Nino said he wasn't capable of emotions, that he couldn't feel, but in his eyes and on his face was pure, unbridled emotion. And he couldn't handle it, didn't know how. Maybe this was the first time in a long time that he was submitted to something like that. His back was heaving, arms shaking, and somehow in the diffused glow of the bedside lamp, his tattoos seemed to come alive, the inked flames leaping up, the contorted faces mocking yet agonizing at the same time. My throat clogged with emotion, helpless and terrified and worried that this was it, that something had snapped Nino's sanity, whatever was left of it. My love for him didn't make me blind to the truth, that Nino and Ramo both were messed up in a way that couldn't be resolved with a few pills and countless sessions with a shrink. Something awful had twisted them into what they were today, twisted Nino's emotions into a tight knot. Something had managed to untie it. Seeing him like this made me think that maybe there had been a good reason why his mind and body had tied that knot in the first place. I slid out of bed and approached Nino hesitantly, but he jerked his head to the side.
"Ramo,"
he croaked. Then it got louder, more desperate.
"Get Ramo."
Stumbling toward the door, I ripped it open and ran down the corridor. My heart beat in my throat, and my bare feet smacked loudly against the cold granite. What was going on with Nino? Fear, raw and unhinged, rushed through me. What if I lost Nino to whatever this was? I crossed over into the east wing, Ramo's domain. I'd never been there before, and I knew I wasn't welcome, but Nino needed his brother, so no matter how scared I was of Ramo, I would get him. It took me a moment to get my bearings in the unfamiliar part of the house. I wasn't sure where Ramo's bedroom was, and with only minimal moonlight streaming in through the window at the end of the corridor, it was difficult to make out more than the hazy outlines of doors. Panicking, I ripped open the first door, and even in the dark I could make out the shape of a bed. An old smell hung in the air, something dusty and abandoned. Nobody had lived there in a while. There were so many rooms in this house, I'd never find him in time. I felt the wall for a light switch, but my body shook and I couldn't get my bearings. The dark was beginning to close in on me, but I moved on to the next door, my finger curling around the handle. Then there was a warm breath against my ear and a low murmur.
"What the fuck are you doing here?"
I screamed and lashed out instinctively, my hand colliding with his stubble-covered chin a moment before I realized whom I'd just hit. A strong hand clamped down on my wrist. I stilled, suddenly glad for the dark, because it hid Ramo's expression from me. "Let me go," I whispered, voice shaking. He released me, and I stepped back. "I'm sorry for hitting you," I got out. "You scared me." He remained silent for another moment, towering over me with that unsettling vibe of violence.
"Answer my question,"
he ordered. "It's Nino. I don't know what's happening with him. He's upset."
"Upset?"
Ramo said doubtfully. "Ramo, please, can you turn on the light?" I swallowed. "It's making me nervous being in the dark with you." He shifted, and his arm brushed mine. Then light flooded the corridor. When my eyes grew accustomed to the blinding light, Ramo came into focus, tall and naked except for briefs. His eyes slid down my body, dressed only in my thin nightgown, before they returned to my face. His chin was slightly red from where I'd hit him.
"I'm losing my patience here, Kiara."
"Nino needs your help," I said, annoyed, because there was no way I could explain Nino's situation to him. And finally, something went through to him, and he turned around and began running. I had absolutely no chance to catch up with him with his long legs. Panting, I arrived in our bedroom a couple of minutes later. Ramo was kneeling beside his brother, who was on the ground, his hand on Nino's shoulder. They both looked like fallen angels with their curved backs, their scars and tattoos, the muscles formed from years of fighting. Ramo's fallen angel on his back with the broken wings had never made more sense than it did now. "What's happening?" I croaked, and Ramo looked up from where he knelt beside his brother. For a moment, he looked as helpless, as terrified as I felt, and that sight undid me because this was Ramo. This was a man always commanding, always hard and powerful and cruel and not afraid of anything. It came almost as a relief when he narrowed his eyes at me, his mouth pulling into a twisted smile, as if this was my fault, as if without realizing it I had broken Nino, even though I held nowhere close to the power over him to do so.
"Get out,"
Ramo growled, but I didn't want to leave.
"Get out,"
he snarled, and I knew he'd make me if I didn't, so I rushed out and ran along the corridor, down the stairs, and into our living room, which wasn't really called that because most living room activities took place in the shared area of the mansion when all the brothers were together. This was my sanctuary, and sometimes Nino's, when he tried to simulate affection for me. I sank down on the piano bench. My fingers instantly found the keys, needing to feel their cool smoothness. The first notes of the song I'd written for Nino rang out. Desperate, drawn-out low notes in the beginning, then hesitant, higher notes, lighter notes, until the melody seemed almost excited in their staccato, followed by overwhelming, high-pitched notes until finally the melody became a gentle flow, a song of acceptance. But this ending seemed wrong now, and my fingers moved on, the notes reaching higher and higher, filling me up until my emotions created this melody. I breathed harshly as Nino's despair became music, as my fear let the melody burst through me with hard, short notes. Emotion was everywhere, and I could not stop, and felt like this was the only way I could get through this. Heavy steps sounded, and my fingers slid off the keys as Ramo stalked into the room and toward me, still only in his briefs and a look of murder on his face. I stiffened but didn't follow my impulse to run. Instead, I lowered my shaking hands to my lap and returned Ramo's gaze. He stopped halfway into the room as if he was torn between anger and despair, but then he bridged the remaining distance between us, dwarfing me with his height and sheer brutal presence. He leaned down, and I drew back but didn't look away.
"What the fuck did you do?"
he rasped. "I didn't do anything," I said. What could I have possibly done to unhinge Nino like that? I was only a woman. I didn't have any power over him.
"Bullshit. Remo, leave her alone."
It was Nino's voice, strangled, raw, and yet cool and controlled. I sagged with relief. Remo stepped back from me and turned to his brother, opening my view to Nino as well. Like Remo, Nino was only in briefs, and yet there were layers over layers of barriers I could never bridge. His expression was the blank canvas I'd grown used to, but there was something haunted, something hunted in his gray eyes as he stared at Remo. A look passed between the brothers that spoke of horrors I could not grasp. A look that made me realize that one brother could never be without the other. Whatever had shaped them into ice and fire, it had also forged them together in a way that couldn't be broken. Maybe Nino had become the cold flood against Remo's raging inferno. Perhaps Remo was the outlet for emotions Nino had locked behind impenetrable walls. I couldn't and would never be able to understand these two men. Nino tore his eyes away from his brother and looked at me. My chest tightened with relief and warmth, and I wanted to go to him and hug him, wanted to soothe him with words, give him comfort with my touch. But Nino wasn't like that. He didn't need comfort, or tenderness, or love.
"Play that song again,"
he said quietly. I touched my fingertips to the keys and began the song. A song that wasn't just a string of notes, but a gaping hole in my heart. Nino approached me slowly, and as he did, Remo backed away a few steps, but kept watching us. Nino lowered himself beside me on the bench, but I didn't stop playing. I closed my eyes and let the music flow, wishing he could understand that this song encompassed everything I felt for him, everything I'd ever felt for him. Then new notes rang out, and my eyes jerked open, my fingers faltering as Nino began to play the song as well. What? He added his own notes, and I realized it was on purpose. I joined in and played my melody, the two melodies seeming to flow around each other. It was more beautiful than anything I'd ever heard. Nino's eyes were on my face as he played the song from memory without faltering, but I had to return my gaze to the keys because I couldn't understand the look in his eyes. Remo met my gaze briefly over the piano, and his expression was just as unreadable. Then he turned around and left. I didn't understand any of this, but hearing Nino's melody merge with mine, creating something inexplicably beautiful, it felt like a gift. Nino and I played until the sun rose over the mansion and filled the room with light. Our melody had evolved, a string of beautiful notes, and my heart seemed to burst with emotions when our fingers finally lifted off the keys. Nino looked exhausted, and my own body yearned for sleep too, but at the same time, I felt like screaming my feelings from the rooftops. I stood and took Nino's hand. His cool gaze flitted up to me. "Let's go to bed," I whispered. Something shifted in his eyes, as if for once there was something that scared him, as if he didn't trust himself while asleep. "We don't have to sleep, but you need to rest for a bit," I told him, and finally he got up from the piano bench and followed me upstairs. Nino lay down, and I stretched out beside him, close but not touching. I wanted to press up against him, give him closeness. In the past, he'd held me to comfort me, not because he required that kind of attention. My gaze flickered across his face. His eyes were distant, and there was tightness to his mouth that suggested he was still fighting something within him. I couldn't hold back anymore and reached out for him, laying one hand hesitantly on his arm. It was ridiculous for me to be worried about touching him. We'd been closer than that. But I didn't want to push something onto Nino if he didn't want it, just because it would have helped me. His eyes zeroed in on me, and he lifted his arm so I could move closer, and I snuggled up to him, my hand coming to rest on his hard abs. I wish I knew if this was something he wanted, something he needed, or if he did it for me as part of his simulated affection. I didn't dare ask him what had caused this episode, or what he had seen in his mind to bring him to his knees like that, but the question burned on my tongue. Maybe one day he would tell me. Chapter 21. Kiara. We stayed in bed until midday, and for once I woke before Nino. I was wedged against his side as usual, and he looked peaceful sleeping, no sign of last night's episode visible on his face. His cheekbone was swollen with a bluish tint, as expected, but it didn't make Nino less attractive. For some reason, this small blemish on his perfect face made him even more beautiful. He stirred and opened his eyes. I smiled at him. "How do you feel?" He remained silent for a few heartbeats.
Different.
Different? I echoed, confused, but he didn't elaborate. He untangled himself from the blankets and sat up with a slight wince, his palm pressing up against his ribs. "Do you need something for the pain?"
"No,"
he said.
"It'll fade. And pain is a good motivator. Next time I'll have to be better so my opponent doesn't land hits like this."
I climbed out of bed as well and hovered beside him. "Will you go swimming?" Nino nodded.
"It'll help with the tiredness."
I grabbed my book and put on my bathrobe while Nino put on his swim trunks. He didn't bother going into the bathroom anymore. We were past that point. We headed outside in silence, and I took my usual place in the lounge chair while Nino dove into the water. His movements weren't as rhythmic or as smooth as usual. He drove himself harder than ever before, swimming fast and almost angrily. I wasn't sure how one could swim angrily, but it sure looked like it. I put my book down and stood to get a better view. Nino's breaths were short, less controlled, as he swam one round after the other. This was a much longer swimming session than his daily 30 minutes. Worry gnawed at me as I watched him overexert himself, as if he was trying to swim away from something. Finally, he stopped and held himself against the wall of the pool, his chest heaving, panting. He pushed himself out of the water, inked arms flexing, and staggered to his feet. I handed him his towel, and he pressed it against his face. When he lowered it to dry the rest of his body, the calm returned to his expression, but it looked wrong, off. I couldn't even pinpoint why. "Let's go inside. I'll make us something to eat." Nino didn't bother changing out of his swim trunks, and he followed me into the kitchen. I began to gather everything needed to make pancakes. The sounds of the clanking pots had Remo joining us. He was dressed and looked surprisingly well-rested, despite my intrusion last night. His eyes darted from me to Nino, who was reading the news on his phone without looking up. Remo moved to my side, as usual, ignoring my personal space as his hip bumped against mine. He watched me whip together the batter.
"How's he doing?"
he murmured, his dark eyes filled with worry. I paused because that sight still got to me. "I don't know. He's still acting weird." Remo moved to the kitchen table and sank down in a chair across from Nino.
So are you up for work today?
Nino put down his phone and looked up.
What do you have in mind? We caught 2 outfit bastards. I thought we could get some information out of them. When we're done, we can send them back to Cavallaro in a few nicely wrapped packages. What do you think? Will a nice round of torture lift your spirits?
Ramos smiled twistedly. Was he being serious? Did he really want to involve Nino in something this brutal when he wasn't quite himself? I don't think that's a good idea. Both Nino and Ramo glanced my way. Nino furrowed his brows in an almost confused expression while Ramo had murder on his face. I was growing used to it.
You better remember your place,
Ramo said harshly. Nino met my gaze.
Your worry is unnecessary, Kiara.
I doubted it, but I kept my mouth shut and prepared the pancakes, dividing them between 3 plates, and carried them over to the table. Ramo seemed surprised. I assumed you'd want to eat with us. Even if you threaten me, I won't let you go hungry. His dark eyes assessed my face, and I returned his gaze. Didn't he always insist I needed to learn to be a Falcone? Not cowering to him was a good step toward that goal. I couldn't be sure, but I thought I saw a flicker of respect in his eyes.
I like you better now that you aren't scared of your own fucking shadow anymore.
I shrugged. And I like you better when you're not being scary and bossy.
Then you don't like me very often,
Ramo said, digging into his pancakes. I sat down beside Nino, and he surprised me by putting his hand down on my thigh and squeezing. When I chanced a glance at him, he was focused on eating.
When do we need to leave?
Nino asked his brother.
The assholes are in the basement of the sugar trap. Savio and Fabiano are already there. I wanted to wait for you before we started.
Nino nodded and finished his pancakes.
I'll get dressed and then we can leave.
He turned to me and hesitated.
Is Damo here? He should be here, but the asshole snuck out this morning and took my Bugatti. If he gets back, I'll kick his fucking ass. Until then, your girl will be alone here.
Nino shook his head.
No, she can't defend herself yet.
I frowned. The mansion is safe, and I'm good with a gun. Well, decent, but that should be enough.
Decent is not good enough against most of our enemies. Cavallaro will soon realize we have his soldiers. I won't leave you unguarded. She can come with us,
Ramo said with a shrug. I knew the sugar trap was a strip club and whorehouse. But if the Camorra's enemies were taken there, that probably wasn't all it was used for. Nino regarded me.
That is a difficult place for Kiara.
I can deal, I said firmly. The second we stepped into the sugar trap, everyone's eyes swiveled toward us. A few scantily clad women were gathered around the bar, talking to a tall black guy sorting bottles. He nodded at Ramo and Nino, but regarded me curiously. The women, however, only mumbled a few words of greeting before they returned to what they had been doing. Poles were spread around the room on small stages, and there were several doors branching off the main bar. I assumed they were for private sessions. Ramo's hard eyes only brushed over the women, as if their mere presence annoyed him. Nino turned to me.
You can wait in our office while Ramo and I are in the basement.
I shook my head. No, I'll stay here and talk to the women. Ramo snorted.
They're whores. Talking isn't what they're good at.
I bit back a comeback and turned to Nino, trying to hide my worry. It must have showed because he brought my hand up to his lips and kissed my wrist. Several women gaped at us from their spot at the bar, and even Ramo looked caught off guard. Public displays of affection weren't usually Nino's style. Nino leaned forward, whispering in my ear.
I've survived every horror you can imagine, Kiara. Don't waste your worry on me. Torturing outfit bastards won't do anything to me. I don't feel their fear. I don't care about their begging."
He pulled back, and I released a breath. Without another word, Nino and Remo walked through the back door. The moment they were gone, the 5 women dared to stare at me again, and the guy behind the bar watched me too. I walked toward them. "Hi," I said, trying to hide my embarrassment. "I'm Kiara Falcone." The guy laughed.
"Everyone knows who you are, Mrs. Falcone. I'm Jerry. What can I do for you?"
His white teeth contrasted with his dark face, and I liked him at once. The women whispered among themselves, but didn't say anything directly to me. A few months ago, this would have driven me away, but I'd learned to brave unsettling situations. "What do you have?" I asked Jerry.
"Everything you want. Wine, beer, shots, cocktails. And even if we don't have it, I'd get it for you, Mrs. Falcone."
I couldn't help but laugh. "No need for that, please. Just give me a Coke. It's too early for wine." "If you ask me, every hour of the day is wine o'clock," the woman closest to me said as she raised a glass with red wine. She was very tall and had long blonde hair and was heavily made up like the other women. I supposed it was required in their field of work. I'd never before dealt with a sex worker. As my eyes took in the 5 women, I wondered how many of them had started working here of their own free will, and how many had been dragged into this by a romancer or to pay off their own debts. The other women, too, had wine glasses in front of them. I supposed alcohol made it easier to live a life like that. "Give me a glass of white wine," I said. I couldn't help but wonder with how many of these women Nino had slept, but I decided not to ask. Jerry chuckled.
"Don't let their alcoholism rub off on you."
Despite his words, he poured me a generous glass and slid it toward me. "Free alcohol is one of the few perks of working here," another woman muttered. I took a sip from my wine and regarded them, looking for signs of abuse. A few of them had small bruises on their arms or legs, but nothing major. "I'm CJ," said a younger woman with long brown hair and a kind smile. "She's a Falcone," the woman beside her hissed. I took another sip. "I am," I confirmed. "I'm also a person and a woman. You don't have to fear me." The tall woman shook her head. "You are not one of us, that's for sure." "I'm not. You are right. But I understand more than you think. I'm not your enemy." CJ walked around and leaned against the bar counter beside me. "We heard what happened in New York, what the Falcones did to your uncle." Jerry shoved her shoulder lightly.
"Why don't you shut up?"
I swallowed, but then I forced a smile and nodded. "Nino and Remo killed him." "Slaughtered him," the tall woman butted in. "Got what he deserved, if you ask me," CJ muttered. "Many men deserve the same," the tall woman said. I put down my glass and blurted, "Are you sex slaves?" CJ shrugged. "Not the kidnapped in the middle of the night kind, no. Most of us started this because we didn't have a choice. We needed the money, we felt obligated, and most of us stay because once you're in this, it's hard to work a normal job again. Once the debts to the Camorra are paid off, we earn good money." The tall woman narrowed her eyes at me. "There are very few women in this business who do this because they enjoy it. Maybe Johns want to believe most of us are nymphomaniacs who became hoes to get more dick. Fucking assholes. As if any of us enjoy sucking the dick of an old hairy, unwashed bastard." "Here comes the prick responsible for fresh meat," CJ whispered, and the look in her eyes made it clear. He was the reason why she worked at the sugar trap. I turned around, and a tall, brown-haired man, maybe a couple of years older than me, entered the club. He was very handsome, and I understood why he had become the Camorra's romancer. It was his job to make women fall for him until they were in so deep that they would do anything for him, even sell their bodies. He didn't give off the scary vibe so many made men did. He knew how to hide it, which was probably crucial if you wanted to lure women into your trap. His eyes wandered over the women without a hint of guilt. Then they settled on me, and his face was puzzled. I hadn't met him yet, or at least I hadn't noticed him. Something in his behavior shifted ever so slightly, as if he wasn't sure where to put me. But then he strode toward me and recognition flashed across his face. He ignored the women beside me, shook hands with Jerry, then turned to me.
"I'm Stefano,"
he said in a silky voice.
"It's a pleasure meeting you."
His charming smile hit me full force. Ramo prowled through the back door, covered in blood, and tapped the counter.
4 scotches, Jerry."
Then his dark eyes moved on to Stefano. He shook his head and narrowed his eyes before walking around to meet us. I couldn't take my eyes off his blood-spattered arms and throat. His shirt was black, but I was sure it was drenched in blood, too. He grabbed Stefano's shoulder.
"That is a conquest you wouldn't survive, Stefano. I'd hate to lose my best romancer, but I'd have to put you down. And you'd fucking thank me for it because Nino would fucking tear you into bite-sized pieces and feed them to you."
Stefano watched Ramo's bloody hand on his white shirt, curling his lip.
"I know who she is, Capo. I was only introducing myself. We know how it goes. You charm them and then they fall head over heels and lose their few remaining brain cells."
Ramo flashed a cruel smile at the gathered women. I rolled my eyes. First, I'm not going to fall for him. I'm Nino's. And second, I have more than a few brain cells. I didn't mention that no matter what Stefano did, he couldn't win my heart because my heart belonged to Nino. Stefano's eyes widened, and he looked at Ramo as if he expected his capo would strike me dead for the audacity.
"Indeed."
Ramo smirked and released Stefano, leaving a bloody handprint on the man's shirt. Jerry handed Ramo a tray with 4 glasses of scotch.
"We're almost done,"
he said to me, then to Stefano.
"Hands off."
The women backed away as he passed them with the tray. Stefano let out an Italian curse under his breath as he regarded his ruined shirt. "I suppose you won't charm your way into girls' hearts with blood on your shirt?" He shrugged.
"If I told the right story, they'd believe I saved a man's life and that's why I have that handprint on my shirt. Women believe all kinds of shit if an attractive man makes them feel special and tells them how gorgeous they are, even if they're average at most."
I took a deep swig of my wine, not sure what to say to that. But CJ found my words. "You're an asshole." Stefano grinned at her.
"That's not what you said when I fucked your brains out and you declared your love for me."
She paled, then whirled around and disappeared through the door behind the bar. "That was very rude," I said. "I don't know why you think you can treat women like you do."
"Because they allow me to treat them like that,"
he said quietly, his brown eyes hard.
"Everyone gets what they deserve."
I shook my head at him and hopped off the bar stool to find CJ. A corridor led to a staff-only door that was left ajar, and I stepped in, finding CJ leaning against a sink, crying. "Hey," I said hesitantly, suddenly unsure if it was a good idea that I was here. I was the wife of the man who owned the sugar trap and even more places like that. CJ and the other women belonged to the Camorra, and basically Nino as well. He wasn't Capo, but none of Ramo's decisions were made without consulting Nino first. I handed her a tissue. "I'm sorry for what he said." "Why, it's the truth. I fell for him because he said exactly what I wanted to hear, what no man had ever said to me. He seemed too good to be true, but I didn't want to see the signs pointing toward the truth. Sometimes it's easier to believe a lie," I said quietly, because I believed Nino's simulated affection too, much too eagerly. She met my gaze. I slept with Nino. My body seized with shock. I had guessed that some of these women had slept with him, but hearing her say it still hurt. But it's been a while. I haven't seen him with any of us in weeks. Some of the weight lifted off my chest, probably since I'd told him I wanted him to stop being with other women. So he had kept his word. He's slept with many women before me, I said with a small shrug. Yeah, they all do, she said bitterly. Did he force you? She tilted her head. I'm a whore. That doesn't mean you don't have the right to say no. She smiled. That's not how it works, but he never forced me. I never said no. Why would I? There are far worse men out there than Nino Falcone. He's good-looking and not cruel during sex. That's a good thing. I nodded quickly, glad when she stopped talking about having sex with Nino. Why don't you leave? Or are you still paying off your debt? Not anymore, no. It's been paid off for a year now, but I don't have anything to return to. I've grown used to this life. If you've been around here for a while, it's not like you can work a normal job. We've all seen too much. We could work as waitresses in one of the Camorra's clubs or bars, but there aren't many other options once you're in this. So you were a prisoner of the Camorra. CJ touched my arm. Aren't we all? Don't tell me your life has ever been yours. No, it wasn't. Born in blood. That was what every child, girl or boy, was in our world. I was no longer bound to the Famiglia. Now I was bound to the Camorra. But free? That wasn't something I would ever be. It wasn't something I'd ever considered an option. A bird born in captivity will never know the feeling of unbridled freedom the open sky can offer. How can you long for something you have never experienced? It's okay, don't blame yourself. Some things just can't be changed. I know, I said, but it didn't change the fact that I wanted to change them. Nino was clean when he emerged from the back door, and so was Ramo. I was back at the bar with CJ sitting beside me, drinking our second glass of wine. I should leave, she said quickly. The first customers will arrive soon. I nodded. I had every intention of making it my goal to visit the whorehouses of the Camorra and get to know the women there. If I knew them, I'd feel even more obligated to help them, even if I knew it was a losing battle. Ramo would never listen to me, and even Nino wouldn't let me meddle in their business. I searched his face as he stepped up next to me, looking for signs that what he'd been doing had bothered him. But he looked calm, which should have terrified me, but I was only relieved. Nino's eyes followed CJ as she walked off. Then he frowned at me.
What did she say?
Nothing important, I said with a smile. Nino didn't look convinced, but he didn't press the matter, only curled his hand around my wrist and led me out of the club. The moment we were back home, we gathered in the living area, and Ramo ordered pizza. How can you be hungry after what you've been doing? I asked curiously as I sank down on the sofa. Nino gave me a blank look.
The body still requires a certain calorie intake to keep up its functions.
Ramo rolled his eyes.
One of these days I'm going to lose my shit on you when you sound like a fucking textbook.
Nino cocked his brows at his brother.
You've said it countless times. It loses its power if you never act on it.
Ramo pulled out his knife and flung it at Nino. I jumped as the knife impaled itself in the armrest beside Nino's leg.
You, Savio, and Adamo are fucking nuisances.
I smiled. Thanks, I said. When Ramo gave me a blank stare, I added, for not including me.
She's getting too daring,
Ramo muttered, but he didn't look angry. Nino looked relaxed, back to his usual calm self. Maybe he'd overcome whatever had haunted him last night.
Where's Adamo? Is he still gone?
Ramo's face darkened.
Adamo, he roared. Get your ass down here.
There was silence. Ramo picked up the phone, ordered pizza, then called again.
Adamo, I swear if you're upstairs and don't get down here right this second, I'll come and get you and you will fucking regret it.
Steps sounded from upstairs, and then Adamo appeared on the stairs. He hesitated in the middle of them, looking nervous as he regarded his older brothers.
What did you do?
Nino asked. Adamo glanced at Ramo, who was snarling.
Don't tell me you crashed my Bugatti.
Adamo shook his head.
There's only one dent in the back because someone bumped into me.
Ramo staggered toward his brother and gripped him by the collar.
What the fuck is wrong with you? I told you to stop racing. You'll get yourself killed. So what? In a few weeks I'll be initiated. I'd do everyone a favor if I got killed before becoming like you.
I held my breath. Nino, too, tensed beside me. Ramo pulled Adamo even closer, glaring down at him.
You are a fucking child. You don't know what you're talking about. Maybe I protected you for too long. Maybe I should have initiated you sooner like Savio. When did you ever protect me?
Ramo released him with a hard smile.
I ordered pizza. Or are you too good to eat with us?
Adamo hovered on the staircase, then slowly skulked down and moved toward us. He flung himself down on the sofa across from us. He gave me a smile, then nodded toward Nino.
Where's Savio?
He mumbled.
Out with Diego,
Ramo said.
Maybe you should go out more often too,
Adamo muttered. Ramo sat down beside Nino.
Someone has to make sure the West stays in our hands. I fought too hard for this to lose it because of laziness.
I realized Ramo and Nino hardly ever went out. With Nino, I'd thought it was because I was his wife now, but Ramo, too, was mostly at home, unless he was out doing business with his brothers or Fabiano. They lived in their own small world, a world I'd been allowed into. I was getting used to being a Falcone. Nino and I returned to our bedroom after dinner and watching a few videos of past races with his brothers. We got ready for bed. I was sitting against the headboard when he joined me, looking almost wary. Was he worried about tonight?
Did CJ tell you I slept with her?
He asked quietly as he stretched out beside me. Yeah, she did. But it's the past. I'm not holding your past against you. You didn't hold mine against me. Nino frowned.
There was nothing I could have held against you because you didn't do anything wrong.
I know, I said.
Do you?
I sighed. On a logical level, I did, but sometimes I still felt like I was to blame, which was stupid, but it was something deeply ingrained in me and difficult to shake. Do you ever feel guilty for what you do? For what you did today? Nino considered that.
Not really. As I said, I don't really feel pity. And those outfit bastards would have done the same if they got their hands on one of ours.
I yawned. He lifted his arm, and I snuggled up to him, propping myself up on his chest, and kissed him softly. We seldom kissed, mostly just during sex. Nino gently touched the back of my head as his other hand brushed my arm.
What's that for?
I just wanted to kiss you, I admitted. Or does it bother you if I do? Outside of sex, I mean. Nino tilted his head, his thumb lightly rubbing my neck.
Why would that bother me, Kiara? I enjoy kissing you. Did I ever give you reason to believe otherwise?
No, but you never kiss me during the day. We only ever kiss when we're about to have sex.
When would you want me to kiss you?
I sighed. I don't want you to kiss me because I want it. I want you to kiss me because you want to do it. Because you feel like it. I realized how foolish I sounded. Nino would never feel like kissing me. Every act of tenderness was for my benefit. Nino searched my face and pulled me toward him, then kissed me, the brush of his lips soft, his gray eyes almost unsure. I blinked at him. "Why did you do that?"
"I don't know,"
he said quietly. I lowered my head to his bare chest, my cheek pressed up to his warm skin, confused by his actions and words. Chapter 22. Kiara. That night, familiar sounds of distress woke me. I sat up and fumbled for the light switch, blinking against the sudden brightness. Nino jerked upright beside me, his hand reaching for the bedside table and grabbing his knife. His wild eyes locked on me, chest heaving, his fingers clutching the handle. "I'm getting Ramo," I murmured, and slowly slid out of bed, worried about startling Nino. His free hand curled around my wrist, stopping me. I gasped in surprise, my gaze searching his face. The wild despair was gone from his expression, replaced by a mix of confusion and the familiar blankness he had always displayed in the past.
"Stay,"
he said quietly. Hesitating, I climbed back into bed, and Nino pulled me toward him. I settled on his chest. He put the knife back down on his nightstand, but the tension remained in his body. Tracing the tattoos on his torso, I tried to count his scars to distract myself, but it was difficult to determine where many of them ended and others began. "All these tattoos. Why did you get them?" Nino's fingers trailed up my spine and continued to my neck, then higher up, tangling in my hair. His lips brushed my forehead, and I peered up at him. Was this simulated affection? Simulated tenderness?
"Pain and pleasure,"
he said in a low voice.
"I can feel those like anybody else. Maybe even stronger."
But if you feel pain even stronger than others, why would you submit yourself to having a needle pierce your skin over and over again for many hours? Why do you go into the cage? Why do you seek out pain? His mouth twisted.
"To remind myself that I'm alive.
My brows drew together.
To remember who I am, what I am."
"I don't understand," I admitted. "What happened to you and Ramo to make you the way you are?" Nino tilted his head down to me and regarded me. I returned his gaze, even if I didn't know what he was looking for.
"Like you said, it's not only my story, but also Ramo's."
"I won't talk to him about it," I promised at once. I would never think about talking to Ramo about something that obviously affected both him and Nino like that. It would be suicidal.
"Our mother was insane,"
Nino began in a distant voice.
"Maybe she always was, or maybe our father made her that way. I only remember her like that. She had better days when our father stuffed her full of pills, but on this particular day, she was heavily pregnant with Adamo. She couldn't take the pills. Maybe she had wanted to kill herself for a while."
Something tight coiled in my stomach, and I almost asked him to stop because I knew that day was when Nino's childhood ended. Nino's mother wasn't the first wife of a capo who ended her life. Being married to someone raised to be cruel could destroy anyone.
"Our father had sent us all to our cabin out in the Rockies because he wanted us gone from Vegas. We were a burden. One night, our mother pulled me out of bed and led me into her bedroom. Savio was already there, but he wasn't moving. She'd given him her sleeping pills. I didn't know what was going on, but she gripped my arms and slit both my wrists with a knife. She wanted to kill us, too. Maybe to punish our father."
I sucked in my breath, fingers seizing on Nino's stomach, but he was stock still. Those scars on his wrists, they were remnants of that day.
I was confused and scared.
His brows drew together as if he was trying to remember how being scared felt.
She left after that, and came back with Ramo a few minutes later. I think she took him last because she knew he'd be her biggest challenge. The house was filling with smoke by then. She'd set fire to the kitchen and living room. Ramo rushed over to me and she locked the door and shoved the key under the gap below the door. Then she moved to cut Ramo's wrists, but he fought her, unlike me. She managed to cut him over and over. That's where he got the cut on his face. When she realized she couldn't hold him down, she set the curtains on fire and then slit her own wrists. The room filled with smoke and I sat in my own blood. Savio wasn't moving on the bed.
Nino's voice was mechanical, detached, cold. His eyes were as smooth and impenetrable as mercury, but each of his words burned into me, wedged itself like a knife into my heart. The horrors he described, they were incomprehensible. I had lived my own share of horrors, true, but somehow hearing him describe what he'd gone through as a young boy broke me. How did you get out?
Ramo threw a lamp through the window and got burned ripping the curtains off the ceiling. Part of his clothes began burning too, but he didn't stop. My father's men were trying to get inside the house and trying to extinguish the flames. Ramo grabbed me and helped me out of the window. I jumped and broke my leg from the impact. Ramo jumped out with Savio in his arms. He broke his elbow and shoulder because he tried to protect Savio. Our mother was saved by my father's men later.
I swallowed hard, unable to speak, and Nino fell silent as well.
It seemed to take forever as I watched my own blood run down my arms. I felt the deep burn, and it was almost soothing.
He lifted his arms, wrists up, showing me the long, thin scars covered by dark ink. I leaned forward and kissed both of his wrists, my heart aching for Nino, and for Ramo. I tried to picture Nino as a child, kneeling in his blood, watching his mother cut Ramo, smelling the smoke. I could picture how scared he must have been, how utterly broken and shocked that his own mother had tried to kill them in a barbaric way. It explained so much, explained why he had shut off his emotions and why Ramo had turned toward them. Different ways to cope with the same horror. Where is she now? Did your father kill her after what she did to you? Nino shook his head.
After the doctors cut Adamo out of her, he sent her off to a psychiatric hospital for a while, but eventually he moved her back home.
He forced you to live under a roof with the woman who tried to kill you? Nino's eyes were focused on his fingers, which ran up and down my side.
For the first few years. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger.
The smile on his face felt like a bucket of ice.
But things were difficult. Ramo became harder to control, and my lack of emotions eventually unsettled my father too much, so he sent us off to boarding school in England, up in the countryside north of Norwich.
But what about Savio and Adamo? Weren't they too young? Nino nodded.
Adamo was 4 and Savio 7 when we were shipped off. At the time, Ramo had already been inducted and killed a few, but he wouldn't let us be separated, so we went together to England. Of course, that's what our father had intended. He wanted Ramo and me gone. He was scared of us.
I couldn't imagine Ramo in a posh boarding school. Nino could look like a sophisticated gentleman when he covered his tattoos and tried to form his expression into one of pleasantries, but Ramo was far from restrained and posh.
That didn't work out long,
Nino said quietly.
Eventually we ran off and returned to the States to kill our father.
But you didn't. Luca's enforcer, Growl, did.
That's something Ramo will never forgive our half-brother for. He robbed us of the chance to destroy our father piece by piece.
I tended to forget that the Falcones and Growl were related. I'm sorry, I whispered eventually, my insides churning and hoping that Nino couldn't see how much his story had affected me. Nino made a low sound in his throat, a sound I'd only heard twice before, when he'd been on the verge of snapping, but his face was still unsettlingly void of emotion. His hand on my side dipped lower, over my hip and between my legs. I jumped, surprised that he was looking for that kind of closeness in a situation like this. His fingers found my clit. He hovered over me and kissed me, harder than ever before, and his fingers strummed a fast rhythm between my legs. Despite the jumbled mess that was my emotions, my body responded to his kisses and touch. Suddenly, he pushed himself up and moved on top of me, his strong arms on either side of my head. I stilled as he held himself over me, his eyes not emotionless at all. Instead, his expression twisted with something akin to despair. He'd never been on top of me during sex.
Tell me this is okay for you, Kiara,
he managed to say in a raw and dark voice.
I'm not sure I can be as gentle as you need me to be. If you can't do this, tell me and I'll leave, but...
He shook his head. It's okay, I whispered, because I wanted to console him in any way I could. If this was what he needed, I could give it to him. I wasn't scared of Nino or his body.
Nino. Kiara looked up at me with trust that I had no trouble reading in her eyes. Her hands curled around my shoulders, holding on to me, and I grabbed my cock and guided it toward her pussy. She was wet and soft, even though she had been anxious about this position because it made her feel like she had no control, because my physical strength intimidated her. I lowered myself to my elbows. The closeness would calm her, not unsettle her, and I felt her body become even softer under me. She tugged me down for a kiss, and I allowed her this small sliver of control, even if I was longing for something harder, darker, even if I wanted to exert dominance and not gentleness. But I needed to be inside her now. I slid in without pause until her pussy touched my pelvis. I shuddered, needing more, needing it fast, needing to get rid of the sudden pressure on my chest that had never been there before. I forced myself to wait a couple of heartbeats, allowed her body to adapt, forced down the raging flood of need in my body. I had never felt like this, like I needed to consume Kiara completely, like she was the only thing that could satisfy a hunger unlike anything I'd ever felt. My chest was tight, my stomach hollow, and I wasn't sure what was going on. Why, suddenly, every look from Kiara made my insides explode with fire, almost painfully, but good, too. I pulled out and thrust back into Kiara, and her nails dug into my back, leaving scratches. It felt like relief, an outlet for the pressure. My lips found hers as I slammed into her, and she returned my gaze with a burning need of her own. Again, that same ache for something I didn't understand. I had always been in control, but I couldn't control this. I reached between us and rubbed Kiara's clit, then latched onto her nipple, sucking and nibbling as I drove her into the bed with long, hard thrusts. Even her smell opened the hole in my chest wider. Everything about her made my body react, made me long for something impossible, for something foreign and inexplicable. Kiara started to shudder under me, but I kept thrusting even as her walls tightened from the force of her orgasm. I got on my knees for more leverage and kept thrusting, hoping it would fill that hole in my stomach, would satiate the deep hunger of my soul. But even as I came with a violent jerk and my cock softened, the longing remained wedged in my chest. I sank down on top of Kiara and breathed harshly against her throat. Her fingers played with my hair, and she kissed my ear, then my temple. And for some reason those two meaningless gestures fulfilled some of my longing. I twisted my face to look at her. Her skin was flushed, and she was breathing fast. She looked stunned, overwhelmed as she met my gaze. "Did I hurt you?" I rasped. Her brows pulled tight. "No. When you said you couldn't be gentle, I'd expected worse." So had I. It had felt like I was on the verge of losing control, but somehow Kiara had held me fast through it all. "Nino?" she asked quietly. "That look on your face, what does it mean?" If only I knew. She kissed me. "I know our pasts hold horrors, but we can get beyond that, don't you think?" I stroked her cheek. I had gotten past the horrors. I'd seen and done so many horrible things. How could an event from long ago still hold any power over me?
Chapter 23. Kiara. The next morning, I found Ramo pummeling the life out of the punching bag, but all I could think of were Nino's words, and I knew I'd never see Ramo the same way again. Christ, he still terrified me, but I almost understood him. Part of him, anyway. Ramo was cruel and brutal, merciless and quick to snap, but it wasn't all there was to him.
"Why are you staring?"
he panted as he sent the bag flying with another hard kick. I wasn't even sure why I had come here. It was where Nino and his brothers hung out to play pool, watch fights, and discuss business, or pummel a punching bag during the day. In the evening, when we all had dinner together, my presence was tolerated, but I usually stayed away the rest of the time, giving them their space. My eyes were drawn to Ramo's back. I had never been close enough to him to notice that the tattooed fallen angel covered up burn scars. I hadn't realized the rough patches on his palms were burns and healed wounds from fending off his mother. Ramo turned to me fully, narrowing his eyes, and for a moment I wanted to go over and hug him, hug the young boy who saved Nino and Savio and even the unborn Adamo, who fought an insane mother and burned so they could all live. But Ramo was a man now, and not one you wanted to console. My eyes lingered on the scar crossing his eyebrow, and compassion for him filled me. Maybe Ramo was beyond redemption in many people's eyes, but he had saved his brothers, had saved Nino. I wondered how he remembered that day, but I wasn't brave enough to ask him. Ramo stalked toward me, and I looked up into his face when he stopped right in front of me.
"Why are you giving me that fucked up look?"
he growled, but for once there wasn't only anger in his eyes. There was apprehension. I shook my head. "I wanted to thank you for saving Nino." Ramo stiffened, and something hard and dangerous curled in the depth of his eyes. "2 nights ago," I added, because self-preservation kicked in, but Ramo knew that wasn't what I'd been referring to. Yet he stepped back and gave a tense shrug.
"Someone had to snap him out of it."
I took a step back as well.
"Oh, and Kiara, not a word about any of this to Savio and Adamo. They don't need to know."
About Nino's breakdown, about the past. They didn't remember, didn't know, and keeping that truth from them was probably another way Ramo protected them. My eyes were closed as I listened to the music, my fingers gliding over the keys. Nothing brought me more serenity than creating melodies. It was an outlet for the chaos of emotions inside of me.
You're really good at it,
Remo said. I jumped, my eyes flying open and settling on Remo. He stood in the doorway for a moment, then walked toward me. As usual, my body tensed in his presence.
Still?
He asked with a wry smile. He leaned against the piano, looking down on me with these impossibly dark, dangerous eyes.
Still terrified of me.
I laughed. Remo, is there a woman in Las Vegas or anywhere else who isn't scared of you? His smile pulled wider.
There's no man either.
I sighed. My gaze flickered to the scar on his face, remembering the story Nino had told me, wondering how a man capable of unspeakable acts could have risked his life to save his brothers. Remo Falcone was a complete mystery to me. Remo's eyes narrowed, and he moved closer, leaning over me, one hand braced on the keys, causing the piano to release a high-pitched whine.
Why are you looking at me like that?
He growled.
What did Nino tell you?
I swallowed. Don't come so close, I said firmly. Remo's lips tightened dangerously, but he straightened his body, giving me more space.
I told you before, and I will tell you again. You are Nino's. You are safe.
I know, I said, but I can't help my body's reaction to you. Maybe it'll fade. He shrugged.
He told you about our mother, didn't he?
There was a tone to his voice that made the little hairs on my neck rise. He did. Remo gave a sharp nod. Then he warned in a low voice.
Some things need to stay buried. She is one of them. And Nino's emotions probably too. I don't know what you want from him, but for his sake and yours, don't push him.
Early the next day, Nino and I set out for our first hike together. I wasn't overly fit, but having Nino to myself, surrounded by beautiful red stone formations, was too enticing. He took us back to the Red Canyon National Park. He was quiet during the ride, focused on the street, but his eyes seemed to see beyond the road ahead. He surprised me when he took my hand, resting both on my bare thigh. His warmth seeped into me, but that wasn't why my chest felt warmer. We parked our car and set off for the circular trail. Nino was dressed in a tight white t-shirt and gym shorts, his hair falling into his eyes. He also carried a massive backpack with provisions. I had opted for shorts and a top. It was only 7 o'clock, but the day would be hot. Nino lightly touched my back.
Ready for your first hike?
I smiled. With you at my side, I can do anything. His expression softened. He nudged me closer and kissed me before he straightened and pointed at the trail. I was still taken aback by his show of affection. Not trying to analyze it, I fell into a stride beside Nino. He pointed out particularly beautiful stone formations. They glowed in different shades of red and orange. Despite nature's beauty, my gaze kept returning to Nino. He had been different since I'd told him I loved him. Did he feel pressured to simulate emotions more often? Was that why he had been acting off? But I couldn't imagine that Nino yielded under pressure. Nino was strong, hardened. He was a Falcone. Nino slowed his pace when he noticed I was having trouble keeping up. Eventually, he chose a spot overlooking a valley of smaller stone formations so we could take a break. We sat down on the ground, hip to hip, and Nino handed me a sandwich.
And? Do you enjoy it?
He asked. I tilted my head at him. The hike or the sandwich?
Both would be optimum.
I shook my head. Optimum. I put my chin down on his shoulder. I bet in school the other kids hated how clever and proper you were. Nino's eyebrows shot up.
I was not proper, and the kids hated me for many reasons.
But I doubt they ever teased you.
When Ramo and I first started boarding school in England, the kids didn't know who we were. We were supposed to blend in. I was 2 years ahead, same year as Ramo. Many of the boys in my classes were taller. They tried taunting me at first.
That didn't go over well.
A few of them had unfortunate incidents leading to hospital stays,
Nino said.
Most of them were Ramo's doing, but I got a few of them as well.
And you weren't thrown out of school?
The teachers knew who we were,
Nino said with a dark smile. I searched his face, trying to imagine how he had been as a child. Nino met my gaze, and something softer, warmer filled his eyes. He leaned forward, touched my hip, and claimed my mouth for a kiss. I kissed him back, and eventually we stretched out on the warm stone, Nino leaning over me, kissing me, stroking my waist and rib cage. He rolled us over until I was lying on top of him. His hands roamed over my back, but the sound of a twig breaking tore us apart, and Nino sat up with me still on top of him. His eyes scanned our surroundings. Then he relaxed again. His lips left a soft trail along my cheek down to my throat. His gentleness, his loving gestures, they made my heart throb with love and despair. He simulated love for me. Sometimes I managed to forget, but whenever I remembered, the pain was acute and heartbreaking. I shoved that thought aside. Nino cupped my cheek again, angled my head until our mouths connected. The kiss was all-consuming, and I let it pull me down, let Nino's hands banish any logical thought. When he settled between my legs and claimed me, nothing else mattered but having Nino above me, inside of me, his mouth on mine, his gray eyes alight with desire and more. I didn't care if it was simulated or not. Afterward, we got dressed and continued our hike. His expression was calm and serene as it scanned the landscape around us, as long as he wasn't trying to simulate emotions. Was that how we would all be, calm and serene, if we hadn't been burdened with the ability to feel at birth? Calm and serene. I wished I could be like that. But my thoughts and emotions were a whirlwind in my body, confusing and terrifying and completely foolish. A few days later, Nino had gone to train for a fight with Fabiano, and I was left alone with Ramo. It was the first time he was the one to guard me. Nino had mentioned that Ramo would be leaving soon for a mission in outfit territory, which was why he was busy with last-minute preparations at home. I found him in his favorite spot on the sofa, checking something on his tablet. He didn't look up when I entered, and I watched him silently. He raised his head, his expression hardening.
What now?
His voice was low, on the verge of angry. Why do you enjoy hurting women? I whispered. Ramo narrowed his eyes.
I enjoy hurting people. I don't differentiate if it's a man or a woman.
And yet you punish women differently than men, I said.
Do I?
He murmured, dark eyes burning into me. He put down his tablet and stood.
They get a choice. They can submit to torture, or...
Submit to another form of torture, I said, growing angry. You give them a choice between two forms of torture. He stalked toward me, but for once I didn't back away. Almost 3 months in his presence gave me the necessary courage. That combined with the knowledge that Nino trusted Ramo.
But one of them is far less painful than the other. It's a choice. More than men get.
I shuddered. I can assure you that it was very painful for me. Ramo regarded me a moment. He was close enough I could see the myriad of scars marring his upper body. He seldom wore shirts in the house. In the beginning, I thought it was to unsettle me even more, like Ramo wasn't unsettling enough on his own.
You were a child. Nobody touches children in my territory, nor underage girls.
Don't they bring more money? I muttered.
Of course. Most fuckers would pay a fortune to pop a girl's cherry, but we don't allow that kind of thing in our territory.
Why not? You allow sex slavery, don't you? You have romancers who seduce women, make them believe they are being loved, and then turn them into whores. Ramos sneered. Sometimes I wondered how a single person could harbor so much violence and hatred.
These women start working as whores because they want to please a man they should kill instead. If a woman allows a man to treat her like that, it's as much her fault as it is his. They agree to sell their bodies because they think they are in love. That's stupid, and they pay for their stupidity.
They want to help someone they love, I said indignantly. Your romancers make them believe they are indebted to the Camorra, and then the women take over the debt and have to work it off as whores. That's horrible. Ramo took another step closer to me, but I still didn't back off.
If women act as the weaker sex, they will be treated that way. Why don't these idiotic women tell my romancers to go fuck themselves?
You will never understand, because you've never loved someone. Ramo smiled wryly.
Loving someone who doesn't love you back is the biggest kind of stupidity I can imagine.
I flinched, because this hit too close to home, and because I knew he was right. Realization filled Ramo's face, and my insides twisted. Now he knew I loved Nino. I turned to leave, but he grasped my wrist. Let me go. For once, he didn't. Instead, he drew me back, so I had to face him. I glared up at his cruel, dark eyes. He shook his head, and I waited for him to taunt me.
He can't feel.
I know, I muttered, tugging at his hold, but his fingers tightened around my wrist. Finally, my anger and despair bubbled over. Do you think I don't know that? But I can't change how I feel. Don't you think I would change it if I could? But love doesn't work that way. You will never understand.
You are right,
he said in a low voice.
I can't and I won't. Why would I want to be a fucking fool?
I hope one day you will find someone you want so much it burns you up inside, and then we'll talk when she doesn't return your feelings. Ramo backed me against the wall, his expression hard and cruel.
That will never happen. And I've burned before, Kiara. I can brave flames and torture. I'm not weak like you.
I'm not weak. I wrenched my wrist out of his grip and shoved him hard. He took a deliberate step back, staring down at my hands still pressed against his chest. I dropped them quickly, shock filling me. Ramo raised his gaze, and I tensed, worried about his anger, but he was smirking.
Finally, you didn't let your fucking fear win.
I blinked at him, but he stepped back and turned around, heading toward the door. But before he reached it, he stopped and looked at me over his shoulder, his eyes hard.
Oh, and Kiara, you will never speak to me like that again. I am your Capo. Understood?
I gave a stunned nod and watched as he left.
Nino. Fabiano aimed a kick at my head. I dodged it a bit too late and he lightly grazed my chin. Surprise crossed over his face, which I used to land 2 hard punches against his lower back. He gasped, but quickly recovered and got in a hit of his own. He tilted his head. "What's up with you?" "What do you mean?" I asked carefully, grabbing the towel I'd thrown over the rope. I wiped my face and chest. "You have been less focused today. And it was the same during your fight. I leaned against the post in the corner. My current state wasn't something I wanted to discuss until I had a better handle on things and had a chance to thoroughly analyze my predicament. You don't like the idea with Cavallero's niece? Fabiano narrowed his eyes, obviously dissatisfied with the topic change. Do you really think Ramo's plan is good? Ramo's plan was emotional, fueled by revenge and hate. It was dangerous, but it could prove to be effective. I regarded Fabiano. You know the girl. You feel pity for her? He grimaced. You know me, Nino. I will follow Ramo through hellfire, but unlike you, I still have a couple of emotions. Before Leona, you convinced everyone that wasn't the case. Before Leona, I had convinced myself that I wasn't capable of emotions, he said, then narrowed his eyes as if catching himself. Ramo's plan will create upheaval in the outfit. Cavallero's sister will be devastated that her daughter got caught by us, and Dante will feel responsible for his niece. His wife will be worried as well because of their own daughter. This might be one of the times Dante forgoes logic and acts. If that happens, we can beat him. Probably, because no matter what, we can always count on you to be the voice of logic, Nino. I gave a tense nod. Indifference and logical analyzing had guided me through my life, had saved mine and Ramo's life on many occasions when his temper had gotten the better of him. But when I was around Kiara, logic was difficult to hold on to. Since the night she told me she loved me, something had shifted. It had started as a small crack, but had continuously widened, and I had no way of stopping it. Are you sure you will be able to do what must be done once you're in Chicago? You won't get distracted by thoughts of your father? Hate flashed across Fabiano's face. I've waited a long time. I can wait a few more weeks or months. You don't have to worry. I will stand by Ramo no matter how insane his plan is. I doubt it's only motivated by strategic motivations. Ramo's plans never are. He wants to play with Dante, wants to tear the outfit apart from the inside. Ramo is the best at mind games. Yeah, Ramo knows how to fuck with people's brain, Fabiano said with a dark laugh. He did, and Cavallaro and Scuderi would soon realize their mistake of fucking with the Camorra.
Chapter 24. Kiara. Nothing brought me as much comfort as playing Nino's song, which was ironic considering it filled me with a crushing longing and wistfulness at the same time. When my fingers got to the part where I came to the realization of my feelings, the melody turned low and dark, as if the piano was reluctant to play the notes, like I had been reluctant to admit my feelings to myself. Nino stepped in and regarded me silently for a while. I didn't glance up from the piano keys, playing the song to the end, shivering as the low notes faded away.
What does it mean?
Nino murmured.
Since you started the song, it has evolved more and more.
I raised my eyes to his. It's the story of my feelings for you, I admitted. How I came to accept that I love you and that you can never love me back. As usual, my throat tightened at my admittance. Nino's expression softened ever so slightly, and warmth filled his gray eyes, and today I could not take it. This simulated emotion, no matter how good he was at it, would never be enough. I knew it, deep down. Stop it, I whispered harshly. His eyes narrowed, and he moved closer, his motions graceful as always. And I resented even that. He could be so beautiful and intelligent and powerful, but he could never be the one thing I longed for. Emotional. I glared up into his beautifully cold face. You are too good at this. Too good at simulating affection, at pretending that you care for me. So good, sometimes I almost believe you could really love me, Nino. Tears welled in my eyes. Weak. A fucking fool. What else had Ramo called me? He had been right in every regard. Nino braced himself on the piano, staring down at me.
Maybe I don't have to simulate,
he said in that smooth voice.
Maybe I love you.
This was the last straw. I could not take any more. I jumped up from the bench, wishing he could understand how it tore me apart, knowing that I loved someone who could never grasp what it meant to look at another and feel like you would shatter if that person was taken from you. I gripped the front of his shirt, turning toward my anger. Don't lie to me. I told you not to say those words to me if you didn't mean them. So just don't. I released his shirt, stunned by the look in his eyes. It seemed as if they were burning with emotion. How good was he at faking this? Swallowing thickly, I whirled around, needing to get away before I allowed myself to become trapped in this horrid simulation again. A clear, low note rang out when I was halfway up the stairs, and I froze, listening to the melody unfolding. It was a beautiful melody, every note complementing the other. It was well composed, but lacked emotion. It was a melody a computer might have created because it was just a bunch of notes strung together to please the average ear. You could listen to it over casual dinner with strangers because it never got your pulse rate up, never tore at your heartstrings, or filled your body with sweet longing. Never made you want to cry from the sheer force of emotion it carried. Then something shifted. At first it was subtle, a slight hiccup in the perfect composition. Darker notes begged for attention, and were followed by short, high notes until they battled each other and what appeared to be a perfect composition. Slowly I turned, terrified of what I would see. Nino sat at the piano, eyes closed, head tilted to the side, as his fingers flew over the keys. He was a sight to behold with his gruesome tattoos, countless scars, and that perfectly sculpted, emotionless face. I was sure, no matter how long I'd live, I would never see anything more breathtaking than Nino forcing wondrous notes out of my piano. The perfect composition battled with the unhinged notes, and then suddenly, inexplicably, they were no longer fighting for dominance. They wound around each other, and it was more perfect together than any calculated symphony could ever be, because it carried longing and hope, fear and resignation, love and hate. It carried it all, and I couldn't protect myself from it. The tears I'd been holding back slipped out, and I wrapped my arms around my chest as if that could stop my heart from jumping out of my rib cage. When the last note died off, I stood there shaking. Nino opened his eyes and looked at me, and I knew then that if what I saw in Nino's eyes, what I saw on his face, was simulated, then I could live with it, because it filled my heart with so much warmth it burned me from the inside out.
"What is this?"
he asked in a raw voice. I took a step toward him. "What is what?"
"Tell me,"
he said as he rose.
"What is this, if not emotion?"
I stared, not able to comprehend what he was saying, not daring to hope. "The song, that's what you feel?" Nino walked toward me slowly and regarded me as if I had shattered everything he believed. He stopped right in front of me, standing 2 steps below me so we were on eye level, and I could barely breathe.
"Before you, there was calm. There was order and logic."
I remembered the beginning of his song, that perfect composition. And now, I let out a hoarse exhale.
"Now,"
he growled, and his expression twisted.
"Now there's chaos."
I swallowed. What was I supposed to do with that kind of revelation? He startled me by cupping my cheeks, bringing our faces close, breathing harshly against my mouth, his eyes almost desperate. "And you want the calm back," I whispered. His brows drew together as he regarded me. He dipped his head and kissed me, soft and slow, nothing like what I'd expected from the look in his eyes.
"Yes and no. Perhaps. I don't know,"
he said quietly.
"It takes some getting used to."
And it lodged itself in my heart again, that stupid hope that perhaps one day Nino would love me.
Nino. Ramo watched me warily as he put a few more guns into the trunk of his car. He'd be leaving for Chicago in a few hours with Fabiano. We were meeting in the Sugar Trap in 30 minutes for a few last-minute preparations. "I still think I should come with you," I said firmly. "You and Fabiano are a volatile combination in Chicago." "Fabiano knows more about the outfit than any of us, and you need to make sure nothing happens here. You can keep things in order if Fabiano and I don't return. Your chances of returning would increase if I came with you. These last couple of weeks you have been erratic, Nino. I think it's best if you stay here." I frowned. I had a better handle on myself and the nightmares had stopped, but I wasn't the same as I had been before. There was no denying it. Ramo touched my shoulder. "What is going on? Do I need to worry?" "I'm not how I used to be," I began, not sure how I could describe to him what I could hardly understand myself. "I feel things. It's still a struggle, still not how normal people feel. I'm sure of it, but it is there." Ramo had become very still. "Is it because of Kiara?" I nodded. "Because of her. She fought the demons of her past and made me realize that I, too, was shackled by memories, controlled by something I thought I had put past me." Ramo looked away, fury contorting his expression. "Our mother should be dead. Father should have killed her after cutting Adamo out of her. I should have killed her when I took over, but she is still there, still fucking alive." I touched Ramo's shoulder. "She's as good as dead. A shadow of a person. She is the past." Ramo gave a jerky nod and met my gaze, something dark and dangerous in his eyes. I knew that look and had seen it many times before. "Are you still at my side now that you have gone all soft because of Kiara?" I gripped his forearm over the Camorra tattoo and he mirrored the gesture. "We are brothers. Not just by birth but by choice, and I will stand by your side until I take my last breath. Nothing will change that. Kiara knows it, and she accepts it. I have your back." I paused. "And I'm not going soft, don't worry. These new sensations, I worried they would weaken me, that I couldn't be what you needed anymore, but they don't, and they won't. I still don't feel a flicker of pity or guilt when I kill and torture for our cause, and that won't change." Ramo nodded and released me. For him, it was settled. He knew I was still there for him. "Now that I know you can take care of Vegas while I'm gone, I'll have to focus on kidnapping the lucky bride." I shook my head. Ramo was obsessed. I should have been the voice of reason in this and made sure our plan actually worked. Emotions wouldn't change the fact that I was the voice of logic between the two of us, that I would always be better at controlling my emotions. But Ramo would follow his plan no matter what I said. Kiara had freed me from the shackles of my past, and I wished the same for Ramo. But Ramo was Ramo, and he would never allow a woman to see any side of him that didn't evoke terror and fear. When I returned home early in the evening, Kiara was outside in the garden and practicing how to shoot a gun. She had improved greatly since she'd first held a gun in her hand. Adamo was beside her, adjusting her arms every now and then. He'd be inducted in 3 weeks, on his 14th birthday, and now he'd pulled back even further from Ramo, Savio, and myself. The only person he still spoke to on a daily basis was Kiara. She shot again, hitting bullseye. Adamo smiled. Then he spotted me and stiffened. After saying something to Kiara, he walked off. Kiara headed my way, the gun still in her hand. She was beaming, looking fucking proud, and my heart did that strange flip again. It always startled me. "Did you see that?" she asked as she stopped in front of me. "You're a good shot." Her brows drew together. "Everything all right? You have a strange look on your face again." I took her hand and led her inside the mansion. She followed without hesitation, but chanced the occasional confused look at me. When we arrived in our bedroom, I took the gun from her and set it down on the nightstand. Then I pulled her against me and kissed her. Her hands came up to my chest, stroking and tugging as her mouth moved against mine. She tasted like peppermint and chocolate, and I couldn't get enough of it. Lifting her up, I laid her down on the bed, then climbed on top of her, pressing my hard cock against her center. She moaned into my mouth and wrenched my shirt out of my pants. I sat up and quickly discarded my shirt before lowering myself back onto Kiara's soft body. Her hands roamed over my back, up to my neck, pulling me closer, and I kissed her harder and rocked my hips against her pelvis. She gasped. "Nino, I need you." I pushed her shirt over her head, then sucked her breast into my mouth, through her lace bra as my hand traveled down to her shorts. I opened them and slipped my hand into her panties, over her soft hair and between her folds, finding her hot and wet and ready. Fuck. I ripped her shorts down her legs, then made quick work of her panties as well, and pushed down my own pants and briefs before I moved back between her legs and thrust into her in one deep, hard move. We groaned, and Kiara's nails raked over my back. I growled as my balls twitched. I guided one of her legs up, then began fucking her in slow, hard thrusts. Her eyes remained on mine as I elicited from her lips one moan after another. There was trust and love in her eyes. I could see it now. I wasn't sure why I ever had trouble reading those emotions in her gaze. My own chest tightened and my dead heart swelled with fucking emotion. Fuck. It was painful, but it was the best pain I'd ever felt. I wrapped my arms around Kiara, bringing our bodies even closer, needing her fucking closer because only she filled the hole in my chest. Only she could look down into the black abyss that was my soul and find something lovable in it. My throat became tight, but I forced the words out that I'd wanted to say for days now. I love you. My thrusts faltered when I heard those 3 words aloud, heard them spill from my lips. Kiara tensed under me, her eyes widening, and I fucking pulled myself together and thrust into her again. "You do?" she whispered. "I do, with my fucking dead heart, with every fucking fiber of my being." She gasped as I angled my thrusts higher, and her eyes still showed incomprehension, like she couldn't believe it. I reached between us, touching her clit, and claimed her lips. She arched up, shuddering, and I let loose as well. I kept my eyes open, kept watching Kiara's gorgeous face contort with pleasure. I'd always enjoyed sex. It was the closest I could come to feel. But sex with emotion was something else entirely. It was fucking perfection. I remained on top of Kiara, even as I began to go soft and kissed her once more. "You love me," she whispered. "For real?" "I love you. For real. No simulated affection or love ever again, because with you, I don't need to simulate. You dragged that dead part of me out of the past and revived it. I didn't die 15 years ago, but I didn't live either. Until you." She held even tighter onto me. "I love you, Nino. A part of me died 6 years ago, but you helped me live again." We had both been scarred by our past, but together we fought our demons and came out as the champions. Never had a victory felt better. The story continues in twisted bonds.
Thank you for listening to Twisted Emotions, Book 2 of the Camorra Chronicles. Written by Cora Reilly. Narrated by Emma Wilder and Teddy Hamilton. Post-production by ARS Audio. Text copyright 2019 by Cora Reilly. Production copyright 2020 by Cora Reilly. All rights reserved.